before. Even when I said I quit, you always found a way back in. It's the last time you'll be walking out my door. So much for letting you close, just saying what we both know. Let's not lose control. Could stay be best if we don't. Just saying what we both know. Let's not lose control. Let me go. Could talk all night long about what went wrong, but don't hold me. Let me go. Can't make this right, so don't tell me lies, and don't hold me when you go. So don't hold me when you go. So don't hold me when you go. 이게 내 맘이야, 처음이야. 너를 안고 싶은데 지금 어떡해. 이게 내 맘이야, 정말이야. 작은 바람이야. 이게 내 맘이야, 처음이야. 너를 안고 싶은데 지금 어떡해. 이게 내 맘이야, 정말이야. 작은 바람이야. 위태롭지 이미 난 맘만 어지럽게 우리 홀린 듯 어디부터 어디까지 잘못된 것 같은데 잊고 싶은 과거와 지나버린 시간들 무거운 짐이 널 잡아도 Oh shall we 난 알지 못했던 내 곁을 지켜준 너 날 감싸 안았던 따스한 오늘 분위기 Feels so good babe 이번이 마지막이라도 되돌릴 수 없는 시들어버린 곳 다시 널 위해 지킬게 이게 내 맘이야 처음이야 너를 안고 싶은데 지금 어떡해 이게 내 맘이야 정말이야 작은 바람이야 Lost you at the party. Step out of my body. Losing myself in medicine. Thinking about how we began in early summer. Hollywood and Vine. Listening to dumb stuff every single night. Foolish but forever. Happier than ever after. Wish I could hear your laughter. It always sounds like this. 'Cause I know I love you more. Say you want me. Say anything you can to
time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. You ever find that all the little things in life are everything? And even though we don't know what the future looks like, I'll bet anything on every family to pull it together. Yeah, we can, yeah, we can. Cause love don't go away just like that. It can only bend. We had no time to react, but things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we know. Now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. We had no time to react, but things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we know. Now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback.
Cosmic love, like burning fire when our stars collide. Lighten up the sky tonight, our hearts explode. Taking us higher in this cosmic, cosmic love. Floating in the quiet, quiet empty space. Your touch is like fire, no time, no place. My heart's beat faster, and our stars align. We build a universe that's yours and mine. Ooh, we're drifting closer, our bodies in the glow. Ooh, a universe is forming, only we can know, no, 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 no. Cosmic, so cosmic, a cosmic love. Cosmic love, like burning fire when our stars collide. Lighten up the sky tonight, our hearts explode. Taking us higher in this cosmic, cosmic love. It's like comets, you're pulling me in. We crash together when the words begin. Oh, every breath we take, we're making light. In this love we ignite. Ooh, we're drifting closer, our bodies in the glow. Ooh, a universe is forming, only we can know, no, 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 no. Cosmic love, yeah. Cosmic love, like burning fire when our stars collide. Lighten up the sky tonight, our hearts explode. Taking us higher in this cosmic, cosmic love. Cosmic, cosmic, so cosmic, cosmic love. Cosmic, so cosmic, cosmic love. Yeah, cosmic, so cosmic, a cosmic love. Cosmic, so cosmic, a cosmic love.
Let's go, yeah. I just can't sit no more now. I got my moon boots on. I can take to the skies if I wanna. So let's fly. Now I'm ready for highs. I'm ready for my arrival. Steady my sights, I'm keeping my eyes on my goal. Paying no mind to what they call impossible. Give me danger, I'll take it. I'll play for keeps, I'm not faking. When I find myself on the edge of the cliff, I'll take the leap and I'll make it. Long nights wide awake, waiting for miracles. A false pride wide awake, thinking I'm spiritual. Humility is knowing what you're given was beautiful, then giving it to the good of all. Give me danger, I'll take it. I play for keeps, I'm not faking. When I find myself on the edge of the cliff, I take the leap and I make it.
L'Italia è la patria della bellezza. Ogni linea, ogni forma, ogni dettaglio. E ora sta per nascere una nuova opera d'arte. Questa è la Kings World Cup Clubs 2026.
Hello and a very warm welcome back to the Kings League Arena in Milano for day 3 of the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026, but the start of round 2, and I'm delighted to say I'm joined once again by the big man, Patrick Kendrick, alongside me. Ciao, Patrick.
Great to see you, Thomas Lawrence. Absolutely delighted to be back as well. Yes, we've seen round 1 already, days 1 and 2, and day 3 is when round 2 begins in earnest, namely with the matches between two teams that have won both matches, and we also have one of the quartet of matches which features two teams that lost their opening games today.
Indeed, indeed. That will be game 3. We'll talk about that shortly. So sadly, one side will be saying arrivederci to them. They'll be going home, but the other 3 are big games because the winners of those games go straight through to the quarterfinals, and we will be beginning with Alpha Kappa against G3X shortly, so less than 30 minutes away. Before we do that, let's round up results from day 1 and day 2. Talking of Alpha Kappa, you can see in your picture right now warming up. They got off to a flyer, beating No Rules 7-5, and it was topped and tailed by the Italian team Stallions and winning 6-5 against Desimpane. And then on to day 2, Patrick, which was yesterday. We had some cracking games as well.
We did indeed. Underdogs beating La Capitale, so another Italian victory. That was by 8-2. We had that victory for Barceros 6-3 against Fawaz FWZ, and G3X, who we're going to see later on very shortly indeed. They won by 5-1. Kelvin Oliveira stepping up. But DR7 today at 8 o'clock up against Underdogs. A reminder, DR7 were the side that inflicted that shock defeat on the reigning champions of Spain, Los Troncos.
They did, and talking of DR7, they're in action in the second game today. Then we have Desimpane against Aniquiladores. That is the game. One of those sides will be going home. And then we end things at 2200 a local time. But as you know, maybe a wee bit later if we have any late drama, any golden goal moments in the match ball situation. So we'll see how things play, and that's going to be Stallions against Ultimos. But as we always do, Patrick, let's take a step back in time. Let's do that time dilation card back to yesterday, and Furia did get revenge, finally.
They did indeed, with the likes of Lipao and Lelechi, the latter scoring the winning goal. And they certainly took their time over that final passage of play. We saw Douglas Costa, the former Juventus and Bayern Brazil international winger as well. Chris Guedes there, who's part as well of the Brazil national team when we had the Kings World Cup Nations here. He was in his role as the president of Furia and wearing their chain strip, which is a little bit confusing because it was pink up against the Porcinos in pink, but they exacted revenge after Porcinos were able to knock them out in France last year, a game that you covered yourself.
And that was in the semi-finals. You can see there it was right at the death in the dying embers of that contest. So Furia then say a year on, then exacting revenge, a dish best served via the Kings League arena, shall we say. And on the pitch, Patrick, all three golden crowns, so the Corona de Oro, correct, if I'm not mistaken.
You've got it.
Sharing the same pitch.
Third tournament of asking, you finally figured that. Yeah, we had Nadir, we had Fouad, we had Lipao as well.
Correct,
and we're going to see Kelvin Oliveira later on as well, who's one of the biggest stars that we have. He's in the opening game. But looking at this, Furia, who have a really big rivalry actually with G3X and also Porcinos, and I can tell really that the Brazilian and the Spanish clubs, there's a lot of respect between them. Every time that they do face up against one another, they feel that if they can get a victory, if they can get a result, then it really does make a statement, and I think we saw that again yesterday with Furia and the way they played. This was Lincoln Oliveira, meantime, scoring for underdogs as part of their victory over Spanish side La Capital. That was the winning goal. He'd already found the net as well, had Lincoln. So good to see how they performed indeed.
Yeah, great news, Patrick. Great news for the Italian team, the underdogs, beating La Capitale. Obviously, their president is Lamine Yamal. I can hear you in the background as well there a few moments ago. Clearly, your voice booming all over here, the Kings League arena. One of the stars for the underdogs was Giorgio Chironi in between the sticks. Masterclass with a brilliant brace and a penalty save as well. We've seen so many goalkeepers shine. Diop above all, head and shoulders above us for now. But Chironi showing he's no lightweight.
Yeah, Gianmarco Chironi, we've seen him in the Fortnite shootout. We've seen him in the Fortnite challenge, rather, in the form of a shootout. We've seen him as well in the Kings League, scoring goals, making saves. And Chironi, former Serie A goalkeeper for Lecce, the Salentini, and he's played between the sticks for Gear 7 as well in the past. That was the Kings World Cup Cups 2025. Do you remember Gear 7, Thomas?
I do.
Tell me about that.
I do. I remember their badge as well, and it had like a pirate thing, and I kept doing a lot of pirate puns and getting a lot of slaps on the wrist as well for the old dad jokes, alongside my dad snacks in the booth that day, alongside Bruno. So a big shout out to Bruno, a brilliant Bruno, one of our fellow casters. So, and above all, we have to talk about the Tifo, the Tifoseria, the Tifosi yesterday, who were fantastic.
They really were. I mean, I don't think flares and pyrotechnics were allowed in the arena, otherwise they would have had those as well. But we had that's what the Americans call a tifo there, which is in Italy, scenografia or choreografia. So the banners that they've pre-prepared, he brought that, you know, they brought that from home. They must have known they were in. So that's why. And lots of support. We saw the chants, we saw the drums, we've seen all sorts of tamburi and percussion instruments over the last few days.
No guitar though, sadly. But no, it wasn't.
He can go home and get it.
He didn't go home, but he brought that from home, that's for sure. But no, as you said, Patrick, and we've spoken about it a lot of times off air as well, the Italian sport has been brilliant. This game, Patrick, I said this yesterday, had its moments where it had a bit of a lull. But thanks to the likes of the secret cards, the goals worth double, and that man there who we'll talk about shortly, who was fantastic, scoring a hat-trick,
Michael
giving them the win.
Hernandez, who was prior to that actually cautioned for simulation. He got a yellow card, a 2-minute sin bin. This was the winning goal, with Ramirez scoring it, but Michael Hernandez ended up with the hat-trick, including that free kick, and it was perfect retribution, as we spoke about on commentary, because it led to El Tino getting the first red card of this year's competition. quite challenging as well, hearing commentary from yesterday whilst talking over it.
At least we've worked out why we're hearing ourselves in our ears. And this is what you're talking about, Patrick. The first red card of the tournament, which was initially actually given as a dismissal to the Michael Hernandez, wasn't it?
It was indeed, yeah. He was cautioned for simulation. Then we had a VAR check, an on-field review. The yellow card was wiped out. It therefore became a free kick on the edge of the box. El Tino was dismissed, straight red cards. That's a 5-minute sin bin. He played no further part in the fixture because of Dogso denying a goal-scoring opportunity. And Michael Hernandez, not content with having seen justice served, also decided to exact some retribution of his own by pinging the free kick into the top corner. No mean feat.
Goodbye Red Brick Road then for Elton Lucas on that occasion. We said about the turning points in that game. It was dramatic. Yes, maybe didn't have the flair, the fizz, the goal fest, but it was dramatic. And first man to be given his marching orders, heading for an early shower or early bath. Well, I think baths by now, that's very, very old school. I think we'll get a slap on the wrist from them for that. Then this was a stupendous encounter. One of my favourites yesterday, Patrick.
It was because it was tight, because we had Karasu up against G3X. G3X hadn't necessarily performed as we'd expected them to. We were bigging up Kelvin Oliveira, and then with 2 seconds remaining of the initial 36-minute period before then we go into the scaled down period, Kelvin still had that green armband, so he had 2 seconds left for which a goal would have been worth 2, and he scored in the nick of time, and that took it from 2-1 to 4-1. And with that goal, they essentially won the game. And Kelvin showing why he is so clutch, why he's one of the most recognisable stars. That was ultimately the winning goal, albeit we knew beyond that stage it was pretty much over. It contest Andreas Vass with the finish.
Yeah, it was asking a miracle. They're in need of a miracle. Karasu, Andreas Vass, the perfect 10, the blonde devil with those with that blonde bleached hair. That's very, very 1990s. We have to also mention one of the positives, shall we say, and the negatives really for Karasu was the performance early on of Lasek, the goal-scoring keeper. But unfortunately for him and the team, he picked up an injury. I think maybe was that one of the moments where he started to dip, or was that unfair on the keeper who came on as well, Loac, who replaced him?
Well, we're going to see Jean-Louis very shortly indeed as part of the Fortnite Challenge. He's the French custodian today. We've got France against Germany coming up in the Fortnite Challenge as part of that shootout, the third quarter-final. We already know the nature of the first semi-final between Italy 1 and Mexico. And I thought Jean-Louis showed some excellent reflexes to make saves when he came on in the second half. The one thing that perhaps he doesn't boast as part of his skill set is the attacking efforts that Guillaume Lasek has.
Indeed, and again, as we're saying, real disappointment. It really was a real disappointment for Lasek. Now, this is live footage. This is live G3X warming up. Before we do, though, guys, a reminder, maybe if someone's joining us for the first time for this one, if you are joining us, where have you been? But if not, do not worry. The time dilation card, which has come in for this tournament, we've already seen it in action, of course. It's very simple. You can see it on the screen. Basically, if you have this card, if you are ahead, you want to obviously speed up time. If you are maybe behind, you want to slow down time to give you more of a time and more opportunity to maybe get a goal back, for example.
Yeah, and tonight is the night when 2 minutes maybe become 1, to quote the Spice Girls. I know you're very fond of their music in the late 90s and into the early noughties, which was maybe the decade after the 90s.
Yep.
Yeah, more of a scary man myself. But absolutely time dilation. So 2 minutes can either become 1 or become 3. And that card will be voted for to feature in a specific match as things stand. We've still got 70 seconds remaining of that Des in Pain. Pretty much 6/10 of the vote against Aniquiladores. That looks the most likely.
Patrick, in King's matches, there are moments to shine, and Adidas is going to reward them.
Before coming to the Kings World Cup of Clubs, each player has to make a choice.
Yo elijo F50. Mi elección es Predator. F50, Predator.
Who made the best choice? We will see.
Gol ou uma assistência.
1 point.
Double but.
2 points.
Gol durante el match, ball all shootout.
3 points.
Si adivinas qué votas y qué jugador son los ganadores, tú también puedes ganar.
We're ready. Are you? Make your choice.
Make your choice, indeed, and you are currently making your choices for the game that will have that extra secret card, the time dilation card. You at home, so important in your votes and voting and having your say. And of course, it's not just about that, it's also in terms of the Adidas fan engagement, Patrick, as well, because we have, as you've seen there, plenty of prizes on offer throughout the course of the competition. I'm pausing just slightly because I'm seeing the players warming up, and you are as well. It's always a moment I enjoy as well. A bit of, is that Andres Vass, the blonde
spot,
bombshell?
absolutely.
Yeah, warming up. And I'm also pausing because I'm just waiting to see if those numbers have been confirmed or not for the secret card.
I believe they have, but Thomas Lawrence once again showing his impeccable player ID. Often we're helped out by names and numbers on the back of the shirt, but if you can spot a player by their face as well, that tends to help, and he's done that with Andreas Vaz, albeit he does have those blonde locks, and we saw that as well with Nadia Loua yesterday as well, didn't we? You were actually quite critical of his dyed blonde hair with the pink stripe, la striscia rosa.
I was a little bit, and I just felt that if you're going to go for something like that, you've got to then go and pull it off, Patrick.
And he didn't. It's a bit like when we used to play amateur football. You'd wear white boots. You turn up in white boots, you need to show the flair, and probably wasn't our game. A recap of the secret cards. We have the shootout. We're going to see that as part of the Fortnite Challenge in due course. Suspension, when you can remove an opposition player for a period of 4 minutes. Reverse penalty, which is the newest member of the deck, and my particular favourite, as we see some team arrival shots as well.
Yeah.
The full delegation coming out, suited and booted in pomp and circumstance, coming here to the centre of Milan, where the Kings League calls home.
It is so good to be in Milano, the city of culture, industrious city, but so many beautiful sights as well. So let's recap a bit about Alpha Cap and how they, say, got to this moment and looking to build on that first win and make it back-to-back wins. Their president is Frenesi, who did score his penalty in the game. This was their keeper.
Gilli, who got a couple of goals, and that was the successful Presi Peno, as you mentioned. Frenesi perfectly slotted home, wasn't it? And they defeated the German champions in a goal fest. Most of the fixtures are goal fest when the Kings League is concerned. And a reminder of the German side, no rules. Marshalled and stewarded as they are by the father and son duo of Hassan and Nick Salahamedzic, the Brazo Jr., and that was the winning goal, Andrea Benedetti tucking home. But Alpha Cap have Christian Ronchi. I saw him outside just before we came in for this pre-match show, known as the little devil, presumably it's Il Diavoletto.
Yeah, and of course Il Diavolo, the nickname of AC Milan as well. Very fitting reminder again, if you didn't know, we are live from Milano as well, in the north of Italy. A stone's throw away, we are from the likes of Piazza Duomo Navidi, the sites, the landmarks, you must check it out. And here, the arrival of Gaulas' team, looking to reach a second final. They reached the final in the inaugural edition, Patrick. They were beaten by Porcino, so they know what it takes to get that far, but they just can't quite get over that final hurdle.
Well, yeah, there's that dichotomy, is that the right word, Thomas, between the fact that it's rather sort of counterintuitive, isn't it? On the one side, you have this G3X side, which is packed full of quality, a number of members of the all-conquering Brazilian national team, because we've had 2 editions of the Kings World Cup Nations. Both have been claimed, correct me if I'm wrong, by a Seleção Brazil, with the likes of Kelvin Oliveira et al. Andreas Vaz, and yet at club level they've just about come up short. And this is how DR7 absolutely battered the reigning champions, Los Troncos, with the help of a couple of Brazilians as well, including that goal there, which was very neatly taken. Yeah,
DR7 in action, the second against the Italian outfit underdogs. We're going to see 3 Italian teams in action today. And listen, Patrick, who would have expected this? DR7 making their debut in the competition, beating the reigning champions. They were fantastic. And, oh, maybe one could say you could have maybe foreseen it, because they are the undefeated champions of the Kings Cup MENA. 36 goals scored during the Kings Cup MENA. So, in reality, they did come here with a list of accolades, but then again, to still topple the champions as they did, and the way they did, with an absolute hammering. Now, I'm going to be solo for a few moments, because you are going to see Patrick Kendrick shortly for the Fortnite Challenge, both presenting and the dulcet tones in terms of the commentary. So if you do hear a very dull voice for the moment, it is me. It's Mr. Thomas Lawrence talking you through to the Fortnite Challenge. And one of the stars for DR7 was the goalkeeper, Cenk Diop, who put on a masterclass with a hat-trick. Yes, 1, 2, 3 goals from the keeper. And it wasn't just in terms of being prolific that Diop impressed. He have to say, pulled a number of superb stops in that game. Moving on, we had Ultimate Mostoles hammering Aniquiladores a couple of days ago. They're in action against Desimpain later, and both sides really, well, it's do or die. If they lose, they are going home, while the Brazilian team or the Mexican outfit, so for them it really is, for them today, a last chance saloon. They must win, otherwise they'll be going home. It'll be arrivederci for one of those sides. Desimpain and Aniquiladores, that is our third game. 2100 schedule is slated for that time, 2100 local time, but of course it could always be slightly later should we have plenty of drama. Desimpain, it was a negative match, not for the result, but also for this injury here. Davila, one of their key players, we wish him well. We wish him a speedy recovery. Sadly, he had to be stretchered off, and we were looking forward to seeing him, so he'll be taking no part in this competition. So as the Italians would say, as I've been told in my earpiece right now, buona guarigione. So best of luck for him. We wish him a very speedy recovery. As for this man here, for Ultimate Mostoles, one of their stars, Alex Martí, leading them to the victory against Aniquiladores, which has them taking on the Stallions in our fourth and final fixture. He's one of the top scorers, Alex Martí. It was a heroic hat-trick from him, and that was a stupendous strike on the turn. The man who represented Spain at the Kings World Cup Nations in Brazil with 2 goals, coming for a historic split where he shattered records with 36, yes, 36 goals in 12 games. And this was in the match ball, the fortnight match ball moment, when all they needed was 1 goal to win, and they did it. The goal was gaping, but he had the pace to get there and slot it home, deposit it into an empty net. Very impressive indeed, and sparking wild celebrations then across the pitch for the Spanish outfit. They're taking on, DJ Maris' team are taking on Blur's Stallions later. This was a fantastic, well, I don't think fantastic quite does it justice. This is where I need the wordsmith alongside me, Patrick Kendrick. Didio, a beautiful goal. It wasn't actually the winning goal, it was Colombo who got the winning goal, but Didio, that goal you saw just a few minutes ago, was reminded of Nicola Berti in a derby in the 1990s. For any guys who grew up watching Calcio Italia in the 1990s, Nicola Berti's wonderful strike on the volley, but Didio and Colombo then helping the Stands progress them, and they'll be taking Ultimate Mostoles. If they win, they're going straight through to the quarterfinals, the final 8, and we also have to tip our hats, our chapeau to the fans. It's been a sellout crowd for the past 2 days, and we also have a fabulous atmosphere now. Fan base also buzzing to see who'll take home the Fortnite Challenge. Let's go pitchside.
Buonasera Milano, good evening Milan. It is day 3 of the Kings World Cup Clubs, and that means it's the 3rd edition of the Fortnite Challenge. This evening it is an all-European affair, European derby between Team Germany on my right, with Fabio Rasic between the sticks and Amir Cekic, both players from No Rules. And to my left we have Jean-Louis, the goalkeeper from Karasu, joined by his club teammate Driss Khalid. By now you should know the format. It is the best of 3 in a shootout. We've already got the identity of our first semi-final. Italy won against Mexico. So without further ado, I'll leave it to the official for the coin toss. Best of luck, gentlemen.
Okay. Red, you chose. Shoot first or safe? Yeah. Safe? Okay, you shoot. Good luck, guys. Good luck.
So a reminder then that Germany are in blue and France are in red. Rather counterintuitively, you might expect France to be Les Bleus, but not this evening. So it does mean that Germany, after the coin toss, are going to go first. We're going to see Amir Cekic up against Jean-Louis. Jean-Louis, who came on for Karasu yesterday following that injury to Guillaume Le Sec. So that first one is null and void. He didn't quite get the memo as to the 3-second countdown. 3 seconds before we get started, and 5 seconds to score. It remains 0-0. The first attempt still to come. Away goes Amar Cekic then, he's up against Jean-Louis. Cekic finds the back of the net. That is 1-0, 1-0 in favour of the Mannschaft. Germany lead against France. It's now up to Dries Khalid of Karasu to try and respond with the equalising goal. Confident first touch out of his feet from Dries Khalid. Can he find the finish? He can't. He drags it wide, and it means advantage Germany. There's still time for France to come back here. But after one round of the best of three, Germany 1, France 0. Second attempt then for Amar Cekic. Can he make it 2 from 2? He tried to be too cute. He went for the scoop. He got it all wrong. And you can tell from the shake of the head that he probably rused that decision. Not sure if he'll be coming back for the semi-final, whether he'll be repeating the trick, because it certainly didn't come off. So a chance now for France to equalise at the second attempt. Away goes Dries Khalid. Up against Rasic, and he scores. It's 1 each, so we're essentially in a sudden death situation now. 2 attempts per side, 1 goal each. And still, Germany to go first. Credit there to Dries Khalid for a fine finish. Big pressure now on Amar Cekic. Can he get the better of Jean-Louis? He's round the keeper. Wonderful drop of the shoulder. The goal stands. He got the shot away in just the nick of time. So it does mean Germany have scored 2 of their 3. And Dries Khalid needs to score to prolong this fortnight challenge to send the shootout into sudden death. Huge pressure on the Frenchman here. Can he find the back of the net? Taking his time, it's over the top. And that is the end. Germany victorious. Cekic scoring 2 of his 3 attempts. Dries Khalid could only find the net once. It means that Germany go through to our second semi-final. They'll play the winners of Brazil and Team Italy, our 4th and final quarter-final tomorrow. But in the meantime, it's now time to say this is officially the start of day 3 of the Kings World Cup Clubs.
Thank you, Patrick. Indeed, it is officially then the start of round 2, and we begin with Alba Kappa taking on G3X. Now, we have to say that G3X have been one of 2 sides alongside with Destiny Brain that have been sanctioned by the competition committee. So a bit of spice added to this game following an incident between members of the 2 squads at the team hotel. So as a result, G3X will play with 1 player fewer from the 5th to the 7th minute, Patrick, of their respective match now, right against Alba Kappa. So as I said, adding a bit of spice, Patrick is now alongside me after that dash up the pitch after a brilliant fortnight chance. Well done. Kudos to you, Patrick.
Thank you, Thomas. Yeah, I was just discussing this with our Brazilian streaming colleague beforehand, so too were you, as to get the absolute lowdown. He said he was asleep. He wasn't party to the scuffle or kerfuffle between the two Brazilian sides involving Desempeñen and G3X. And Alpha Kappa, we saw how well they equipped themselves in that first match on day one. So once again, they lead us off this evening on day 3. And yes, they'll be underdogs against G3X, but this might just tip the balance in the favour of the Italian side, along with that additional factor of the home support.
Oh, we'll see. We spoke to him in the pre-match show about the drama, about the build-up and the tension. Talking of drama, the picking of the secret card, which, of course, these players out there will wait for those instructions to come through later over the course, and we'll see. And we can also sort of tell, can't we, in terms of when they play their card, how they react to moments in the game, what card it might actually be.
Yeah, you need to play your cards right, to quote Bruce Forsyth, who's a big figure, shall we say, in our childhood. This is Mauro Micheli's side and how they line up. A reminder of the goalkeeper in particular, Vittorio Gilli, with that brace on match day 1. He's certainly one to watch, along with Andrea Benedetti, who scored the winning goal. But we should keep an eye as well on G3X. They've got so much quality with the likes of Kelvin Oliveira. Technically, Thomas, it goes down on our team sheets as 1 goal, but that goal counted for 2. So it's a curious one, that, isn't it? In terms of quantity, it's 1, but it counted in terms of significance for 2. And Gilli is going to need to be at his best in order to keep G3X at bay.
He is indeed. He is going to be tested. We're about to shortly find out who will be beginning the 1v1. You at home were voting. Thank you very much once again for being involved. We're just taking a look across as well. We've got Pepe, who is the Italian caster, who has normally been announcing. He's ready and waiting very much like these players, eager to find out who will be starting for our 1v1.
Final word then between Andreas Mas and Kelvin as we wait for Pepe Di Giovanni to tell us which players are going to be starting this scale up, the Escalado.
Highly anticipated moment, adding to the tension, as we said, in the Kings League.
Il pubblico ha deciso che i protagonisti dell'1v1 di Alpha Kappa G3X sono Alessandro Chelsea e Kelvin Oliveira.
Alessandro Chelsea and Kelvin Oliveira there, expertly announced by Pepe Di Giovanni. Don't give up your day job. I think he's certainly got a future as a stadium announcer, on top of being an excellent play-by-play announcer, a commentator, a caster, whichever jargon you want to use. And he's a multi-sport man as well, triple threat with his tennis and his futsal and so on and so forth. But the cage is still out of commission, but that won't stop the match official from launching the ball up into the skies here inside the Kings League arena. And match day 3 is officially underway. And Kelvin Oliveira round the keeper for the opening goal. What a start from one of the poster boys of the Kings League. Gaules celebrating, and Kelvin Oliveira already adding to his tally.
As you said, he had scored yesterday goal, which was worth double, but now it is officially 2 goals he has scored. He's now doing defensive duty. In fact, he's looking across. He wants help and support here. Doesn't get it.
Chance for Chelsea. He's got the space to shoot, and he picks out the corner. The perfect response from Alpha Kappa. They make it 1 each. And Frenesi preaching for calm.
Great reaction, instant reaction, and a very cool finish as well into that bottom corner there. And we said this one was going to promise fireworks in our pre-match show as Kelvin Herrera looks to build again. Patrick, keeper in support now.
Yeah, he often uses Josuildo Parata Junior opening up the angle. Kelvin went for the dink, tried to be too cute. And that buzzer that you hear sounds means another player is going to be added to this escalado, the scale-up period, where for the first 5 minutes of play, a player is added with every 60 seconds that elapse.
Yeah, we're now 3v3, 2 outfield and the keeper.
So he has been joined by Hero Martin. That's Chelsea that's been joined by the number 9. Hero Martin tried to square it there towards Alessandro Chelsea. He took his First goal expertly, I thought, the way he just slotted it into the corner past Josuildo Barata Jr., who tends to hog most of the playing time as opposed to the other goalkeeper, Gabriel Braga. We haven't yet seen Luigi Castelli either for Alpha Kappa. It's this man, Chile, who might be tempted by the shot. Instead, he can slip in. Chelsea! What a save by Barata Jr., helped out by Kelvin Oliveira. And the flag goes up, I believe, for offside in any case.
But what a killer ball it was, the vision as well. We expect him to maybe have a strike, but he's showing he's also got an eye for an assist. And Signor Assist, Mr. Assist there, the keepers. Kelvin Over, of course, getting him on the ball, looking to drive them forward, Patrick.
So we've got Ton Spider wearing 12, a player that really caught your eye in particular yesterday. Yeah. Andreas Vaz as well, with the number 10 shirt. Chelsea already on, along with Hero Martin. And now a third player for Alpha Kappa who wins it back. It's Paulo Scienza, not far away, worth a go from there. And he nearly had that smattering of support in pink, jumping for joy.
Oh, so much noise being made by the home supporters. It's deafening here. The drums, you can hear him in the background as Vaz has a go.
Andreas Vaz with the step overs, the disguise of the shot, still Vaz. Back for Kelvin, had to stretch. They're asking for passive play here. Kelvin Oliveira, good save from Chile, getting down smartly to his right to keep it out. And you could already see when the 5 fingers go up, or 4 fingers and a thumb, the palm of the hand goes up from the officials. That means they're considering sanctioning the team in possession for passive play. It's when you don't necessarily make a concerted effort to try and attack the opposition goal.
Taken from handball, wasn't it, Patrick?
Indeed, yeah. Amongst other sports as well. This is Cutrignelli, again, difficult, challenging name to pronounce if you're not an Italian speaker. Cutrignelli deflected.
It's difficult to block as well, that one.
It's run the way of Hero Martin now. If he can pick a pass, he goes all the way back towards Chile, who had to be on his toes there. Chile is now stopped in his tracks. Why exactly was the ball turned over there, Thomas?
Yeah, you can see that. Hopefully we'll get a replay of it as well.
Well, we're at a loss as to that decision. Doesn't matter, the officials always get it right. They've had their say. It remains one apiece. We had those 2 early goals, one from Kelvin, one from Chelsea. The 2 players incidentally voted to be part of the 1v1 at the start of the game, along with their respective keepers.
You know what you want to see. You know who are those players that are going to promise spectacle early on as the keeper. Coolly done from him.
Kelvin, he's lost the ball. Needed Barata Jr. to bail him out there. So, reminder, both of these teams won their respective opening matches. Alpha Kappa against No Rules, who just saw 2 players from No Rules in the shape of Cekic and his goalkeeper Racic. They're getting the better of France in the Fortnite Challenge. And we saw G3X yesterday winning their match, didn't we, Thomas? Against Karasu, which was the other 2 players that we saw in the Fortnite Challenge, curiously. So what
it all comes together.
What we have now is a scenario whereby whichever team wins this match, and we always have a winner in the Kings League, you cannot have a tie or a draw, because if it's level after 36 minutes, we go straight to a shootout. If one team is leading, we then go to the Fortnite match ball, where the team that's ahead only needs 1 more goal to score. That tally also remains valid for the opposition side, albeit they need to first catch up in the scoreline before then scoring the winning goal, but they've got no margin for error. So if Alpha Kappa win, they're through. Whatever happens to the quarterfinals, if G3X were to prevail, they would go through to the last 8. Whichever team loses is guaranteed a place in tomorrow's, not tomorrow's, the day after tomorrow, in the last chance tomorrow. We've still got the second day of round 2, which is where we have the losers bracket. Well, 3/4 of that bracket will be losers bracket, plus the one little ringer in there, which is a match between 2 winning sides.
Exactly, you got it as always spot on, Patrick. But come back to what you're saying, that they always want to make it exciting. The Kings, that was what Jared Piqué wanted to do. The brainchild, obviously, this is his project as well. Wanted to always keep it exciting, everyone on their toes, always a winner, no draws.
Seeing Benedetti on there, it can easily be confused and mistaken for Hero Martin. Very similar trim in terms of their haircut and
physique as
the
well.
The dye as well, yeah, physique. but one's wearing 23, the other's wearing 9, so shouldn't be too much confusion, or 22 rather. Now 5-17, but the 5-minute mark, Thomas, why is there a sin bin? Remind us of that.
Yeah, this is what we were just saying at the very top, as Andreas Vaz has a little dart here, Patrick.
Andreas Vaz trying to make light of that one-man deficit, but it should really be Alpha Kappa now on the offensive, because as we mentioned, Thomas, they are a player light for 120 seconds, 2 minute sin bin, and why?
Yeah, there was some unsportsmanlike and conduct, shall we say, yesterday in the team hotel, and interesting to see they're playing the single card right away here. Star player Alpha, why not get it in right away for various reasons? A, because they're a man up, and B, because obviously it's one that doesn't have a time limit, Patrick. You've got it until you actually score.
And they've given that to the little devil, Christian Ronchi, wearing 10. He now will sport a green armband, and he will keep that green armband on for all regulation periods, shall we say, when it's not the last 3 minutes of the first half or the first 5 minutes of the second. And if and when he were to find the net, that goal would be worth double. And the reason they've played it as soon as they can after the 5-minute mark is to give him as much time as possible to incidere, to have an impact on this match.
And as we said, the fact they do have a man up for a minute and a half, so that will give them, you know, hopefully they can, for their sake, they'll be looking to make the most of it.
It's up towards Ton Spider.
Just wanted to quickly add, when we did show on this, there was a bit of a Brazilian scuffle with the other Brazilian team, Decimpan, in the team hotel. There was something, we don't know exactly what went on, but there's unsportsmanlike behaviour, so both those sides will have a player suspended for the opening 2 minutes.
Well, hopefully Decimpan was the only mention of Payne in terms of the name. There wasn't anyone actually in the wars, because we hope it was just a bit of fisticuffs and nothing serious, but it's not befitting of the Kings League. And one thing we have seen throughout all of the editions of the Kings World Cups, be they clubs or nations, this is our 5th edition, incidentally, between nations and clubs, the 3rd of the clubs. We've had 2 of the international sides. It's always been conducted in a spirit of fair play, and that's something that Gerard Piqué really insisted on. Hence why they've come down very hard on both Decimpan and G3X. And it's amazing, isn't it? You'd almost expect there to be more of a rivalry between teams from different countries and different cultures, but no, actually, teams that play regularly in that Brazilian split have squared up to one another. We won't say come to blows.
No, we don't
know the ins and outs of what's come about.
But and it just shows how well they do Brazil when they come together as a national team. And talking of the national team, he's a big figure, that man. They're one of the figures for the Brazilian side as he comes through as well, and allow him to regroup there as well.
And speaking of national teams, we also had a friendly earlier on today in the Kings League arena. It was behind closed doors. There were cameras on it, but I think that was more to keep our crew on their toes, to give them a little bit of extra practice, the match directors and the replay operators and so on and so forth. Japan against Italy, and Japan absolutely battered the Azzurri in that one. But great to see that even when they're on the off-season, even when they're not necessarily taking part in the competition at hand, there are still clubs that want to get involved and put their hand up and say, can we come to Italy and feature in a friendly, and feature they did.
Oh, it was slated certainly only as an exhibition game, but you couldn't tell it. It meant so much to the Japanese. They were celebrating in front of their handful of supporters that were also present here, and there were people that actually came in early to watch that game.
Forward it goes then, unable to hook it back into play there, Shensa, but this is pretty similar to what we saw with G3X's first match, Gaulis' side in the opening game. It was fairly low scoring as an affair. They were 1-0 down. They scored a quick-fire double, if you recall, Thomas, to overturn the deficit and turn it into a lead. And then we had that crucial moment when Kelvin scored with the green armband and made it 4-1 before then the goal from Andres Vaz, 5-1. So one thing we do know about G3X, they're unlikely to concede too many goals. They only conceded 1 in that first match. They've only been breached once here. And it should be said that non fa testo, you know, it's not necessarily relevant when you've got that first minute of 1v1. Here's Andres Vaz in behind to give G3X the lead again. The man who got the winner in that opening fixture. The flag has gone up. Gaulis is saying, let's check with the VAR. Silent check. Lovely finish from Andres Vaz. The little run in behind, outside to in. And the finish was top-notch as well.
Oh, yeah, with that number 10. You think of the great number 10s that Brazil have had down through the years. Another one following their footsteps. Confirmation it was offside. A shame because it was a wonderful ball through and it was a wonderful finish as well. But great work by the officials. Right away, they had their hands up.
And it's very satisfying for the officials as well, because they can be vindicated with the technology. As Chelsea's got away here, unable to combine with his colleague Ronchi wearing the green armband. Chelsea eventually had the last touch. It goes out for a goal kick, but You know, in the past, so often assistant referees were scrutinised for this, but that's why he was perfectly in line. You can see on the far side wearing the green shirt there, the assistant, and got it absolutely spot on. And that's why we have a full complement of officials here as part of the Kings League. A referee and 2 assistants on the other side, plus the VAR operator too. And we didn't need the VAR operator, so that is a victory for the naked eye.
No, they've done a great job, Patrick, so far. We have to tip our hats to them because over the course of sometimes referees do sometimes get a bit of a bashing, a bit of criticism from time to time, but so far so good.
Shot from range is dragged wide in the end. That was Thiago Brito pulling it wide. He did get on the score sheet in that first game.
Patrick, there was one thing I wanted to chat about with you. The fact that Alpha Kappa played 2 days ago, G3X yesterday. We were talking about off air as well. Maybe could also give a slight edge to Alpha Kappa, a bit fresher. Day of rest. Chance to see G3X in action yesterday. Suss them out.
Absolutely. I mean, they'll have had their feet up yesterday. They've been able to do their video analysis by watching a live game, which is always good. And yes, that freshness may be a factor. Then G3X, I'm sure, would counter that. Well, it depends, doesn't it? You tend to make your excuses if and when you lose.
True.
You play down any difficulties if you win. Kelvin over the top. But I'm sure if they were to come out on the losing side, then again, Gaunis is very gracious, but he might say, you know, we're a bit leggy, a bit sluggish because we played yesterday, whereas the opposition had a day's extra rest. I did see a statistic, incidentally, as we see Kelvin shot flash over the top recently, about the most recent international tournaments, and there is a direct correlation. Benedetti in behind with the reverse pass there, unable to sweep it home. Mauro Venerosa with the good vision. But there's a direct correlation between the team playing the first semi-final going on to win the competition, as we saw with the recent World Cup as well. If you consider Spain beat France, didn't they, on the Tuesday?
True.
And then on the Wednesday, it was England against Argentina, as that shot is dragged wide.
By my main man, Tonton Spider.
And it just shows that, so whether that's psychological or rest does come into it, we have seen that the data seems to bear out. But then again, there we're talking about 4 days rest against 5, 11 aside, 90 minutes in sweltering heat. Here we're talking about 7 aside with rolling subs. So these players are more than equipped physically to do all of their conditioning to make sure they can perform. Here's Kelvin. Can he turn provider? Will he go himself? Kelvin! Not quite found his range. He has scored, but tried with his left a few moments ago. This one with his right, once again leaning back.
Well, he is the complete player, I have to say, Kelvin Oliveira, Patrick. The physique means he can hold up play, bring in players into play. His eye for goal is impressive. That left and right boot, it makes no difference to him, although maybe obviously slightly better with the left. Did have the support there of Tonton Spider, one of my faves, as you know, looking to spin his web and try and catch the Alpha Kappa in his stride.
And actually, one of the more memorable moments from Kelvin Oliveira yesterday wasn't actually a goal. It was that wonder save from Jean-Louis when Kelvin brought it down his chest, and in the same movement, there was that scissor kick, wasn't there, with his left boot, struck it cleanly. Jean-Louis getting down very well to his right to push the ball away. It's like you get those moments in cricket as the shot is fizzed over from Ton Spider. Typically, when you have that good ball, a player tries to crash it through the covers, and someone like Jonty Rhodes of South Africa back in the day, sprawling away to make the save as we look at this full flavour replay. And that's what we would typically refer to as good cricket all round. And in this case, it was good Kings League all round. Great ball forward, lovely chest control, terrific scissor kick, and an excellent save. Here's Ton Spider. Tried to catch the keeper out of the near post. Gilli non ci sta. And it remains 1 each.
Remains 1 each.
Shout out to Gianluca Prudenti.
Must shout out to all our colleagues, both on the Italian side and the English side. There, Patrick, for me, he's got to hit the target there. Tonton Spider. I know I've always said it's easy me, having my dad's snacks, having my water here. Nice, comfy, warm booth, but has to do better there.
Very calmly done there by Will Andrade. His ball forwards. I think it was Well, wasn't it, that came over and won our Wingstop MVP. Had a chat with Agnese after the match, as all of the men of the match tend to do. They get to choose what spicy sauce would necessarily represent the fixture in terms of how they felt about it, and they typically also get to go away with some goodies. It was burning lots of calories under the lights here.
It was amusing because he was invited to take anything he wanted. I think they took pretty much everything with them. Why not? I mean, They certainly earned
as
it.
my wife would say.
They certainly earned it. They certainly burned off the calories, as you said. These guys, athletes,
be careful.
they deserve something like that post-match.
Vale,
So
perfecto,
why
be
not?
careful.
And
Okay,
then
la
they'll be
última,
burning
sí.
off
Okay,
minutes,
Kelvin.
unlike me.
Well,
Okay,
yeah,
let's go.
you and I are just chatting away, but that doesn't stop us from getting through crisps and chocolates and sweets. And then we get our
The full
bucket
shebang.
lunch, as the Italians would say, typically halfway through the broadcast, so after a couple of matches. I know you're getting peckish, I am too. We've got to hang tough for this match, and then also game 2 as well, which we're looking forward to. But here's Wembley. The shot is good, but again tracked wide. Certainly hit very cleanly by Matteus Ruffino, or Ruffino if you prefer. But Wembley always gives us a little bit of nostalgia. We're a long way from home, but that really is the spiritual home of football. I know a lot of people say that Brazil
Some
is
would
the
say
spiritual
Hampden
home.
Park. Some people north of the border, Patrick.
Yeah, they might say that. I know you yourself tend to wear a kilt. That could have easily gone in there. It was Christian Rocchi as well with a charge down. That would have been one of the more curious ways, shall we say, to score a goal that would have been worth 2. But we're nearly at the 15-minute mark. It's the 17-minute mark when goals are worth double for the final 3 minutes of play. Well, Andrade denied. Well done, Chelsea.
No, good work from Chelsea. Making that block, but they've got
Chelsea.
Gonna make it a pink day in this case.
They've teed him up here. Good save from Chile to keep out Matteus Ruffino. That was a beautifully worked set piece, and Gaules certainly appreciated it.
Yeah, he put on his cloak there, his mantle, and went flying Superman style there. Great save, as you can see it. Great football all round.
Back by Kelvin Oliveira. This is Wembley. Again, Wembley showing for the ball. Instead, it's to Well Andrade. Ton Spider calling for it beneath us. Just out of picture, actually. The left-hand touchline. This is Kelvin Oliveira trying to drop the shoulder, looking to make something happen. I do like to see him when he's in that withdrawn role, more of a playmaker, but now he'll get forward as it comes into the feet of Ton Spider. Wembley. Kelvin calling for it. Wembley in no hurry. Here's Kelvin Oliveira, alias K9.
Looking to bite again.
K9! Chile tips it over the top, and limited backlift. How much power generated by Kelvin Oliveira.
Continue to sing his praises. The complete play. We're close to the 17-minute mark. I think they've got to take it quickly before the buzzer starts coming in and the countdown.
Just under a minute. Matteus Ruffino, back it goes. This is Thiago Brito. You don't want to look at the back of his shirt. TH for Thiago, which is a little bit misleading. You need to know what that 33 stands for. Can't call him TH. Well, you could. Not sure you'd get very far. It's in towards Thiago Brito.
I mean, no rush here,
Neat tidy from Chile. He's a bit of a performative goalkeeper, to echo what Rory McIlroy said about Bryson DeChambeau at the recent Open Championship in the golf, which was won by a Kiwi, incidentally, from a very famous sporting family. His grandfather played for the Black Caps, the New Zealand cricket team. His father played for the All Blacks, the rugby union team.
You're a source, a fountain of knowledge, Patrick.
So the final 10 seconds of the opening 17 minutes.
They want to try and take it quickly just to get a shot on goal, but I don't know.
So I think the clock should be stopped whilst they take the set piece. So yeah, we've heard the buzzer, but they aren't going to get time to take
it because it came before.
It's going to be,
that's controversial.
We've got a very knowledgeable crowd here at the Kings League Arena in Milan, because they're here on a weekly basis for the Italian split, seeing the likes of Alpha Kappa, along with Stallions as well. And they're unhappy there. They thought that they should have had the right to take the free kick. Either way, it would have been only worth 1. Goal's now worth 2, because it was going to be Chelsea lining up to take it, as opposed to Ronchi wearing the green armband. But we're 15 seconds or thereabouts out now for the final 3 minutes of the first half, which is what's the double goal period, Thomas, where any strikes would be worth double. So if either Alpha Kappa or G3X were to score, we could have all of a sudden Belle Buono a 3-1 scoreline.
Indeed, and that's what makes me think that these sides may just try and play it cautiously as well. Keep things tight. If an opportunity, of course, comes their way, they're going to try and take it. But I don't think they're going to open themselves too much, because the prospect of being 3-1 down or at 1-1, obviously, it's massive, isn't it, psychologically, Patrick? It's huge.
And we've already seen that trends do tend to develop in these tournaments, even though they're very short formats, as we said, 7 days of action consecutively. But we've already seen in the first 2 days of action, this is day 3, that these have been very cagey periods. Ever since the advent of this rule, a lot of players, they're keener, let's say, to keep it tight and not concede as opposed to necessarily going gung-ho to try and score. It is, again, striking that balance between risk and reward, and I would say the risk of conceding a double goal is much greater than that of scoring one necessarily. Wembley. Well, Andrade.
I don't know what we're going to do when you're not here, Patrick, for the Brazilian pronunciations. Hope Tom Holmesreed has been studying Portuguese the past couple of days.
I think
That's all
so.
I'll say.
I think he's been boning up, to use your verb. Kelvin Oliveira trying to pull the strings. Given away there.
Rare mistake.
Absolutely, and the counter is now on for Alpacapa, or so we thought. So as you can see, Thomas, more than a minute's gone by. We had a shot on goal. We even had any sort of action areas at all. No real territory, no possession. Andreas Vaz trying to make something happen. Once again, perfect handling from Vittorio Gilli.
You know, I really like the way Andreas Vaz plays, that confidence, that always calling for the ball, and that's what you want from some players. Somebody who's not afraid in any moment to say, give me the ball, I'll take hold, I'll take the game by the scruff of the neck.
Indeed, it almost reminds me of another Brazilian, Andres Pereira, who used to play for Manchester United, where your younger brother, your middle brother, Luke works. Shout out to Luke Lawrence.
Thank you very much. He'll be happy about that. He likes the Kings League, as you can imagine. All sorts of culture, always following. So big shout out to the Lawrence family, if I can.
Great athlete in his own right with his High Rocks training.
Absolutely.
Here's Andreas Vaz staying on side this time. Andreas Vaz. It's only half cleared. Well, Vaz once again was offside, and I know you need to get into your Andy Gray role here, and this is where you say to me, Thomas or Patrick, he shouldn't really be offside there. He can look all the way across the line. And in speaking in a Scottish accent, I'm not only alienating a portion of our audience, I'm also sounding a little bit like Manuel Pascali, who we saw earlier on. Big fan of the Kings League Italy, and also an excellent seconda voce, a co-commentator for Lega Serie A.
Shout out to Manuel, who's very famous already in the, well, not only in the Serie A world, international world, but also in the Kings League Italia, plays a big role. Huge shout out to him, and the fact we think of him as Scottish is a testament, obviously, his playing career and his excellent English skills.
And we apologise for any bad language you might have heard there. Frenesi dropping the C word, which we don't condone, Thomas.
Don't agree with that in the workplace.
Final 10 seconds of the first half. This would be worth 2 if they can get the shot away. It's scuffed, headed clear by Well Andrade, back in. That was goal bound. And Josuildo Barata Jr. gathers the ball. And, well, we hate to say we told you so, but we are a little bit smug here in saying we predicted that there wouldn't be any goals, unfortunately, in that 3-minute window, and so it's come to pass, leaving us with a hard-time score of Alpacapa 1, G3X1.
Chance to take on fluids, though. Hydrate, thanks to Powerade. Pause is power, and they'll be looking to power up, that's for sure now, and also take on board not only fluids, but advice from the coaching staff. We'll try and also glean anything that's being said by the coaches and the players, and above all, the presidents, Patrick. They sometimes give some real insights, actually. I have to say, they're very good.
Well, I like it because it's a bit of a busman's holiday for me. In my other role as an interpreter, I do occasionally interpret from Portuguese into English. So it's a bit of a test for me. I'm more at home with continental European Portuguese, spoken in Lisbon and Porto, but we're going to hear from the Italian streamers.
Dura ragazzi, durissima, durissima. Adesso il capo è andato a caricare i ragazzi. Stanno pressando molto bene loro, stiamo difendendo molto bene, stiamo facendo fatica a ripartire, però l'atteggiamento è quello giusto, ci vuole un po' più di coraggio, ma la partita è ancora lunga, ragazzi. Forza.
Eccolo, Alessandro è arrivato,
forza,
comunque,
forza.
se volete. Ale, vieni, che siamo live.
Dobbiamo far bene.
È esattamente la partita che ci immaginavamo, esattamente la stessa.
Dai, si può fare. Questi vogliono mangiare la pasta in Italia, non mangiano un cazzo.
We're now here for the Brazilian team.
Rapaziada, tamo aí, né? Primeiro tempo, do mesmo jeito aí de ontem, time propondo, viemos para jogar futebol, estamos jogando futebol, 1 hora a bola vai entrar, velho. Agora, dado, quem sabe aí, né? Tamo pelo espetáculo e vambora, velho. Tamo felizes aí com o jeito que o time tá jogando, é continuar assim pro segundo tempo, né? Fala, Liminha.
Só falta o golzinho.
Só o golzinho?
É isso aí, é isso aí.
Vamos botar feliz?
Tô.
Mucho?
Sim.
Mucho?
Sim.
Tropo?
Sim.
Então bora. Vambora, rapaziada, é isso.
now we've got Roberto Campolunghi, who's actually the father of Luca Campolunghi, the president of Zebras Kings League. He's a content creator himself, would you believe it? So, like father, like son. Let's see what number comes up, Patrick, and then you can come in, obviously, the translations, if that's okay. The clueless, gormless Englishman here, the bumbling Englishman, no idea. So, waiting for you as we wait to see what comes out. Oh, I love this one. Love this one, Patrick. Love this one. One of my faves.
Absolutely. The King that's 1v1 plus goalkeepers, isn't it, if
yes,
I'm right?
You got it.
Absolutely. Well, we were privy to that dice throw live away to our left. And Thomas, you are being a little bit disingenuous. You are, once again, being very self-deprecating, as is your wont. I know that you understood much more of that Italian than I necessarily did. Once again, we apologise for the bad language. And he did eventually come back, Frenesi, but didn't really say a great deal. But they said it was exactly the sort of match that they imagined it would be, which is ultimately what was the key takeaway message. As for Gaulis, as Kelvin Oliveira's after this, he's got to the ball first. Gilli with the save. And excellent work from his partner in crime there, Chelsea, just making sure that he keeps the ball. He's got away from Kelvin, or so he thought. Still Chelsea, has he got the pace? Kelvin's not the quickest. He's given up the ghost. What a chance here for Chelsea, and Alpacapa round the keeper is he. Chelsea taking his time. Good goalkeeping from Barata Junior. Just coming back to what Gaules said. He said, we're trying to play football, we're trying to be positive in the way that we play the game. He said the goal will arrive over the course of 60 minutes. And here's a chance the goal might arrive here.
Right now, yeah. Tonton on the ball.
Ton Spider getting space to shoot. What a finish it is! Clipped majestically beyond Vittorio Gilli. We had a perfect angle of it there as Gaules goes wild, because we saw as he clipped the ball, even before it hit the back of the net, you knew it was destined for that very location.
His spidey sense, Patrick, it was tingling. It was telling him to go into that far corner. That was delicious, and I'm saying, because I'm also getting hungry for those chicken wings too.
But here's a chance, and dragged wide by Ronchi.
Dragged just wide, and just before that, Alpacapa with an opportunity, maybe just dithered that 1 second, that fraction of a second. Look, as you know, in these moments, as you can see that effort just moments ago, they make the difference, Patrick. The fine margins.
Very fine margins. Andreas Vaz is one of their best 1v1 players. He's dashed away here. Forced wide by Gilli, who came dashing off his line. Andreas Vaz will have to do it all again, but he's a confident player. He's got away here, Andreas Vaz, then tried to just dart across the side, or the front rather, of his opponent, to either force him to relinquish the challenge.
Oh, wow.
That's excellent work. What a chance. Straight at the keeper. Wasteful, really, from Hero Martinez. Better than that. And Alpacapa unable to respond to that goal that we saw from Ton Spider. This is Andracci. Andracci! Good save from Gilli. Now, Thomas, I notice it's a different player every time. Is that part of the rule with that king on the dice, or is this just the two teams keeping them fresh?
It's strategy, Patrick. You could stay on, you could stay on. Of course you could, but think of someone like Kelvin Oliveira, who's having to go backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. So it's a case of just strategy, Patrick, making sure you've got maybe your best man at the right moment.
And to think I could have been a little bit more crafty and cunning there, because Kelvin's answered my question for me. Kelvin's given it away. What a save from Barata Junior. But now Kelvin will have a free run at goal against Gilli. Kelvin Oliveira tried to be too cute. And back come Alpacapa. They've got 10 seconds. Can he get into a shooting position? He
Just don't give it away. I think that's what he's also thinking
good work.
about.
Still 2 seconds. It was a game effort. But Kelvin Ruffel.
He should be, yeah.
Frenesi disappointed, no doubt. That was the save from Barata Junior. Kelvin there just tried to roll the sole of his boot over the ball to skip round Vittorio Gilli. Nothing doing. 23 minutes have elapsed. G3X just about got their noses in front with the cortomuso.
It was breathless, I have to say, as it always is when you have that, the 1v1. I love it, actually, it's the 1v1 with the keepers on the pitch, but they can't come out of their penalty area, they can't be involved. So we all say we love a 1v1 also. But, you know, they take that also from the old basketball and when they do their sparring and their preparation, their training. So only the one goal then. Kelvin said Ruffel, but yesterday he left it very late and got a late goal. Will we see history repeat itself?
So we're now back to the full complement. 6 outfield players plus a goalkeeper, 7v7 all told. It will be that way for the next 13 minutes. Secret cards accepted. There might be a suspension which is played. We might see a suspension or a sin bin if a player picks up a yellow card, or dare I say it, a red card. We had that with a Brazilian player yesterday, Elton, as you like to call him.
Oh yeah, Elton Lucas yesterday, still standing though, good for him after that, and looking to hit back.
So here's Wembley.
And you can hear in the background the noise. The Italian fans really have not disappointed, always turning out the numbers for the Italian team. That's what you want, of course.
I don't know about you, this is a purpose-built air-conditioned facility. We've got 35 degrees out in the sweltering Milanese heat, but I'm starting to feel the heat a little bit more today. I think it's because, once again, Thomas, a sold-out Kings League arena.
Yep.
We're looking forward to seeing the number of devices as well. We had 400,000 plus on day one. At one stage, we were up to best part of 300,000, weren't we, on day two?
Correct.
We will get some data at some stage, but so much interest in this. From all four corners of the globe, you know, we've got the French sides here, the German teams, sides from Italy and Spain and Brazil.
Middle East, yeah.
And the Middle East too. This is Ronchi, still wearing that green armband. The ball was played. Ronchi slapping the turf in disgust. This is Ton Spider. It's run through for Andrade. Still Andrade. It's come off the post. It's still there. Stabbed against the crossbar. Astonishing save from Chile. It wouldn't have counted. The flag was up. Galvez can't believe it. But that was truly flipper, pinball stuff.
Oh, that was Kingsley at its very best, Patrick. And this, how do you describe this one? Full flavoursome indeed, with everything that was going on. Complete, a bit of everything there. The saves, the drama, the tension. That's what the Kingsley, in a nutshell. This has been a nutshell, baby.
One back by Rufino, and it's put in by Ton Spider. That's what you want with the high press. Mateus Rufino gets the praise of his colleague. Ton Spider gets his second goal. G3X is third, and all of a sudden they open up a 2-goal cushion.
He did it once, and now he does it twice. First time finish, this time into the other corner for Ton himself there. Just paying tribute to well, now former World Feed commentator, one of his famous lines, iconic lines. But I was going to say, Patrick, before I started to notice G3X, you can tell they've been here, they've done it before. Alpha Kappa maybe now starting to really feel the pressure compared to game one, where, you know, it's kind of like nothing, not as much to lose. Now they're really feeling it, I feel.
We're seeing that experience spin years here. We're seeing the nous that they've got. You know, they're not overawed by this partisan home crowd. And Rufino, who's just got the assist, finding Andrade here. They want another one. Andreas Vaz just had to hit the target. Gaules feels they're in the ascendancy, and he's right to as well, because not only leading by 3-1, but looking the more likely side to add more goals.
Indeed, and it was in the first half as well. They peppered the Alpha Kappa goal with chance after chance. The keeper, Gelli, pulling off a few miraculous saves. Can the save be miraculous, Thomas? Well, when Gilli's in goal, yes.
Well, we're seeing Marinho Filho wearing 4 coming on. He's more of a defensive specialist there. Just saw him clattering into a challenge there. G3X also trying to keep hold of what they have, conscious that this is a precious lead that they enjoy against Alpha Kappa. The last thing they want to do is invite the opposition back into this game, invite the crowd to make noise once again. But we do have the pink supporters away to our right. We've got Brazilians away to our left, enjoying it with the percussion as well. They've got the drums out. Drums out, guns out.
Patrick, and there are some big guns out there. The physical presence of those players, Kelvin Oliveira amongst them.
Down by Benedetti, gets the return. That would have been a stunning goal. Brought it down well on his chest, just couldn't wait for the ball to sit down, had to take it early, and as such, struck it too high and struck it over the top as a result.
Yeah, unable to replicate the feat of his performance in the first game against Neuros when he got that winning goal to get them over the finishing line in that match ball situation. Tip our hats again to Adidas. Again, get involved, guys. Plenty of prizes on display.
How many times have we seen that run from Andreas Vaz? He tried to pick his spot, meantime, did Mateus Rufino, but kept out by Chile. Hero Martin, meantime, across the face of goal, not a great clearance. Need to be careful of those challenges inside the box. Hero Martin, well done. Barata Junior. Hero Martin, in any case, was offside. It wouldn't have counted. But Alpha Kappa needs something here. The last thing you want to do is move towards that 36-minute mark, trailing G3X by 2. But again, we're seeing how solid they are defensively.
Oh, they're like granite. Solid as a rock indeed. Still trying to get on football cliches, as you can tell, Patrick. They're watertight. They are not going to be breached, this impregnable defence. Or maybe now.
Handball by Hero Martin, and again,
by the whistle.
We're seeing Kelvin Oliveira there, the aura that he possesses, because he just very casually appealed to the referee, said handball, and the referee immediately, I'm not saying it wasn't handball, I'm saying instinctively as a match official, you tend to trust him. Well, Andrade, again, frequently they've dragged that shot wide. I'd like to see them, I understand why they're going across the goalkeeper, they want to see if he spills into a dangerous area for the rebound. Just wonder whether they might be able to actually disguise and try and catch them out at the near post. Wonder whether Chile's a little bit weaker down to his left compared to his right.
Yeah, he's a big frame as well, maybe difficult to get down compared to those high up in those top bins, which you haven't seen them really look for.
You know who he reminds me a little bit of? The Verona goalkeeper, Lorenzo Montipò. Can you see that?
There's a lot of resemblances physically as well.
So that was why they were appealing for a free kick. They felt that Andrea Benedetti was sent tumbling as opposed to just falling of his own volition.
Well, the fact that G3X still hanging on to their secret car makes it maybe it's something like a penalty or a shootout, unless they're going to play it soon, because if it's a double goal, obviously it only counts for 4 minutes, Patrick.
Can I just take a moment to admire our abbigliamento as well, our apparel here. As you can see, you're wearing this custom-made biscuit Adidas t-shirt. Kelvin through the middle, tried to take it on the turn there.
Made in a minute as well.
We've got
design it.
Gabriel Messias. I don't think he's a relation of Junior Messias. They film Crotone Milan player.
Most recently with Genoa, I remember a stunning goal last season against Bologna in a great comeback. Against Inter, they're going to have last season. But anyway, we digress. We can talk about Seraphides. Oh, Patrick, you've got your answer, by the way.
Yeah, more than 300,000 devices tuning in, a shade over 305,000. As once again, the Kings World Cup clubs continues to deliver so much interest and intrigue. And as mentioned, Thomas, you with your biscuit t-shirt, me with my navy blue, but it's the team in white. Kelvin Oliveira et al. That lead by 3-1 after half an hour. They want a penalty. The officials are unmoved. They recycle it though for Well Andrade, who's tempted by the shot. Chile might not have been getting there. He wasn't required. It goes wide of goal. And now an issue for Mateus Rufino. And that's why the Brazilians to our left are actually gesturing for the VAR. Meantime, there's the cry of shame or fool, which is a lot more politically correct than some of the language used by Frenesi.
Oh, indeed. The Brazilian fans will have, you said, upset for that reason.
Paulo Schenzer wearing 17.
Yeah.
Is there anything in this? Well, I think there is.
I think that could be a penalty. The official is waiting for instructions.
One player only had eyes for the ball, the other only had eyes for the man, and actually pulled his shirt. It was almost a rugby tackle, almost a tap tackle round the hips as opposed to the ankle. Almost like touch rugby there.
Dennis.
And I think this could well be given as a penalty, in which case Kelvin might have the chance at 12 yards. Well, not enough in it, but it was touch and go. We could tell that from the amount of time it took, and no doubt relieved Mauro Micheli.
Yeah, I can only assume that maybe, you know, watching back on a replay, accentuating that contact maybe.
Here's Ronchi. Any goal of his would be worth 2. Ronchi, he could equalise with a nifty finish.
Whereas in real time, maybe there wasn't that much contact.
Yeah, that's what they always start with. We've spoken to referees, chiefs in the past. They always start with la dinamica where possible, real speed. Having also ascertained whether there's contact. Shot from deep is good. But Anta Junior made sure he just got distance on it, wasn't worried about catching the ball there, happy to push it out of play.
That came hurtling towards us, Patrick.
Taken my phone out there.
And old Pepe's hat off as well in the process.
Yeah, wearing a New York Rangers hat, not sure about that. There you go.
That's ice hockey, if I'm not mistaken.
Good knowledge.
Yes, I think
very
so.
popular with Joey Tribbiani of Friends fame.
Right,
I know you're not a huge Friends man.
Not a massive, but still, I know the classic episodes, that's for sure, and the main storylines.
So, we have played 31.5 minutes. That means we're still 3.5 minutes out, but we still got plenty more to come. DR7 up against
Underdogs, so another Italian team in action right away. Love it.
Perfect. And then in pain. They'll have that 2 minutes in. And finally,
Stallions.
against
Ultimate Mostoles.
Ultimate Mostoles.
Ultimate Mostoles.
Here's Andreas Vaz. What can he produce? Kelvin on the charge. Was there a pull of the shirt? Again, a no.
It's
and
tight,
Kelvin's reaction tells its own story. He's saying, stop, spera, wait. He wants that to be reviewed.
Guys,
we have had some significant
it's a
VAR
little
interventions.
contact,
We spoke
more little
about earlier.
contact.
Michael Hernandez wasn't there.
Yesterday,
Stop time, guys.
Initially,
Stop time.
the referee judged it to
that
be
was
a simulation.
Parceros,
yeah, against Fawaz. And then, thanks to VAR, it was actually overturned, and it was the player actually committed the foul who was given a red. Here we go, presidential penalty time. We're going to see Frenesi. We'll see if his shooting is better than his language.
Last touch there was off Ronchi. We will restart after this presidential penalty with an Alpha Kappa ball, but it's the Alpha Kappa Prez who went missing at half-time. He went down for a hard-hitting team talk, and then we missed his presidential message. There was someone who stepped in for him, but Frenesi never takes those sunglasses off. Reminds me of Gabrielle, the singer, albeit I think she had a medical reason for that.
This is just for fashion, if you can call that fashion, Patrick.
It's not a medical exemption on this case, but we shouldn't necessarily argue with it. There's a method to his madness. He scored his presidential pen on Matchday 1. Can he do likewise on Matchday 2? It was slotted neatly into the corner, but I think he's going to have his work cut out against Barata Jr.
I think he will, Patrick. And he knows it's a big moment as well. This is different to against No Rules, Patrick, when they had a big lead already and he just added to the lead. Whereas in this case, if he gets it, okay, narrows the gap. If he doesn't, still that 2-goal deficit. So the big pressure on this one.
And on the back of his shirt, he has Kefren, not to be confused with Kefren Turam, the younger of the two Turam brothers. And interesting there, Barata Jr. making him wait to take the penalty. Classic Kings League mind games here. But I have a hunch that Frenesi is going to score, and score he does. It's 2 from 2 at this Kings World Cup clubs, Italy, for Frenesi. The presidential penalty holds no concerns whatsoever for him, and it brings Alpha Kappa right back into the contest.
Dirty language, but clean finish from the president there. Never mind the mind games. Here's Frenesi. Look at that, almost Ronaldo CR7 style, wasn't it?
CR7, I prefer DR7, quite frankly.
Oh, well, who doesn't, Patrick? We're Kings League all the way.
Or Dr. 7. It's almost like an amalgamation of two popular soft drinks, isn't it? We won't quote them because we have our own beverage partners, I believe.
And thank you, Mr. Coca-Cola. When you want that refreshing taste, get a nice bottle of Coke.
Well, Andrade couldn't get there. That was a clearance that nearly became a shot. And now, Secret Kaji.
Now,
Cartão Segredo.
Mamma mia. Love it. Love it. I hope it's reverse penalty. We saw it yesterday for the first time.
Reverse. Reverse, remember that?
I do.
Crisscross. Everybody clap your hands.
Let's see what it's going to be, Patrick.
Penalty reverse.
It is the reverse penalty. Give that man a prize.
Thank you very much. I'm here all week.
Time.
I love it. I love it, Patrick. We'll explain exactly what it is in a moment's time because it's a very relatively new card, isn't it, Patrick? As there's a bit of complaints, isn't there, on the touchlines?
We saw it played yesterday, actually featuring a Brazilian player. That was João Pellegrini, who then very kindly stepped in and with Pellegrini, that Italian surname, helped Agnese to interpret. And I think it was with Lelici, wasn't it? Or was it Lipao? I digress. I think one of the two.
It was Lelici.
There you go. And he actually scored the penalty. He was a lesser spotted member of the cast. So what's happened here is G3X have actually nominated an Alpha Kappa player to take the penalty. If he scores, and the player in question is Gianmarco Massa Jr., then it remains 3-2. If he misses, it's going to be 4-2 G3X. It's Massa Junior, saved by Barata Junior in the tail, the battle of the two juniors. The senior man is Barata, and it's now 4-2 to G3X. Perfect use of the reverse penalty card from Gaules et al.
Yeah, Barata outwitting his opposite number from the penalty spot. They went for that stuttered start and that run-up, and it was a poor finish.
Can they respond, though? Alpha Kappa from the corner.
And it's great play of the secret card, Patrick, tactic. Just as soon as Alpha Kappa got theirs, played it right away, knowing that they can then restore that 2-goal cushion.
Andreas Vaz, that could be a yellow card. It goes from bad to worse. Thomas Lawrence immediately gesturing that he thought it warranted a 2-minute suspension. And that's basically the final 2 minutes or thereabouts of this regulation period before we move into the fortnight. Not fortnight challenge, in this case the fortnight match ball. But certainly this is very significant. And I was just thinking about the tabellino, the full-time match report, essentially, Thomas. It's interesting to know how we're going to denote this 4th goal for G3X. I suppose, technically, it's an own goal from Massa Junior, isn't it?
Exactly. It is exactly that, Patrick. And
Cutrignelli, the man, sin-binned, incidentally.
Given his, well, not quite marching orders as such, he maybe, you know...
Sent for a jog round the block.
Yeah, exactly, or sent to the naughty step. As he is there, so yeah, this continues playing. Do you think G3X...
Dishonourable discharge, or is that too much?
I like it, I know. It's spot on as always, Patrick. A night in the cell, let's put it that way.
Now, can they score here with Will Andrade? Kelvin in behind. Kelvin cuts back. Well got in his way. Well. Here's Andrade.
Ronald Reagan used to say well a lot.
Kelvin Oliveira on for Andreas Vaz off the crossbar. Desperately unlucky from the number 10. Mateus Rufino, meantime. G3X feel they can score again here. Vaz beaten to the ball. There's a man over here, but he only has eyes for goal. Terrific trickery, but he's denied by Barata Junior. So unlucky, Andrea Benedetti. That was fabulous work. But Gaules is called for the presidential pen.
This at one end, Patrick. Striking the frame with the goal, and then some individual solo brilliance at the other end. Keeper coming to the rescue. Now, presidential penalty. Can he follow in the footsteps of the Italian president a few moments ago? Make it 5. Or should I say 5?
Mambo number 5. He got it. So,
cricket, associated with cricket, I must admit. Anyway,
you can actually score 5 runs in cricket if the ball ends up hitting a helmet which has been abandoned, and yeah. Not just 4s and 6s.
Now the dunce is out.
Or 6s, as Paul Visca might say.
And the donkey, the dunce is out on the pitch. That is not maybe disparaging to anybody. It's actually the mascot, isn't it? And Gaules has his little one as well. That's cute.
Gaules looking a lot leaner than the last time I saw him. Looking very trim. And now getting the acclaim of Kelvin, who's his co-president. You know, Kelvin's literally like used to see in English football in the 90s, the player-manager Ruud Gullit and Glenn Hoddle at Swindon.
Vialli a wee bit temporarily, yeah. They did it with Chelsea actually as well, Glenn Hoddle. Anyway, we'll talk about the English football later.
Very impressed by Gaules, who turns up in full kit, at least with regards to the chuteiros, the boots, basically.
The cleats.
The cleats, indeed.
Over to you, Patrick.
This to make it 5-2. Big moment in the match. Gaules hits it wide. The presidential penalty is spurned. Disappointment for the Brazilians. Frenesi he is not. And Mauro Micheli and his Alpa Kappa side still in this game, because Gaules, the keeper, actually stood his ground there. Vittorio Gilli clearly knew something we didn't, and maybe that's why Gaules felt he had to drag it further away from goal. Benedetti needs to win the header. He's not. Well, Andrade, did he use his hand? Ton Spider! That would have been for the hat-trick. The referee, with some excellent officiating there, he's given it as handball, but what he did was he allowed the move to come to its conclusion in case he wasn't 100% sure. Therefore, the VAR could have yet overturned the goal had it been given as such. Excellent officiating. Ronchi running into trouble. Ronchi's got it back off Thiago Brito.
Still with that green armband to remind everybody of that as well.
But he's running out of time. If he's anything like Kelvin, he'll wait until 2 seconds remain to get that double goal. Kelvin with the flick, he'll get the return as well. Kelvin Oliveira, what can he produce? There's that familiar chop. No foul, he's gone down too easily. Rufino wins it back, Mateus Rufino. Coming back inside, Well Andrade on the turn, Kelvin in support, Kelvin in behind, he'll have to square it here. This is Well Andrade. Excellent defending. Ronchi now. Keeping possession, Alpa Kappa need a goal. They're struggling here against G3X. That came off a pink shirt last. It should be a G3X ball. It isn't.
At least we are now back at Alpha Kappa 7v7, suspension over.
Alpha Kappa unhappy here because Mateus Rufino wearing 8 has gone down, feeling he's winded, but it is a significant passage of play, so maybe mind games to allow his players just to regroup, to reset and get their shape back. We shall see.
Ronki's got to score, Patrick, because we're over 30 seconds and we go into that match ball situation. Or shootout, should Ronki score? So they've got to get the ball to Rocky. And you said, yes, give it to Kevin, give it to Kevin, give it to Ronki, roll it to Ronki.
Chelsea, Ronki, Welandragi, stolen possession fairly. He's got Ton Spider in support. Ton Spider made to hurry. G3X don't need to force it here. I think that's what Gaulis is saying. 10 seconds remaining till we move into the Fortnite match ball scenario, but hang on a moment. Ronki's in the middle. He went for goal, though that was the wrong option. Ronki's unhappy. He smashed the post in frustration, and it does mean that G3X will win this game by scoring a 5th goal. Alpha Kappa will need to score 3 without reply. Wrong decision from Mauro Veneroso.
Yeah, looking at the time on the clock, it's worth just trying to give the ball to Ronki, who was there. That was the key thing. Patrick, just this breaking play also allows me to tell you something. If you don't ever bring your console to the hotel next time, because we're obviously in Milan and we're enjoying our time here watching the Kings League, you can play Fortnite on your mobile now.
So we had the Fortnite Challenge at the top of the programme. Germany getting the better of France. This is the Fortnite match ball. A reminder, unless the scores are level, in which case we go directly to a shootout. If one team has the lead, they simply need to score 1 more goal in the remaining minutes in order to get the victory. We don't know how long it's going to be, but we do have the scale down. So we start with 5 outfield players and we lose one with every 60 seconds. So even if the game is tight and cagey, ultimately there will be enough space for one team to get that all-important match-winning moment. But it's for Alpha Kappa, Thomas, the home hopefuls here, the Italian side. They need to score 2 first and foremost to even force the game essentially into a next goal win scenario.
Exactly.
It is next goal wins regardless for G3X.
It is. They're in the strong position you want to be in. Of course, they are the favourites because of that 2-goal cushion. Andreas Vaz, always dangerous.
Andreas Vaz, he wants to do it all himself. He nearly did as well. So hard to stop once he gets moving, and he really hit his stride there.
He did. He was the man who got that winning goal in the match ball situation yesterday. Is he amongst the MVP candidate? Spider is, as is Kelvin, and Chelsea Gilly. Don't get confused with those two. One's a keeper, one's an outfield player.
Indeed, Chelsea and Gilly, the 2 players that started on the pitch for Alpha Kappa. Chelsea got the goal. Gilly started between the sticks. Kelvin, unsurprisingly, dominating the voting. Ton Spider, despite scoring twice, nowhere to be seen, which I think is a little bit unfair. It's Benedetti. Chance there for Paulo Scienza, didn't make the most of it. And 37 minutes have now elapsed, so we've lost a player.
Yep, spot on. Of course, the space will now open up, increasing, obviously, the team's chance of finding the back of the net. And again, we always speak about these situations, the Brazilians who fancy him to score, maybe a bit of football stereotypes, but that close ball technique, their futsal pedigree as well. Slightly different, of course, to Kingsley, but there are similarities. I think they've taken a little bit from that as well. So 5v5 has now become 4v4, so 3 outfield players plus keepers. Ton Spider on a hat-trick. Ton Spider for Kelvin Oliveira! That's the way to do it! That iconic celebration, that with the frio. Gaulis celebrates. Kelvin is certainly going to be MVP after that. He sure knows how to pick his moments. That Corona de Oro candidate once again this season, no doubt. And K9 showing his bite. Over. Stop. Kelvin Oliveira time. We know when it is, but it's the dying stages, Patrick. That's when he comes to life. Never gets flustered. He knows he's going to get that chance, and when he does, boy, he's going to take it. Pick that one out. Top bins, full-time score, then G3X marching on to the quarterfinals directly. Alpha Kappa, we don't say goodbye to them as yet. They will have another opportunity, but it's looking harder and harder for them to progress to the final 8. So compliments to G3X, the Brazilian side, now celebrating, lapping it up, and shortly we are going to be hearing from Kelvin Oliveira will be chatting to Agnese, Patrick.
It ends 5-2 then, courtesy of G3X. Alpha Kappa, a bridge too far for them on this occasion this evening. They were never really in the game after that early sparring session when each side scored 1 goal. With the early stages of the scale-up after that, the Brazilians flexed their muscle, and that means that they will now get some well-earned rest because they're straight through to the quarter-finals. It means they won't have to go via the last saloon, or the last chance round, the last chance saloon. But that will be the case for Alpha Kappa. They're still alive, and these Italian fans, if anything, they get them for an extra match.
That is a positive. You've always got to look on the bright side, always look on the right side of life, as a famous TV program and show once said in the 1970s, I think it was. Anyway, let's flash back to modern day life. As you said, they're lapping it up here, and unfortunately for Kelvin over here, he will have to be prized away in a minute, or fortunately because you have some chicken wings and the company of Agnese for him in a few moments' time. And in a few moments' time, we are going to have our second game, DR7 in action. Looking forward to that one in action against another Italian side in the form of the underdogs, or the underdogs, as Patrick likes to call them from time to time. Underdogs who are brilliant in their first game, sweeping aside La Capitale. The team presided over the president is the one and only Lamine Yamal, the donkey, the mascot, also there in the picture quite rightly. Moral support's important, and now we can say, because we are live here from Milan, if you didn't know, Kelvin Oliveira is trudging over, Patrick. It's his moment in the limelight once again in a few minutes.
He is. He's going to speak to Agnese very shortly. Let's hear from the MVP.
MVP of the second round, Kelvin Oliveira, 2 goals for this game. Did you expect to win this match so easily, and did you expect to go straight to the quarterfinals?
No, this match was not so easy, like you said. Alpaca have a really good team. The keeper is fucking good, and a lot of players, good players. And it was a good match. Our team is very smart in this game, and we are improving. And I'm so happy to be in the quarterfinals.
Are you planning to be top scorer too?
Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I need to win this championship, but top scorer, MVP, everything is good.
Perfect. We have a lot of good things here. Choose whatever you want to celebrate with your team.
I like hot.
Hot one? I think this one or the yes. Take them all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. See you later, guys.
Another day packed full of drama then in the Kings World Cup clubs. Next up, DR7 against underdogs. So back-to-back matches featuring Italian sides. Mame Diop with that hat-trick in the first game. Gianmarco Chironi got a couple of goals as well. He really impressed. And so it is an opportunity then for underdogs to reverse the trend. Thomas Lawrence, on the round one, we saw victories for all 3 Italian sides, didn't we? But now we've seen that first defeat for one of the home hopefuls, with Alpha Kappa going down there to G3X. They're hoping, therefore, the Italians in the arena, and there are plenty of those, the underdogs can get the better of DR7, who stunned Los Troncos in round one.
Yeah, exactly, Patrick. The intensity, the difficulty level is cranked up a notch with every single game. We saw that in the previous one. So for the underdogs, this is a very different challenge for them against the DR7 side, which is Boyd riding high after shocking Los Troncos and sending shockwaves across the Kings League universe. In the meantime, get voting, guys. for the 1v1. Who you want to see starting the game with a throw-off at the minute, not the drop-off from the cage. We've still a few technical issues with that. We're sorry about that because we know it's an iconic moment in the Kings League. We're also about to have the revealing of the Exodus secret card. Again, this is another iconic moment, talking of special moments, trademark, hallmark moments in the Kings League. They're being picked as we speak. And on that note, guys, speaking of Exodus, you have the chance to become the Galaxy's best player in an action RPG set in a unique sci-fi universe. Wishlist Exodus now, everybody. So, here are the starting lineups for DR7. As we said, they'll be looking to Jop to do it again. Jop to the hop hop and taking on the underdogs. And I promise there'll be Patrick, no puns when it comes to our canine chums. I promise you that. And now we will shortly find out who has won that poll, Patrick, who you guys have voted for the 1v1. We're going to hear the dulcet tones of Sabino.
Il pubblico ha deciso I protagonisti di DR7 Underdogs, che sono Elber Junior e Matteo Perotti.
There you have it then, as the countdown begins to our second game of 4 today in what is the beginning of round 2. These sides both won their first fixture. Can they make it 2 from 2? We've been joined by Agnese as well. She's alongside the casters, the Italian casters right now. So it's a full house here.
Get ready.
Full house here in the commentary gantry.
We are now up and running. The official tosses the ball into the air. There's the first bounce, and immediately a positive touch straight into his stride. Good work, though, from Job. Shooting opportunity for Chironi, potentially. Instead, he's lost the ball. It will surely be the opening goal. And it is safely deposited by Elber Junior for a fast start for DR7, picking up where they left off on Matchday 1.
And that is some way to silence the Italian fans. They've been deflated. They're actually calling for a VAR, Patrick. They feel there was something untoward in the build-up to that goal. I couldn't see anything, I'll have to be honest. We have to again say tip our hats and a big well done to Diop in that build-up, which then sparked that goal. The keeper came off and trying to get involved and then left a gaping hole to be exploited. So DR7 making a dream start, or so we think, because it could be chalked off, who knows?
It certainly could be, but the goal has been awarded. It does stand. Thumbs up from the officials. Now Chironi waiting for a player to join him. We saw Matteo Perotti initially. He's back on again. Chironi, Perotti wanted to hit that first time. The ball was a little bit too pacey. Chironi now with the chance, round the keeper and into the net. That's why he's a goal-scoring goalkeeper. Not many get the better of Job, but you can add the name of Gianmarco Chironi to that list.
Patrick, we've been singing the praise of Job with his goal-scoring abilities, his prolific nature. Well, Chironi saying, I can outmatch you. I'm not afraid to go toe-to-toe.
And now Diop, joined by a couple of colleagues. Might be tempted to go himself, Diop. He's forced Elber Junior a little bit wide. They've got Mateus Chaverino now on the pitch. Chironi from distance, dropped back into his box. Could have used his hands, didn't need to.
Love it, Patrick. I love this early stage, the space. Especially you've got two forward-thinking keepers.
Chaverino with space, and he's dragged it wide. There was an opportunity there. Chironi was not tempted on this occasion to go for goal. Lincoln Oliveira joins us again, so a heavy Brazilian presence on the pitch, despite this being a game between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Italy. Perotti, nice drop of the shoulder. Diop with the save. Perotti unable to get to the rebound. Chaverino back for Elber Junior. And once again, showing his class, Mame Sheikh Diop.
Keep an eye on him on this right-hand side, Patrick.
Diop with the disguise. Diop with the step over. Chaverino might be better served shooting. They want passive play. Lincoln Oliveira leading the appeals there. Elber Junior round the sides. Should be a corner.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, Patrick. For Diop, there's a lot of pressure because we've all been talking about it. We've been praising him constantly. This is a big moment for him psychologically as well. Is it Lincoln down in the meantime? We are live here, so we can also maybe reveal things that maybe that aren't on your screen. Reminder, we're live from Milano, as we were a year and a half ago for the Kings World Cup Nations. The beautiful Milano, guys.
Home to both of us.
And it has been for some time. It's where careers have been forged. And hopefully mine won't end here after some of those deadly dad punts.
So it remains 1 apiece between DR7 and underdogs. DR7 once again on the offensive. And Awan's shot is pushed away. Chironi with the save. Diop has to get back. This is Matteo Rossi running out of pitch. Did he keep it in play? He did. He's still got the ball. He can square it for Lincoln Oliveira to make it 2-1 to the underdogs. Lincoln once again a scorer twice on Matchday 1. He grabs another goal on Matchday 2.
Keeping a cool head there. Lincoln with a cool finish. They're not going to lose their heads. They're not going to get flustered. They're going to take a leaf out of the Brazilian sides when they maybe trail and keep on pushing. Very, very good finish.
It's proving very fruitful, that olive tree. Kelvin Oliveira earlier on, now Lincoln Oliveira. And Awan once again with a rather wasteful effort in response from DR7. And maybe they've met their match in the underdogs. And I do like how humble underdogs are in terms of the way they've branded their entire franchise. You know, going into every game saying that we're not actually the favourites. Well, they overturned the favourites, didn't they?
They did indeed. They did indeed.
They do it again. So too did DR7 against Los Troncos. That could have gone anywhere. It's flashed into the wing stop area there. Now 6v6 after 4 minutes have passed.
So soon will be with that full complement, which also means the teams can play their secret cards and their presidential penalties as well. So we saw in the previous game very early on.
That's a lovely ball from Rossi. Diop, though, read it perfectly. You sense that there isn't a star player card. Alakili barged over by Lincoln Oliveira, who just stepped across the ball. It's a fair challenge, but typically, if there is, well, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I? The 5-minute mark is when we'll see whether they might see the secret card. So we could see the star player. Typically, if they immediately play that secret card, it's probably because they want to give as much time as possible to the player that will then be bestowed with that green armband. And might be camouflaged here, really. Camuffato with the green shirt of the underdogs as the final 5 seconds of the first 5 minutes tick down. Which secret card is going to be drawn? Is it going to be drawn? No, it isn't.
Not for the moment. And on the subject of the underdogs, I must say I'm really a big fan of Lincoln. Oh, it has been called, Patrick. It has been called. So
we jumped the gun, didn't we?
Just another complete player, brings that bite, but also brings that quality. And that's not quality, far from it. Yellow.
Canhoto given a yellow card, so another of the Brazilians there. It's a 2-minute suspension for him, and this is why. Kicking out. Maybe a bit harsh, but couldn't really get to the ball. It's more that scissor motion, that left foot coming out and catching Faris Al-Maleh.
And coinciding with the calling of the secret card by DR7 as well. So this maybe could really go into their hands. Star player, hence why it's been called so early, Patrick. And now they've got that numerical advantage as well.
I think Alakili could be the man. We saw him in the Fortnite Challenge as part of that shootout.
Yes.
Certainly very accomplished.
This is the number 19, then they've opted
Abdullah
for,
Alakili.
Yeah, another one we spoke a lot about in our pre-match show yesterday, Dim, with that internet, 2 days ago, should I say, I beg your pardon, as well as yesterday. We always speak a bit about him, that international experience that he brings to the cause, and that's why they've given him that green armband as a real badge of honor, an arm of honor, armband of honor.
So DR7 looking to equalize here with a man advantage. Cabezas try. They have to track back all of those green shirts behind the ball, trying to keep it tight.
Yeah, they've got to, Patrick. They've got 1 minute and 35 to do so as well.
Al-Maleh. On it goes from Chaverino. This is Alakili with the green armband. Capesa could have fed it through, but his teammate was offside, which is why he delayed the pass and decided against it.
Well, the Kings League men are champions, then they're trailing. Not quite the blistering display so far that we saw against Los Troncos, but still plenty of time to come to life.
Could do with getting the Regia on the scenes away to our left in the stands behind the goals. Terrific support from the underdogs.
Great music as well.
Good try, goal bound, on the rebound, kicked away. I know you love it on the rebound.
Oh, I do, Patrick. Thank you for that homage to one of my favourite lines. And we have
Tommy homage.
We have is it a trombone as well? Or trumpets, trombones, it might be a cornet. We've got the full brass out on display.
Missing a French horn.
Who's directing that orchestra?
Take forward, brought down by Rossi. Good balance there from Pedroso. Or Prezioso, I should say. Mario Prezioso. A precious piece in the crown. A jewel in the crown.
Talking about precious, I'm looking across to the VIP area, see if I can say any famous faces. We saw obviously the brilliant Campo Luoghi a few moments ago rolling the dice, or about 20 minutes ago by now, but trying to spot someone else, Pat. You know me, I'm an autograph hunter.
Cabeza's gone down, he was caught there by Mario.
I like a selfie as well. I like a selfie as well with a famous face for my collection. Post it on my social media, which is non-existent.
TR7 still pursuing a leveler. He loves to shoot from range. That was awkward there for Chironi. Once again, Nawaf Arwan wearing 4.
Well, that was impressive indeed, Patrick. Just as
on the
impressive
burst.
About the fact that we in the Kings League, you saw it a few moments ago, we can offer you a signed jersey by Lamine Yamal. If you want to win it, though, you've got to play the Kings League Picks games, which you saw a few moments ago.
Arwan with the try. Chironi so far has been equal to anything that Nawaf Arwan has thrown at him, or kicked at him quite literally. Here come the underdogs, pursuing a third goal to enjoy a 2-goal cushion. They've given away possession before then potentially winning it back. There was a foul, though, on a DR7 player.
There's been a lot of movement in our commentary gantry behind the scenes.
Just bring out the packet lunches.
Yeah, we've had Agnese come forward here, another full flavour replay. And a full save there, the full works from Diop, diving down at the feet there of Lincoln.
Faris Almale couldn't get the ball back. Lincoln Oliveira doing the work. Jorginho nearly gave away possession. Not high quality so far in this match. Not that underdogs necessarily care. They are the team in charge with regards to the scoreline.
Well, for them, it's just about getting over that finishing line with whatever result, as long as they win.
Loves that, does Perotti. The drop of the shoulder, and there's the finish to follow. Wonderfully done by Matteo Perotti, and it's now 3-1, and no wonder there's that reaction as well from Irosso alongside Mirko Cisco. Brilliant solo goal.
Soloist there. We've got the orchestra playing away, but he's going for the solo there, and what a solo it was. Catching everybody's attention. Brilliant piece of individual brilliance. They needed a bit of magic, and they got that little bit of magic there. The underdogs there just when they needed it, just to stretch that lead further. And there's Cisco, not to be confused with Cisco, of course. Big favourite of mine. And Il Rosso there, the red man, the red. Also enjoying it. And we also saw a looky-likey too, talking about red. Mick Hucknall in the house. It's just a looky-likey, though. It is not, unfortunately, the great singer of the wonderful group that I'm a big fan of, Simply Red.
Il Rosso, quite simply red. And yes, I think that was a tribute to Andy Pickering, was it, that I heard there on the mic?
Yes,
yeah, our
big fan.
Good friend from Stoke, former broadcaster with us on the Italian World Feed, now based in Sardinia, the wonderful
Lucky him.
capoluogo of
Lucky him.
Quando facciamo gol, occhio che finiamo su Dazon.
Tranquillo, però.
Matteo.
So Il Rosso, they're correctly pointing out that there are certain domestic broadcasters taking our feed, and they need to be a little bit careful of what they say and how they say it. If only that message would be relayed to Frenesi, who is, however, flawless from 12 yards with regards to his presidential penalties. 2 from 2 for the Alpa Kappa Presi.
And we'll see him in action then in the last chance for them. Underdogs don't want to be going to that last chance, far from it. They want to be marching through, joining G3X to become the second team to go straight through to the quarterfinals, the final 8 of the Kings World Cup clubs, Italy 2026. So far, so good, I have to say, for them, for the men in green.
Here's Jorginho, saw him score on match day 1. That ball is smashed up in towards the roof, but it didn't touch anything there, which is why we'll just restart with a goal kick. That takes some doing, let me tell you, because you've got all sorts of metal stanchion and I don't even know the terminology, but lights and the whole impianto elettrico.
I like it. Hey, if in doubt, revert to Italian, Patrick.
Yeah, it seems to be the way of things these days. You know, you've been in a country too long when you're starting to forget your mother tongue.
Forget your English, Patrick. Oh, calcs, please. Wait, so a bit of a lull in the game. Two teams just cancelling each other out, which is why that moment of magic a few minutes ago was so good. Maybe more to come.
Flicked on, flicked over the keeper. Jorginho off the crossbar. So unlucky. They worked it well there. Jorginho's been caught meantime. It's a penalty. Well, I thought the challenge came outside the box, but instead it is a spot kick. And now it's kicking off. Mario Prezioso getting rolled up with Diop. All of the referees and officials getting involved. The assistant trying to keep it quiet there. They went very close to scoring an open play. Jorginho's header coming off the crossbar, but in the end, they will get the chance to get the better of Diop, who's still trying to claim it shouldn't be a penalty. Let's see what happened here.
Break it down, dissect it first. You said
Rossi over the top, Jorginho against the crossbar. And yes, it was clearly inside the box, but he fell outside the penalty area. Excellent, clumsy. The referee, Johnny on the spot.
It was clumsy, Patrick. You just can't do that. No. You just cannot do that.
So, Matteo Perotti, who scored that third goal.
And what a goal it was, might we add. Looking to add a second. Yeah, you can. That's stonewall for me, Patrick. Just clattered into him, nowhere near the ball. Just gone full into the player.
The offender.
And it's dangerous as well. He could have really seriously hurt him with the studs as well. I don't know why there are complaints. The decision's been given. Had they seen what we just seen, they would have known better not to complain. Now we'll see whether Diop can keep the cushion to just 2.
So Perotti already scored one of Underdog's 3 goals, the most recent one. He's looking to make it his second and their 4th. After great work from Jorginho. Matteo Perotti, saved by Diop, underlining his status as arguably the best goalkeeper in this competition.
When they needed a hero, he stepped up there. He keeps their hopes alive, Patrick. They could be caught into action again, though.
Taken short for Kironi to strike it. Skafti's out of goal now. Big slice from Ehab Huba, who we saw in the Fortnite Challenge a few days ago.
Yeah, we did. Luckily for the keeper, for Kironi, there was another miss here a few moments later. Otherwise, that could have spelled trouble. That going away back into the contest for TR7. Oh, Patrick, great news. We've chatted about it all the time. We're getting closer to 400,000.
Yeah, just a shade under 400,000 unique devices across all channels. A reminder, so many channels we've got. You can watch us on YouTube, you can watch us on a whole host of different social media platforms, and we are a multilingual organization. We've got colleagues in Italian just yards away from us on our right. We've got Portuguese-speaking colleagues, French-speaking colleagues as well, and of course the Spaniards, who can forget them, the true home of the Kings League.
It is, Patrick. It is, as we said, very much like a family. Maybe in my case, I don't speak any of the languages, but we get by with a bit of English, and we get by with a little help from our friends. I do. Patrick, who's there alongside a personal translator at times. It's great, like a young Jose Mourinho with Bobby Robson. Me, of course, being Bobby Robson, and Patrick with a stellar future ahead of him.
Bobby Robson, who was also a mentor to Andre Villas-Boas.
Oh, wow.
Who was a neighbour of Bobby, rather intrepidly went along and knocked on his door and said, hello, Mr. Robson. Could I have some advice? Could I have a job? Ended up getting the top job at Chelsea, worked with Mourinho at Inter as well.
He did
AVB, and then had a career as something a little bit different. He's now the president of Football Club de Porto, FC Porto, where he famously had them unbeaten for a season. Jorginho nearly won it back there. He also took part in the Dakar Rally, Thomas.
Wow, the jack of all trades.
Famous car race. Given away here, stolen, or so he thought, by Perotti, but a chance maybe for Al-Akili. Hooper's shot is deflected behind, though.
Yeah, there was an optical illusion in the end. I thought it had trickled in just at that near post, as you can see here, but fortunately for the underdogs, it went out.
Back it goes. Al-Maleh, not very good, if we're being perfectly honest.
Just so we haven't seen really much of Al-Akili. Sometimes that is the case. Obviously, that the focus is going on marking him even tighter.
You've got a target on your back, haven't you? Good pace from Rossi. Tried to find the net rather than Jorginho. Would have been better served. Trying to tee up his teammate, and that's why Jorginho's now shaking his head and looking frustrated. An apologetic hand coming out of shot there from Domenico Mimmo Rossi.
Approaching that 16-minute mark, so just a minute and a bit to go, Patrick, before we go to goals worth double.
Jogs ball forward, clever hold-up play, no end product though. And all of a sudden there's a possible overload here for the underdogs through the middle. Rossi goes down, Jorginho on the loose ball, Diop can't get there. The tidying up is done though by Osama Babdullah.
Yeah, real scramble there, chaotic passage of play, all happening really. Diop though, quick to spring off his line. Don't know if he got a glove to it or not. Then fell kindly for DR7, a chance for them to clear their lines. We're now into the final 30 seconds or so.
Given this scoreline, you just start to wonder whether we can begin talking up underdogs as potential winners overall of this Kings World Cup clubs, because they're on course for 2 straight wins, and they're making light of a team that battered Los Troncos, the reigning champions, on match day 1. So this is a real statement performance once again, the second such statement performance from underdogs after their opening victory.
Yeah. Against La Capital, you're right. You just wonder though whether it's that sort of psychological pressure for DR7 having the first game nothing to lose, no one really knew too much about them, shall we say, on the international stage, and now they're having to try and replicate it a lot harder. That means we have a quick turnaround, Patrick, and then the teams will re-emerge or return and step back onto the pitch. Goals will be worth double. Interesting to see how underdogs maybe plays, because they're very much on the up. They're full of confidence. If they get a goal now, 4-goal cushion, that'll put them really cruising towards the quarterfinals, unless they want to say, well, let's not run the risk of opening ourselves up. This is a curious one. I mean, we've seen most teams always adopted for that cautious approach so far.
I'm willing to make a little wager with you. I think any time, well, it's not a wager, it's just a pledge from me to buy you a beer or two. Anytime we have a goal...
Patrick, you know I don't drink.
In the remaining... Yeah, he drinks. Anytime we have a goal in the remaining matches where I'm still here, so including this one, so still 7 more matches in this 3-minute window, I will, for every goal there is, I will buy you half a pint of lager.
Oh, lovely jubbly.
So there's scope for potentially 3.5 pints, but you won't be drinking all of those given you are behind the wheel.
Absolutely.
But you never know, it might get you up and running here. Other drinks are accepted, but I do know you're a beer man. I'm more of an IPA man, IPA, Indian Pale Ale. Well, interesting. They're really getting into it, these underdogs fans, saying DR7 do one, I think is the politically correct version of what they were saying. In Italian, they would say mandare a quel paese, send them to that place, shall we say. But yeah, they basically said DR7 do one.
Yeah, they're taking it seriously, maybe going a bit beyond what is acceptable, as that's loops and spirals out on that far side. It's been a minute, not even a chance on goal. We hoped.
Are you saying that my beer money is safe? That I don't need to necessarily give you too many beer tokens?
Not at this stage, Patrick.
No Gitoni. Diop Good hit, good save. Lincoln Oliveira doing the tidying up to good effect as well. You can see that Thomas once again has an eye for a player, but Lincoln's given it away. An opportunity perhaps. Surely it will be. It is put home by Elber Junior, his second goal, and all of a sudden that now means it's 3 each, and it's half a pint to Thomas Lawrence.
And I thank DR7 for that, and I also have to thank the underdogs as well, Patrick, because they only have themselves to blame. They're in possession, clear your lines. They didn't, Patrick. They tried to be too fancy, play it out from the back, and that is the result.
Well, of all the times to try and build out from the back, don't do it in that 3-minute window when there's precious amber nectar on the line, and you are enjoying a 2-goal cushion, crucially, as well. Yeah, underdogs doing so much of the heavy lifting to enjoy that 2-goal cushion, and yet they've come unstuck. That's why these power plays are so important, and that's why teams are pretty adept, the best teams in the Kings League format, at just turning up the heat, turning on the style, upping the ante when these particular moments come into play. And you wouldn't necessarily bet against them in the next 30 seconds, the Saudi side from scoring again.
Exactly. No, they've squandered that healthy 2-goal cushion. They've shot themselves really in the foot there. They'll be bitterly, bitterly disappointed with that. And DS7 are right back in and got momentum now on their side.
And they've got 10 seconds or so. Now Afarwan with the ball in! That could have been so crucial had he found the net, David Brinquinho. But instead, it's just over the top. And a big sigh of relief now for the underdogs.
Huge sigh of relief. That should have been another goal, and it should have been DR7 turning it around. It wasn't to be. They will be now going into this half-time break. Actually, disappointed. A few seconds ago, happy that they're level, and now thinking, well, actually, we could have been even further ahead. Will that be a sliding doors moment? Only time will tell. Patrick, over the course of this game, confirmation then that it is half-time. There was a little, I think, just a few moments in which DR7 were questioning whether something was awry in the build-up, and they're taking on board the Powerade, some hydration right now, not just words of advice from the coach. Pause is power. We're going to take a pause as well, Patrick, in a moment, and try and listen into what's being said by the respective presidents, and I'll be looking to you as well, Pal, to potentially then translate afterwards.
فايزين باذن الله اننا فايزين. ثقوا فيني وثقوا في الرجال اللي موجودين، باذن الله اننا نفوز، باذن الله اننا نفوز. ما راح يعدون، ما راح يعدون. ما جينا هنا نتمشى.
Mi sentite? E non vi sento perché ci sono gli underdog che stanno facendo un casino, guarda, è folle. Grazie, forza underdogs. Li carico ragazzi, niente domande, siamo concentrati. Testa. Sempre. Vai raga, vai.
Well, I'll get Patrick in a few moments' time. Now we have Joe Bastianic, who's a very famous face, not only in Italy, also internationally. Famous person, entrepreneur, chef, he's done it all. And he is going to be rolling the dice. Great to have him here. Not just figures from the game, also figures from outside of the Kings League and the world here. And sporting a lovely wing stop cap as well. And it's my favourite, Patrick, that 1v1. And I've just been told also by the regie about the Italian. He didn't want to take any questions because of the pressure right now. And also he said the underdogs fans are making too much noise.
They are certainly making a real racket away to our left, and they're topless as well. Some of them probably get away with being shirtless, others less so. No fat shaming.
Few dad bods.
No fat shaming for me. I'm talking more about their complexion. Not all of them are bronzed. But we move in to the second half, the start of this opening 3-minute period. And with it, we have this situation whereby the dice has been rolled and the king came up, didn't he? Which means it's 1 per man in terms of outfield players, plus a keeper as Chironi has to track back. Risky there from Brinquinho.
Yeah, lucky that didn't come in that phase in the match ball phase. Otherwise, with a yellow and that shootout which we saw on day one, again, just to try and recap some of the rules. If those situations, say for example, you do commit a foul worthy of a yellow card,
Well, it is
and
a
it is
shootout.
exactly that, but not a yellow card. That's what I was just trying to get to. And this is not a yellow, but it's a shootout. So I was going the long way around. I should be more direct, more just straight to the point.
It's foolish. This is Domenico Rossi. Diop with the save. There's just no getting around him.
You can't, Patrick. You can't. He did have a bit of a shaky start to the end by his very high standards, but he's certainly grown into it and showing his primary job is keeping the goals out.
Such an accomplished keeper is Mame Cheikh Diop. Here's Brinquinho with space to shoot, drags it wide. Not really made too much of an impression so far, David Brinquinho, especially as he awarded that shootout the way of the underdogs. They were unable to recapture the lead, having squandered the advantage with that goal, which was worth double, scored by Elbers Jr. He scored 3 goals all told. Meantime, Perotti forced wide. Diop's got the ball, and it's going to be a 1v1 for that man, Nawaf Awan. Nawaf Awan, saved by Kironi, and Perotti is back.
Yeah, lung-busting run from Perotti. I think he's now trying to have another dart, have another go, and he's done it.
Perotti's away. He's gone down too easily, told to get to his feet. What a chance now for Nawaf Awan. Can he finish this time? Awan, he can't. And Gianmarco Kironi showing twice against Nawaf Awan that he's equally good from 1v1 situations.
Oh, he made himself so big there. In the meantime, still stayed down. This is why he was complaining. He felt that should have been a foul and subsequently a shootout, as we saw a few moments ago. It wasn't to be. I have to say, it would have been very soft looking on that replay, Patrick.
And occasionally us commentators, you know, we think in our mind, we probably don't say it on an open mic, but you just want to think to yourself, get up. And that was what went through my mind there. It was a case of, come on, Perotti, you're better than that.
Yeah.
You can stay on your feet, and he actually still had the ball. He had the edge. There was no reason to go to ground. He will probably be arguing that's a mitigating circumstance. If say to the ref, why would I go down if I've actually got the edge? But I think it was soft, and I think the referee once again spot on. I have to say, of all of the players and everyone involved out there on the pitch, I think the officials have been exemplary.
Absolutely, and luckily for Perotti, there was Kironi in goal to spare his blushes.
Here's Elbers Jr. already scored 2 goals that have been worth 3. Can he get a third that would give a 4th to TR7? Elbers Jr. running out of time. Passive play is a prospect. Elbers Jr. needs to get a shot away. Elbers, wide it goes.
Yeah, it was very difficult from that kind of angle, Patrick, but he had to get that shot away because of the call for that passive play. You've got to be direct. You've got to show that attacking intent. Another one of the rules we've been speaking of, pinched, shall we say, or borrowed from handball and other sports as well. Now Lincoln, is it Lincoln or is it Jorginho?
It's Lincoln Oliveira, great pace. Lincoln went for the ding. That was an optical illusion there for you momentarily, Thomas.
Yes.
You thought he'd found the net, but once again, just like the previous ever we saw, it was so wide it went out for a throw-in.
It's one of those things, isn't it? Sometimes when you're watching at home as well, you think it's going one way and it goes the other way. It was very much like that, but lovely blistering pace.
Here's Cabeça in an all-Brazilian matchup. Again, Kironi kicking it out of play. Loves to use his feet, much like Edwin van der Sar, the former Ajax, Juventus, Manchester United and Fulham goalkeeper.
Oh yeah, when you forget that.
Champions League winner with Ajax. He was part of the Netherlands setup for many years as well.
No, fantastic nod to the past. I enjoy it, Patrick. Our nostalgia, whether it be Serie A, Italy or international.
And to think, Thomas, you and I were speculating as to whether we'd have a goal in that 3-minute window at the back end of the first half. I never thought we would have this particular dice situation, the one coming up, and yet we don't have a single goal in remains 3-all. Just shows defences, or rather goalkeepers, on top.
Yeah, and well, sorry, because we had a shootout as well. So, and we have to also say a big well done to the keepers as well. Kironi and Diop were playing their part in ensuring there were no goals, but it was full of thrills and spills. The spectacle there, as always, as you expect. Another very, very quick turnaround. As you can see, the countdown just 5 seconds. So coaches one last chance to get their message across, and then we're back to the full contingent.
I am going to press you. I'm going to literally press you for a winner. Which way is this game going to go?
DR7.
DR7, yeah. Wow, so he thinks the trend of the Italian teams losing
on
day 3 is going to persist. We shall see.
I do, I just think that could have been a real turn. Well, I think it was, in my opinion, a turning point, that underdog squandering, fumbling. That, love it, I love it. I love it. I'm not quite sure what it means, but you have to help translate it. But just that fumbling that 2-goal lead psychologically, and DR7 since then, they do look at different outfits. It's a confidence game.
Well, that's a costly slip. Jorginho nearly pounced. He wanted to help with the press. He was looking towards Alessandro Cannavaro, not to be confused with Cannavaro. That shot was on target from Lincoln Oliveira.
Wasn't he, Cannavaro, over the recent World Cup?
He was indeed, along with our friend Rolando Bianchi, and as part of his start he had his younger brother Paolo.
Very nice.
Formerly of Napoli, but above all Sassuolo. Ball over the top is a good one for Elber Junior, who's brought it down. He then tried to loft it. We've got a different goalkeeper, but he's just as talented between the sticks. I'm talking about Roberto Tagliento. You see what I did there?
I did, Patrick. I love the play on words, and I love that confidence from Elber Junior there to try that, just to chest it into its stride, and very nearly a fourth for DR7.
Well, if underdogs are to get a result, you sense so much of their hope will rest on those broad shoulders of Lincoln Oliveira.
They will, Patrick. He is,
have we seen Lincoln as part of the Brazil national team?
Yes, we have, yeah. Yeah, a year and a half ago, we had the honour.
Time and space here. Can they make the most of it? They should have done. It's a big miss. Did everything right, did Ahab Hooper, but unfortunately couldn't finish, having got the return pass as part of that give and go.
Yeah, they're slicing their way through the middle there. You expect them to at least hit the target from that range. Also, maybe go with your left boot.
Go with your left boot.
Spectators,
so more
Patrick.
than 500,000 in terms of unique devices. Incredible.
Wow. Our record so far. For the tournament, I mean, for this tournament.
Peaking at the right time. You are at the peak of your broadcasting powers, in your pomp, to quote Ron Atkinson.
Not for me, Clive. That was Ron, wasn't it? Or was
Andy Townsend,
Oh, was it? Ah, never mind. Never mind. But he was, obviously, that was a great duo, I must admit, as well. We're harking back, aren't we? We're going way back now. Many might not have been, but a lot of these presidents weren't born when we were listening to those commentary greats.
Oh, Cagnotto's made a real mess of it. Good work from Tagliento.
He's done well, Patrick.
They want a penalty, but there was nothing wrong with the challenge. Elber Junior going down, but Cagnotto, who got a yellow card and a suspension in the first half, again, just turned into trouble there.
Yeah. I said they're just shooting themselves in the foot in those key moments for me, Patrick. I don't know why. Maybe lack of experience at this level, that know-how. But DR7 also.
Alakili was tripped. That might be a yellow card. Jorginho, that was a little bit cheeky. They're saying it should be a suspension and therefore a sin bid, because that's clearly from behind. It got past him.
I can see their point, Patrick.
Mischievous.
I can see their point.
And just to be clear, be clear, it is mischievous. I know a lot of people say mischievous. I've never understood that. They're adding an extra I.
I am guilty of that. I am, yeah. That's why I went. That's why
it's gone quiet.
That's why I went a little bit silent. But listen, a couple of very hairy moments then for the underdogs, for the fluffy fur of the underdogs. A few moments of scares and
do the underdogs have
fear.
A soft underbelly?
Yes, it will be
Junior trying to expose that now. Can he find the target first and foremost? Elber Junior! He did find the target, but wonderful work once again from Roberto Tagliento from Salento. I don't know if he's from Salento.
It would be great. He has been dubbed the man from Salento just because it rhymes, and we like Patrick's rhyming power.
Or maybe he's from Cilento. Have you ever been down there?
Oh, wow.
Cilento, the southern portion of the Campania region, heading towards the Calabrian border.
I don't think I've certainly driven through it, Patrick.
Resorts include Palinuro.
I've never had the honour, the privilege, the satisfaction of doing so. At the minute, there's no satisfaction for the underdogs. Can they get some satisfaction? They can't get any.
We saw a lot of Sir Mick Jagger at the FIFA World Cup recently.
He was at the Argentina game, I think.
He was. Still recording, still producing records, still touring as well.
Yeah.
Into his 80s now, I think, Sir Mick.
Incredible, still going strong.
And Ron Wood as well.
they really are examples for us all, especially when I may be complaining of a bad back at 38.
Great ball from Diop. Elba Junior. What can he produce? Elbow around the side. Gorgoglione. Perotti now. Running out of pitch. Good close control. Fair challenge coming in from Ehab Huber. There's a character in Desperate Housewives called Huber. Martha Huber.
That is very good knowledge.
Not one of the main ones.
I like your mainstream cultural knowledge,
Not the likes
Patrick.
of Gabrielle Solis or Lynette Scarvo, Susan Meyer.
They do maybe ring a bell.
Or Brie van der Kamp.
I like Terry Hatcher's character.
Susan Meyer.
That's, you are spot on.
I was more of a Gabrielle Solis man. Eva Longoria, I know. Mainstream.
Yeah, I was good. The niche for me. Those picks you wouldn't maybe expect.
So, 29 minutes or thereabouts on the clock, 3 each between DR7 and Underdogs. Underdogs will be frustrated, but they could yet score here. They'll be frustrated because technically their opponents have only found the net twice, but one of those goals came during a period when goals were worth double, hence why it is 3-3. And a reminder that F50 and Predator, you can either cause chaos or take control. You can choose either one of those boots. And a reminder, certain players have been allocated to wear those footwear, and at the end of the competition we're going to tot up all of their points because there are various points allocated for either goals or assistências, assists, and other things as well. I think shootout and penalties, Thomas. That's right, isn't it?
Exactly. Make your choice. We have said that Patrick is the Predator man, doesn't want to be the prey, and I am the F50 man.
Does sound like a some sort of advanced bit of machinery.
Yeah, I know, it sounds like a jet.
Certainly not weaponry. Well, yeah, something with wings. Aerodynamic.
Well, with those F50s, you do start to really fly down the wing. That is for sure. They are light and nimble, as if you're just playing with socks. You barely
big
feel
soles as well, like the current kicks that I'm sporting.
Oh, wow.
I'm still waiting for your pair. They've got lost in the post.
There's 3 and 4 here. I've got the boots and the shoes and just the...
What an effort! Just wide from Jorginho. That was unorthodox. They almost went back to their 11-a-side roots there because it was ping long by Tagliento. The big header there into Jorginho, and he turned it past Diop. He's unlucky not to have found the net, but you know, making the most of that height advantage on the opposite side. It was almost, you know, hung up to a Milan Juric style figure.
Oh yes, it was a moment there that makes me think again, it's not going to be the evening for the Underdogs match. There's little moments like that I've seen over the course of these almost 31 minutes.
Perotti coming back inside. Was he tripped? He was. It's just a free kick. No further action taken. But we know that these free kicks can be very profitable, can be a fruitful source of goals, especially with that tasty number 10, Matteo Perotti. That was a flavoursome replay there, wasn't it, as part of our Wingstop promotion. And the ref cam, Thomas, will keep stum.
Listen, okay.
Just when we thought we'd hear something from the officials, they've gone quiet on us.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, isn't it? The amount of times we've wanted to try and hear something, maybe, or you at home wanted to hear something. We've had us prattling on over. On that occasion, we did want to hear something. We didn't, but what we do want to see, we want to see some action here, something special from Perotti.
Taken short for Perotti to drive it. That was almost a Totti-style free kick. This is Perotti again with 2 R's, not 1, not to be confused with Diego, a former Roma teammate of Francesco Totti. Saw a viral social media clip of Pupone, Il Capitano, Capitano, unable to identify a lot of his former teammates. I wonder whether that's true of Kelvin Oliveira and G3X, or maybe I'm being unkind.
Yeah, I think it's also a bit for show as well, isn't it? Make it more appealing to watch those clips as well. And it's part of the character of Pupone himself, the King of Rome. Yeah, the King of Rome himself, as he was dubbed.
He's alive and kicking. Yeah. He's not dead.
No, far from
Francesco Totti.
Great line. Going back to those famous, iconic Serie A moments we've been discussing, but let's focus on the Kings League. This hasn't had maybe iconic moments. We've had some turning points, so as Lincoln looks to get involved.
He does. One player you're never shy about IDing, Lincoln Oliveira. The cross is overhit and goes innocuously out of play. That's always a bit of a challenge to say that innocuously, but the one that I really struggle with, and I often wonder why I say it on a broadcast, is effortlessly. And often that comes up on a goal and you think, why are you risking garbling that? Nearly stolen back by Gorgoglione. Instead, it's an opportunity for DR7. Now, this is Jorginho. He's got an option left. Jorginho went for this spectacular, and it was anything but. And no wonder his teammate Cagnotto smashed the ball in anger against the roof.
Yeah, he's furious there. I honestly don't blame him. Squandering another really good opportunity that it promised so much, and in the end, it delivered so little.
Thomas, can I just shock you? We haven't yet seen a shootout in this competition, but we're just 2.5 minutes away from that very eventuality.
Can I just say, I have my doubts just for a couple of reasons. A, because we've not had it yet, and B, presidential penalties and secret card front looks, which must be a penalty or reverse penalty. Otherwise, why wouldn't they have played it?
Diop with the strike, Taliento with the save, and here comes El Presidente as soon as the ball goes out of play. Perotti trying to hurdle a challenge. He was caught again, so the free kick will be taken the other side of the presidential penalty. And first up, it's the underdogs, which means Mirko Chisco, doesn't it?
Unless it's Rosso. Unless it's Rosso. It could. It was it Rosso in the first game.
It was.
The red, like the brilliant film, The Shawshank.
Yes.
And it is
Morgan Freeman's character. It is Rossinho. That's a little bit provocative, isn't it? You know.
Yeah, the red locks.
Style himself as a Brazilian.
Yeah. Those red locks.
Red locks. UB40.
UB40, yeah. Stay close to me. Stay close to the goal. That's for sure.
But can he get the better of Diop? I mean, it's so challenging, isn't it?
It is. I
saw Diop save that penalty from Perotti earlier, didn't we?
Can't see him scoring, Patrick. Is he going to score? Is he going to score? Yep. Oh! That was a tribute to the late Kevin Keegan and the late Brian Moore.
Big pressure on this. Philly needs to score.
Has to score.
It's Rosso, it's wide. He was intimidated by the powerful frame of Mame Cheikh Diop. And well, cackling away there was the president of DR7. Who have responded with a presidential penalty of their own, I believe.
Yeah, but Patrick, I've seen a lot of penalties, as have you, over the years, especially being an England fan as well. You could just sense the way he just walked up to that spot there. I just never got that comment. Didn't exude any sense that he was going to score. This man here, he didn't score his presidential penalty last time out. Also, Diop, very sportingly trying to come across and say, well done, Rossinho, for trying sportsmanship there, which is always good to see. Now we'll see. This is a big moment, huge moment. They always are, Patrick, these presidential penalties. As I said, he failed to score in his first one, but he did have the full attire, didn't he? The full traditional
garb.
Yes, garb. In the first game, I mean.
Yeah, so this is Mofere Al-Asiri, whose alias is DRB7H.
Yeah.
Just where the name DR7 comes from. And just getting a bit of advice there from David Brinquinho from Huber as well.
This time he does have the boots on. Last time he was just going with the socks, which clearly couldn't have helped.
And I'm always curious about these marginal gains. He's spotted the ball as far forward as he can to be that much closer to scoring. So up steps the praise. It's saved by Taliento. 2 presidential penalties. Both of them have been kept out. One went wide. This one was saved by Taliento, and it means it's still 3 each, but still a secret card apiece to be played. Disappointment for Mofere Al-Asiri.
Yeah, it was better than the one he took last time out, I have to say, against Los Troncos, but still close, but no cigar in the end. And as you said, the underdogs, Patrick, still have that, and seeing the time, it's got to be either a penalty shootout or maybe a reverse penalty, or maybe it's a joker, and they can choose what they want.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen the joker come out. What we haven't seen as part of traditional deck just yet is time dilation. It's unlikely to be at this stage, given we're now into the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. They would have done it a little bit earlier when they were Really, that would have been the perfect time to play it. It has been very tense, this game, as well, I must admit. Tensions flaring up once again as we go into the closing stages. And again, once again, Patrick, more than 537,000, now 538 as that's launched in.
Diop came wandering.
Devices all connected across all channels. So once again, thank you very much, everybody. And again, get writing to us. Any questions, any comments, we love to hear from you guys.
Thomas is always pouring over the chat in the live stream.
Exactly, and I always pick out the good things, obviously.
Just taking their time here. Brinquinho still thought about the shot, decided against it. Reminder, Al-Akhili's still got the green armband.
Exactly.
For a few more valid seconds, 40 or so. Secret card on the way.
Here we go.
And we know that it is the underdogs playing it because the other secret card was already played, wasn't it, by DR7?
Yes.
That green armband. The star player is Elba Junior. What a chance! Cabeza denied. And Taliento's been excellent in his second half.
Oh, he has not disappointed. They made a change in between the sticks. He certainly stepped up some superb stops. That was another one to add to the collection, Patrick. A full stretch.
Well, this could be very significant. We thought we were going to a possible shootout scenario with the score locked at 3 each, but they've been fortunate enough to draw a penalty secret card. What an opportunity, therefore, for the underdogs, you would think, to take the advantage, and therefore they would have the edge heading into a Fortnite match ball scenario. It's a traditional penalty kick then. The question is, can they get the better of Diop? Perotti's kicked one ball away, clearly didn't like it. He's a superstitious man, or maybe he felt it was sconfio. He thought it was
a bit flat.
Oh, so you do speak a bit of Italian there?
No, just assuming there.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, listen, I do speak some, it's not as...
change in taker, Andrea De Rico.
It's not at your level, Patrick. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of those 538,000 people. Over to you, Patrick.
What a moment this then for De Rico. Surely he can't beat Diop. It looks an impossible task on this evidence. Andrea De Rico! He got the height to take it past the outstretched arm of Diop. Rosso celebrates, and how vital that could be for the underdogs. All of a sudden, they're favourites to go on and win this game.
And they do get past that insurmountable mountain that is Diop after his previous penalty heroics. And now they're in the driving seat, Patrick. All they need is one goal, but there's still time left on the clock before we go into that final phase.
We could yet have an equaliser to make it a shootout scenario. Al-Akhili, that actually would have been a winning goal because his goals are worth double. Ay, kicking off with De Rico.
Yeah, don't want to see that.
Well, that's the perfect use of a secret card, Thomas, and at exactly the right time from De Rico.
Yes, that's the tactical side of the Kings League coming into play, Patrick. A few complaints surrounding the referee,
but it comes, the whistle went for a free kick before the clock stopped, so I don't know whether they get a chance to take it now. I don't think they do. They were asking for a yellow card as well.
Yeah, but it's not to be. So, how things quickly can change in the Kings League, that's brilliant. Full flavour replay. That was more than spicy, that was cool ranch, wasn't it, really, there? Because had he not been cool and composed, he would have given away a penalty. The Tifo in great voice, making a lot of noise. So a few moments then just to take on board some advice. A few moments maybe for me to get a quick bit of Fortnite action in, Patrick, and thank everybody, and thank Fortnite. Now it's available on your mobile. You don't have to have your console with you.
Fortnite is available wherever you go. And we're now into the Fortnite match ball.
Wherever you go, always take the Fortnite with you.
So underdogs, a reminder, they lead, so we just add one to their scoreline to get what will be the match-winning number.
Hey, Patrick, there's still more to come, though, from DR7. I just sense it. I just sense it, Patrick. Just some of those key moments. And it's only the one goal. They've got to score 2 to win, DR7.
Yeah, you have called DR7 as the potential winners. The score is not tied, therefore match ball. Every minute, one player from each team leaves the field. So, descalado, it's scaled down. Scaled down, as Northern Irish people say.
Well, another change in between the sticks. That's interesting.
Kironi's back again. Tell a friend. Elba Junior. Brinquinho. Chaveirinho on as well. Lots of the Brazilians for DR7 all on the pitch together. Back it goes for the skipper. Good hit, great goal. Gorgeous goal from Noah Bowen. Limited backlift, side foot, and yet he generated the power. It hit the underside of the crossbar. It is a stunning goal from the skipper, and he surprised everyone, ourselves included.
Cometh the hour, cometh the man, producing that, an absolute blockbuster from distance into that top corner.
Thomas, you called it. You said they only needed to score a couple of goals. They're only one behind. Well, it's now a next goal win scenario. They want a yellow card.
It's coming out, Patrick.
This is so costly now. Matteo Chaveirinho given a yellow card. So remind us what that means.
Yeah, it's a shootout, Patrick. We discussed it. We saw it earlier, didn't we? And we tried to say there's certain phases in a game where it's a foul or a yellow card that the shootout comes into play.
Can I just show you? I think this would also be the quickest fortnight match ball scenario that we've had in terms of reaching a conclusion, a crescendo, a culmination.
It is, Patrick.
They need Diop now, don't they, DR7?
More than ever, do they need Diop to do what he does
still
best.
Down. He's actually getting a bit of water, but terrific skill there. Lincoln Oliveira.
Once again.
Mais uma vez, once again.
Going with the Maldies. He's still struggling. You feel for him, but his teammate, they can't think about that. He's got to focus here. And look at Diop. It looks like he's getting ready to race off his line.
Perotti is leading the way to become the MVP. Well, he can surely seal that spot here if he goes on and scores, having already found the net. Perotti scored the goal that made it 3-1. Chironi with the opener, the goalkeeper. Lincoln Oliveira making it 2-1. They were 3-1 up, but they were pegged back at 3-all. They were pegged back at 4-all after Derico scored that late penalty with the secret card. And now an opportunity here with this shootout. But VAR, potentially, there's a review, which is why it might yet have Chaveirinho back on the pitch. Let's listen out to the officials.
Red, let's listen, you're right.
Checking in progress.
I don't think he takes the ball, and is there contact?
Check complete.
Yellow card. The yellow card is cancelled out. It's now a red, so it's actually serious foul play.
Classic penalty as well as a result, Patrick.
Wow, so it's even upgraded from a shootout to red, so it's actually got worse. They thought it was going to be a reprieve there, DR7, we all did. And Perotti is now that much closer and a chance for redemption against Diop.
But, as you said, it's Diop in between the sticks, Patrick.
It all comes down to this, potentially. Is it going to be 2 wins from 2 and a place already in the quarterfinals for the underdogs? Having vanquished La Capitale, can they beat the conquerors of Los Trocos?
They're looking to down them. We wait.
Players told they can't wait on the edge of the box. Are we going to see more wonderful keeping from Mame Cheikh Diop? Unless he keeps this out, we're talking about an underdog's win.
We are,
and this arena is going to be absolutely electric. The roof's going to come off in a proverbial sense.
Absolutely, no, because he's done a great engineering job, I must admit,
Apart from the cage.
So, Patrick, this only will add to the tension, the anticipation. Here, inside the Kings League Arena, live from Milano. And all these fans inside also
we've got
adding to the
Chisco down
tension as well.
just below us as well, all
Yep.
set to celebrate potentially.
We can cut the tension with a knife,
Set to
Patrick.
celebrate. Reminds me a little bit of Slytherin in the Harry Potter books. Salazar thereof. This is it. All comes down to this. Potentially, the game could yet go on though, depending on what Diop delivers. But can Perotti provide the finish? It's Matteo Perotti that wins it. Underdogs are going away with 2 wins from 2. Guaranteed passage into the quarterfinals. They break the Italian hex on day 3 of the Kings World Cup Clubs here in Italy 2026. And in a pulsating game, DR7 have been defeated and the underdogs remain undefeated.
Patrick, I told you the underdogs were going to win, and they have done just that. They have come through. They had some hairy moments, some shaky moments, but they did what they do best. They defy the odds. Too much for Chisco and company, and in Rosso, they're down on the floor, almost in tears here. They march through. They join G3X straight in the quarter-final draw. It's disappointment for DR7, but they're not going home. They do have one more chance to go through to the quarterfinals. They'll go through to that last chance alone. Perotti, though, holding his nerve. He may have missed one, but he got his revenge there on Diop. And just when it mattered most, as you said, producing there and delivering the goods.
Aniquiladores up against Des Impain to come. Des Impain that will have a 2-minute window between minutes 5 and 7 when there'll be a player light, having had that scuffle and kerfuffle with G3X last evening. But it is all about the underdogs. Underdogs no more. They're flying under the radar. They are potentially, to quote Nima Tavali Rutsari, the dark horses, potentially, far from the underdogs. The dark dogs to win this competition.
Absolutely,
and Agnese is all ready to go. But before that, a Di Marco moment with Il Megafono.
Yeah, she's going to have to wait, Patrick, because these players are in no rush to move away from that part of the pitch in front of their fans. They are lapping it up. They're getting involved in the choruses and the chants, and quite rightly as well. And Patrick, of course, in one sense, you want to win the game comfortably. On the other hand, is there any better way to win it with a last gasp penalty or a last gasp strike, as they have just done there? And they'll want to keep on. So unfortunately for them, they're going to have to get off the pitch soon, because, as you said, we have Aniquiladores against Des Impain, who both lost their respective first games. So the loser of that game will be going out. No losers there, only winners. The underdogs, as you said, might have to change their names soon. They may not be no longer underdogs. We're waiting for Perotti to come across, although he wants to continue celebrating. And, well, I simply cannot blame him, Patrick, but he does have to come across. He will come across shortly. Really curious to hear what he has to say. Patrick, I'm going to ask for you as well, for your expert linguistic skills, to help us then translate afterwards what he has to say. In fact, I think Agnese, obviously being Italian, so I don't think she minds waiting in this instance, because she obviously wants the Italian teams to go far as possible in the competition. For now, they are through to the quarterfinals, and who knows, Patrick, maybe even further.
Well, he's just about to come across Matteo Perotti, but dare I say it, Agnese is also dressed for the occasion. He's worn green this evening, and it seems to be perfect on theme for this underdogs victory. Matteo Perotti's down with Agnese.
Can we go? We have Matteo Perotti here, the MVP of the underdogs for this game. Straight to the quarterfinal for the first Italian team that will be there waiting for the others. So Matteo, ti aspettavi una partita più facile, più difficile contro i DR7?
Ma diciamo che ci aspettavamo una partita difficile come ogni partita di questo mondiale. Ci sono tutte le squadre più forti e quindi ogni partita in qualche modo è difficile, ma oggi era importante vincere e siamo troppo contenti di averlo fatto.
They were expecting a hard game, such as all the others, and I have also one more question. Was there a moment that you hesitated during this game, that you thought you would have lose this game? C'è stato un momento dove avresti pensato che questa partita non sarebbe finita bene?
Ma diciamo che siamo partiti col piede giusto come la prima e poi loro sono usciti da grande squadra quale sono, forse l'ho pensato sul 4-4, comunque è un pensiero che quando sei in campo ti viene, però poi per fortuna abbiamo subito fallo da cartellino rosso e rigore. Dovevo rifarmi per il primo rigore sbagliato e sono contento di averlo fatto e di aver portato la squadra alla vittoria.
There was a moment when he hesitated on the 4-4 kneel, but now all the game went in favor for underdogs. So Matte, prendi quello che vuoi, io ti consiglio queste perché secondo me ai ragazzi possono piacere di più.
Mi fido di te allora.
Vai. Portatele a casa, sì, e abbiamo anche questo. Go celebrate, congratulations. See you to the next game, guys.
Congratulations then to the underdogs, but now we want to Decim Payne against Aniquiladores. And on the subject of Mexico, because we're facing and watching now a Mexican side, the Kings League Mexico champions, who are up next, they'll also compete for the Kings Cup in September, because this September the Kings and Queens Cup return to Mexico. So they'll be hoping to celebrate that very impressive milestone. Patrick now by beating Decim Payne, and Aniquiladores and Decim Payne also paying tribute to Devi Ilario. Picked up that nasty injury, didn't he, Patrick, in the first game in round one just a couple of days ago. They're obviously paying respect, shall we say, and tribute to him. Obviously wish him as well a very speedy recovery for that. So we wish him a very speedy recovery as well for that one, and it's lovely to see that solidarity being shown by the players there, and of course for their teammate, for their colleague, as you would expect. That goes back, as we're saying, Patrick, to the Kings League community, how important they are in coming together in those very difficult and tough moments. So before kickoff, as you guys know by now, we have the Exodus secret card, and both teams are about to decide their future by selecting their secret Exodus cards. And as I always say, Patrick, speaking of Exodus, now we have the chance to become the Galaxy's best player on Action RPG. It's in a unique sci-fi universe. Wishlist Exodus now. And of course, we won't know until later what those secret cards are, Patrick. I've been quite good, I have to say, the past couple of days in guessing what they are, and we'll see, of course, whether I'm proved right or wrong, as I was right in predicting that underdogs were going to go and win that game. Now the starting lineups, of course, no Devi Ilario for Decim Payne, unfortunately, after that very nasty injury, hence the tributes and the messages for him from the Kings League community, and we likewise join in those and sending those positive vibes to him. And this is just those moments of tension, Patrick, also for us as commentators, as casters, because we want to do the best job possible as well.
We do indeed. So Aniquiladores, who are from Colombia, albeit play in the Mexican Kings League, and they're all housed together as part of that funding provided by James Rodriguez, alongside Pele Canguer, the presidential duo Decim Payne of Brazil with their coach Felipe Gois. And I can confirm it is a Panther.
So Patrick, what we were also
Il pubblico ha deciso i protagonisti dell'1v1 fra Aniquiladores e Decim Payne sono Omer Martinez e Wellington Shiganji.
Confirmation then of the 1v1 Exodus there. We've got Omer Martinez, Thomas Lawrence's favourite, up against Wellington Shiganji, who was excellent as well on match day one. And Thomas, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is the game, isn't it, whereby these two teams both lost their fixture on match day 1, so whoever loses in this third game would be going home directly.
You are spot on, as always, sir.
The lights are on, the buzzer sounds, the ball bounces, and we're up and running, and Wellington Giganti immediately prendere posizione, protecting the ball against Ober Martinez. It's joined by Eric Freire, who we saw in the Fortnite Challenge. Freire denied by his opposite number, which is, sorry, that was Kaiki Souza trying of Desimpain, who was denied by Nelson Velandia. So a reminder, Aniquiladores in the black with Ober Martinez, Desimpain wearing those burgundy shirts. Another try for Kaiki Souza potentially here. Wellington Giganti, Kaiki Souza, that's the opening goal. Good start this from Desimpain, the Brazilian side.
Yeah, they're looking to pay tribute to Debbie Lara in the best possible fashion. Don't get your words mixed up, and they want to get these moments mixed up here. Ober Martinez.
Ober Martinez shifting it on for Velandia. Easily dispossessed, they're in a hurry now. Does Giganti go for goal? He decided against it. Saw that Ober Martinez had got back. They'll back themselves to plot a way forward in more conventional fashion. Here is Wellington Giganti again. Keeping it moving for Christian Santos. Wellington Giganti denied, nearly picked up the loose ball. Calmly done, though, by the player wearing 80, Axor Quintero. This is the player wearing 30, Ober Martinez, alias Goatbeard.
Yeah, no longer with that Feyenoord kit today, are they, Aniquiladores? It was very striking, yeah.
Wellington Giganti didn't get enough purchase on the shot, despite the goal gaping. Ober Martinez on the cover, and he finds touch.
The keeper's off his line.
Good try from Wellington. Off the line by Ober Martinez. Now Axor Quintero. Tricky feet from him. He wins a free kick. 2 minutes have gone, so we're now up to the 4v4, Thomas.
Yeah, Patrick. Aniquiladores, very underwhelming, very disappointing in their first game. As you said, they're really fighting for their survival. Should they lose this, they'd be going home. And it's a long way home, isn't it? All the way back to Colombia.
Axor Quintero waiting for a bit of support. It arrives in the shape of Nelson Velandia. This is Ober Martinez. A little bit predictable, perhaps. Christian doing the defending. It's a goal kick. Ober unhappy with the assistant there.
Yeah, one of those players that has been, should we say, worked out by others. He's been around the block a long time now in the Kings League, so they know what he offers. It's very difficult for him to produce that, something unexpected, unpredictable that he did in those early days of the Kings League and the dawn of the Kings League here. But certainly a pioneer and a very important figure.
So Desimpain plotting a second goal here, having already taken the lead against Aniquiladores, who, as things stand, will be heading home. Still a long way to go. Ball over the top for Giganti is overhit and straight into touch.
Yeah, and we still have a huge game to come in match day 4, shall we say, the fourth match from today. Looking ahead with Stallions against Ultra Mostoles. This is the third of the 4 fixtures. Ober Martinez on the ball here, looking for support, which does arrive on that far side. Coolly done. And just when he thought he should have pulled that trigger and put his boot through the ball, he dithered, and now here come Desimpain. Options left, right and centre here for Christian. There's Bolt, as we said, a big presence. So that's whipped in and a corner. They'll keep up the pressure. They'll be happy with that as the Escalado continues this scale up. Now 6 versus 6 here with a corner on that far side. Alemão just floats it in. Good header. With the header there. And he's won it back again now, Alemão. And Ober Martinez having just do defensive duties. I have to say, it's quite sad when you see that. You want to see him more in the final third, trying to wreak havoc and run rings around opposition defences. Now with that long throw, keeper again, and then Bolt. Alemão once again for Wellington Gigante in there supporting. It's going to be a throw in. They're keeping up the pressure here. They're starting to turn the screw. Can they get that second goal, the Brazilians?
Can they turn on the turbo? Bolt is back. So too am I. That was miscued there by Luizinho. Bolt, clever ball. Alemão. Corner kick.
Again, they really are pinning Nicoladores back there. Camp deep in their own half here. Can they soak up the pressure?
Alemão waits, he is an aerial threat. Corner is blocked at source. Axel Quintero now. Alemão on the cover, the ball is spun loose, but easy enough for the keeper, Kaique Souza.
Yeah, Kaique Souza.
I think Como just signed a player called Kaique. Wellington Gigante with a lovely touch and an even better finish. That's why he was selected by the viewers to start this match. He is a superstar for this Desempeño side as they inflict more punishment on Aniquiladores.
They will miss, of course, De Villada, but when you have Wellington Gigante with a Gigante finish there, lovely move into that far corner. They've doubled their advantage right now. So Stall has just fallen down as well in the meantime.
Thomas taking a tumble. Question is, can they now turn on the turbo? Desempeño.
Just quickly, Patch, I wanted to remind everybody that Desempeño obviously playing between 5 and 7 minutes. A man, like we mentioned it, when G3X were in action, there was a bit of misconduct from those two teams in the team hotel yesterday, unsportsmanlike behaviour. So just a reminder, that's why they're playing a man like between 5th and 7th. Not that it's had any negative consequences.
The question is,
if you want a hand, I give you a hand.
Thomas, is how do they then ascertain which player has to go off? Is it a player that was actually involved in the Archie Barge?
No, they've been able to decide one as long as they've had that one player off and played with 6 men and not the 7v7. So Aniquiladores, yeah, as things stand, of course, a long old way to go. Anything can change, but really struggling.
They are, and Obed Martinez hasn't turned up. I don't think he's scored yet in this competition. Luizinho around the keeper. Just had to keep it down, but he couldn't hit the target.
Really poor finish there. Expected better. We'll see what we can expect here. On this other side.
Christian.
Actually, before, just a reminder to play the Kings World Cup Club's Kings League Picks games and potentially win a Lamine Yamal signed jersey, although Lamine Yamal not too happy right now after La Capital's heavy loss the other day. Sorry to interrupt you, Patrick.
Not at all. The shot is deflected over. Quick to appeal for it was Luciano, known as Souchon.
As I said, as much as I know Tom Holmes-Reed is very good with his language, well, good pronunciations, but I don't think we'll quite get up to your levels, Patrick, when it comes to that Portuguese-Brazilian.
Here's Bolt, steadying himself.
Might go on Forvo.
Forvo's always a good place to go. YouTube, if not.
Not
maybe
seek out the song. That's true.
I've discovered AI recently. I'm enjoying it. Dabbling.
He's a dabbler. Is our Patrick, not afraid to enter into this modern era, try out new technology, unlike old school Luddite here, Thomas Lawrence. And he'd like that one.
Bolt bypassing Alemão. Alemão means German in Portuguese. Alemão's ball across. Might be a goal kick, you know it is. So much like the Italian surname we have, Tedesco.
I think there have been players with that surname as well.
Domenico Tedesco, coaching Belgium before Rudy Garcia came in.
He'll be disappointed.
Now coaching Bologna, I believe, as our colleague Greg Whelan flagged up.
Thank you, Greg. And remind everyone that Mancini's been reappointed as Italy coach. Did not expect that one.
Robbie Mancho. Here's Brian Hernandez.
Did not expect that one.
Did not get an agenda.
We'll all get the rundown.
Thankfully we do. They've been excellent, the production staff. In it comes to Nielsen Lebon. Nearly a trademark header.
Yeah, another one we mentioned about Martinez, Patrick, not being able to score, leave his mark. Lebon, another one. You expect big things from him, who's been underwhelming. I don't know why. Is it the distance they've had to travel, the opposition they've faced, just not clicking. Jet lag, just not happening.
Ailton Jose. Bolt. Luizinho, good trickery, well blocked.
That's more like it.
Celebrating.
That's more like it from Denilson, much more like it. Can that give him and his team a lift? It takes a moment like that, as you see, putting his body, those long legs of his, sticking the boot out and away, but Destin Payne looking to build again. And to remind everybody, this is the game with the time dilation card. Another thing I just forgot to mention.
In by Wellington Giganchi. Spoken the way of Victor Bueno, who scuffed the shot. Yeah, time dilation card, which is a feature of one of the quartet of matches on a daily basis at this Kings World Cup clubs, and you, the viewers, get to choose which game it will feature in. So later on, we'll see whether it is Destin Payne or Annie Quiladores that have drawn that extra secret card. They have one as such.
Yeah, the minute.
Might even. There is, dare I say, it's unlikely in terms of odds. Nielsen didn't connect as he would have liked. There is scope potentially for a team actually having two cards that are both time dilation, because it is part of a normal deck, but that, I think that's a 1 in 7 chance of
There is, yeah, Patrick. And it's interesting to see. We'll find out who has that card, has been assigned it. If it's Quiladores, they'll want it right now just to slow things down, give them more time and more of a chance to find a way back into against Bolt. Spreads it out to the left there. Coolly done. I love him in this playmaker role, I really do.
Yeah, he's at the base of that midfield, spraying passes. Ailton Jose, well struck. That was very powerful, but you could immediately see that Nelson Velandia picked up the trajectory and realised he wasn't to be required.
Yeah, in that playmaker role, Bolt, that vision. Midfield maestro, shall we say. Trying to pull the strings, keep things ticking over in the middle of the park. And here he is, Robin Martinez, actually playing in the middle of the park. He needs to get further forward. That's too deep.
I don't want to tempt fate, Thomas, but I feel like we're making good time today. We're almost ahead of schedule. We had some lengthy matches yesterday. It's just ticked past 9:20 local time. We did have that pretty swift conclusion to the second game, didn't we, with underdogs? But I think the first game ended even quicker than that. But here's Ailton Jose. Can he pick a pass? He was looking for Victor Bueno. It's the wrong option. Ailton's won it back. Victor Bueno considered the shot. He's forced his teammate wide. Can they keep it in play? They can, but nothing doing. William Costa there. Keepers under pressure. Velandia, there was a foul.
Yeah, there was in the build-up, Patrick. Good spot as always. Didn't need the monitor, or you need to look at the replay for that one. That was a clear and obvious one for us even here, even though we were a bit further away from the action.
I have to say I'm very jealous of you and Tom Holmes-Reid getting to call the latter stages, the knockout round of this Kings World Cup clubs, as Canny had a try there.
Yeah, Patrick, because with each passing day, obviously, you whittle down, you boil it down to the best teams, and you have the best games in action, very much like in a real World Cup, shall we say, as we saw recently with the likes of Spain, France, England, Argentina. There's going to be some belters on the horizon.
Victor Bueno unable to link up with a player in red. Canny then shoving him over. A couple of big boys out there, Canny in black and Bolt in red.
And here he is. We dubbed it the Austria kit, didn't we, Patrick?
Wellington Giganchi, never short of confidence.
Patrick, you will be missed, of course, even though delighted to be welcoming THR to the party in 2 days' time. So we'll see you tomorrow, of course. And I know, looking from the chat, they're big fans. A lot of you recognise your voice from the Serie A World feed as well. And there is that Patrick Kendrick. It's not the other Patrick Kendrick. It is the Patrick Kendrick, so...
Yeah, apparently I do have someone else who shares my name, an author, a former fireman who's converted into an author. I think he's more famous than I am, depending on which circles you mix in. Obed Martinez taking it on, good save. from Kaiki Sosa. That's better from Obed. And finally, he was afforded a bit of time, and he showed what he could do.
Need more of that. Need to put more into that striking range. The Robin Hood of Mexico looking to arrow it into that top corner.
Lovely give and go. What a save that is from Kaiki Sosa, because it was struck beautifully by Raxor Quintero.
Hasn't got, though, his chicas here, though, the Obed Martinez. You remember in the Kings World Cup Nations, they had the chicas, the Mexico casters, and the Mexican influencers were there to support Mexico on that occasion. But he's here, no doubt they're cheering on from the North American or Central American nation.
North American, I think.
Would you say? Yeah. I'd say yeah.
Well, it is.
It is. It is. Yeah, I think it is North. I think it is Courage.
Here they come with Alemão, Wellington Gigante. Back for Ailton Jose.
Oh, Pat, we still haven't had a goal from yourself yet.
I'm waiting for a big
Spanish,
moment from Kelvin, but I guess I'm not going to see him anymore in this competition. Tomorrow being my final day. Tomorrow's my final day.
It will be Siad. It will be bidding farewell. But one step at a time, Patrick, because we've still got 30 seconds, well, a minute and a half, should I say, before goals worth double.
Michael Dublé.
Like it.
Ailton Jose, Victor Bueno now, again, cutting inside from this right-hand side. Victor Bueno's after it, the keeper called, Velandia.
In these situations, Patrick, when you are trailing, as you can see, this full flavour strike from Obed Martinez versus go. Can he do it again? He's trying to put himself into that position once more. I was going to say in the pockets, as they call it sometimes, wouldn't they, in rugby union?
Indeed, I think the issue for Aniquiladores, the fact that they are increasingly resorting to shots from distance. I think my colleague Thomas Lawrence there just having a bit of a sneezing fit. Lo starnuto. Is he back?
I am, but I do apologise for that. It's the beauty of
Hay
being
fever,
live.
as they would say in Italy, allergie. The allergies. Get yourself an antihistamine.
Yes.
Or, as your old man might say, man up.
Absolutely.
Which you can't say in 2026, just so we're clear.
Absolutely not, but he is old school generation, so it's allowed. Have a shot, hit it.
Obed Martinez over the top. Denilson still. Oh, what a shame. That would have been very dramatic indeed. Not so. But this is the period that Aniquiladores really need now, trailing as they do by 2-0.
Yeah, great way to close out the first half. Really exciting. Far from taking my advice, which he did very well not to do with Martinez, actually just chipping it into the box and causing a bit of panic. And Denilson there, not once but twice, unlucky not to find the back of the net. And for Aniquiladores, which would have been a much needed goal. Now, goals worth double though, so with just one, they'll be right back. And this situation, I think, Aniquiladores do need to take a risk, Patrick. I think they do. It's different to other scenarios. They have to shun the cautious approach, and they have to go gung-ho here, in my opinion.
Well, unsurprisingly, you've changed your tune, knowing that beer is on the line. A reminder of our running tally. PK, Patrick Hendrick owes Tolo, Thomas Lawrence, half a pint of bitter
Half a pint thereof.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Different drinks, different needs.
Well, we can always upgrade it if you'd like a small Baileys and a gin and tonic to go with your pint of bitter. If you want to make it a full lady boy.
My Kings League chaser, I like it.
Yeah. But keep an eye out in the next 3 minutes. If there is a goal, Thomas Lawrence's pint will be upgraded, half pint will be upgraded to a full pinta. We shall see. I'm hoping for my wallet that's not the case. He's blowing all of my Kings League wages at the bar on my beer tokens.
I can find plenty of people happy to do that. Passing around nicely here. Just trying to patiently find an opening. And that's what they've got to do at this stage, Patrick. Just be patient, be patient. They will get that chance. It just takes one, only takes a minute. Keeper's off his line as well. That tells you something about it. He's going to have a go.
That's very ambitious.
Minute and a half to go, Patrick. You've been proved right so far. So far, looking good for your coffers as well, for that wager that we had. And Bolt back into that holding role in the middle of the park. Spraying those passes left, right, and centre. Always there as an option. I just like the way he plays, Patrick.
Christian's ball inside, then cut out. Winding up for the long throw, Wellington She lofts it in. Ali Mal couldn't flick it on. And a fast break now, maybe for Aniquiladores. Now they need something. They need someone to inspire. Bolt's won it back. He wanted the return. It never came from Luisinho. This is Ailton José. And this is the case where Des in Pain are the team that can afford to take their foot off the accelerator and just gestire and manage the game.
Absolutely.
Luisinho,
They can get
with the
another one.
acceleration, he was caught. Nielsen could be in trouble.
And Patrick.
No card.
I'm surprised there's no card.
You've been watching Serie A too long.
Yeah, I suppose I'm more versed in what we'd say the Italian standards and the ways of refereeing. Clearly foul, but yeah, you're right. It was a tough challenge, but not necessarily worthy of a yellow card.
So I think Wellington Giganchi might be tempted to take this on. Bolt is the possible decoy, I would suggest. Or is Bolt going to thump it? Bolt for Wellington Giganchi. And what a chance here. The 1v1 to make it 2-all. Lobo. Kaiki Sosa making himself big to keep out Jacob Morales.
That was the chance, Patrick. We said about being patient. It was going to come. That was it. As the clock continues to tick down, and we get
10 seconds left.
Yeah, that's it.
Always said it. Ailton José dispossessed. Is there time? There would have been had Bolt not blocked the shot. And it's been a flawless first half from Des Pain.
So in the driving seat then, very much Des in Pain looking to bounce back after their defeat in their opening fixture in round one. So far, so good for them. 2 goals to the good, and at the moment, they've got the good news that they can take on board fluids as well with Powerade pauses power. And we'll now also pause ourselves to try and listen in to what the respective presidents are going to be saying.
Cara, então, jogo difícil pra caramba, a gente já esperava isso, a gente falou que o Aniquiladores poderia muito bem estar jogando o confronto dos vencedores, mas a gente veio preparado, mudamos completamente o nosso estilo de jogar por conta do Davizinho, que por sinal tá aqui com a gente deseja a melhor recuperação possível, mas mano, nosso jogo foi sorteado, as duas equipes com 2 cartas, então cara, eu prefiro considerar que tá 0 a 0, não sei vocês, vou bater esse pênalti, muito importante que eu consiga fazer esse gol para ajudar o time, porque eu tô deixando a desejar. Mas se Deus quiser, hoje vai sair, mano. A gente vai conseguir essa sobrevida na competição e vamos buscar, mano. Vamos buscar.
Hola. Nada, amigos, a ver, inicio complicado. No nos salió ahí aprovechar esa superioridad numérica que tuvimos un rato. Y hay que ver cómo nos va en este segundo tiempo. Hay muchas ganas, o sea, saber que el que pierde ese partido es el primer eliminado obviamente mete mucha presión, pero hay confianza.
Well, those are the words then of the two presidents at half-time. Naturally trying to stay optimistic if you're Aniquiladores with Des in Pain, just calling for more of that. Now the Royals, nice. It's going to be Emma Toshi, who's a very famous figure here in Italy, both on social media. He's a caster. He's actually, I must say, very good tactically as well. He knows his stuff. He's actually, if I'm not mistaken, a renowned Interista. He supports Inter, and I say that, I bring that reference in because we are in Milano. We're live from Milano. What is he going to do? Yeah, good man. We love that one. And he's brought good luck with the 1v1 scenario, of course, with a keeper, but they can't come out their penalty area, so it very much is like a 1v1 situation. Mbatoshi seems disappointed with his throw. It is a very heavy thing. We had a little roll ourselves, didn't we, Patrick, with that big die. We've been calling it dies, but our technical, but it should be a die if we want to be specific with our English. We want to get our GCSE and our AS level and A level in English under our belts as we get underway with this is more of a basketball style throw up, and Denilson tussling away. He's got the ball and he's been fouled, and that is very risky, as you all know, ladies and gentlemen. Those who follow the rules and follow the Kings League very well. He has committed the first sin of Kings League club. You always respect that first rule of Kings League club, which is never to commit a foul. Don't overcommit in those situations. But it's better just let the player run away, because he may miss. The keeper may actually make the save by doing that. Unless you're 100% sure you get the ball, don't do it. You give away the chance and the shootout. A chance then for Nicolas to finally get underway with Quintero. Quintero looking to draw his team level, and he's denied. And look at the celebration. Booting it away there. That man in between the sticks who has scored, and now he has rescued his team. Kaiki Sosa getting down low. Another golden chance then goes begging for Aniquiladores. What do they have to do to score? It really is not been their tournament so far, and you sense they are going to be crashing out soon. A opportunity here for Desimpain. No foul. Stays on the ball though. Luisinho trying to build again. He's got to start. Here he goes. Got to get that shot away. And Luisinho does exactly that. Another goal on the board for the Brazilians, and they're starting to race away with it. What can Ovid Martinez do now, Patrick? We'll see shortly. Can he finally come to the party?
Expertly called, that stunning goal from Luisinho Thomas there. Throwing, rolling back the years, reminding me of your classic commentaries. Wonderful as he got the shot away and found the back of the net. And what a lead now for Desimpain.
It is indeed, Patrick. And they have that man there as well to thank. Kaiki Sosa thwarting the shootout. Opportunity again, they're coming forward with real purpose. And that's good work by Denilson, and Denilson may get there. He does get there. Can he score? No, he can't. I was going to go with a lead with a yes, he can, Barack Obama style, but he can't score. He just has to get back into that defensive position now. Here comes Christian. You see a replay in the picture. Here is Christian. Twisting, turning, still with Christian. Straight at the keeper, stings the gloves then of Eric Frere. Eric, not Frere Jacques. This is promising, very promising. Very promising, and he's lost out, having just said that. Great strength on that far side.
Just wide by Alemão.
Yeah, Alemão quickly rushing off. It's been great, these opening 2 and a bit minutes. We have 3 overall to come. Junco just crowded out there, losing out to Hilton Jose. Kaiki Sosa, nicely done. Now a chance to race forward though for Pato. Here he is, Pato, and it's that man again, wasting no time. Is this going to be Luisinho once again? No foul, I am surprised. But the referee, better placed than us, Patrick Kendrick, to make that call. The countdown has begun. One last roll of the dice for that man there, Pato!
Oh, what an effort that was. We both thought that was it, Thomas. That would have been the ultimate buzzer beater. I think that would have warranted a golazo, but it wasn't. And it's a long way back for Aniquiladores at this stage, trailing as they do.
Yep.
Now by 3 goals to 0.
And of course with Desimpain, very much of course like Aniquiladores, but having their full cards still available as well. Really doesn't look good for Aniquiladores. I think we are seeing the final, or less than 20 minutes now, of Annie Caladoris in the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. And I don't want to be too hasty, I don't want to tempt fate, I don't want to write them off, but they haven't given me any evidence that I am going to be proved wrong.
Well, you certainly tempted fate with regards to the duration of this match, saying the final less than 20 minutes. You know, we could go to the 43-minute mark. We've got close to that particular vantage point in the past. It would be fairly unprecedented. It would involve lots of passages of play with one outfield player plus keepers and teams being unable to score goals. But Des Payne comfortably in control here, and maybe might be able to record what I think would be the first clean sheet of this competition.
Exactly. We've had one so far, Patrick. They're a very rare commodity in the Kings League, as you know. But with Des Payne, very much like their fellow Brazilian side, G3X, very solid, very physical, very tough. There is a real tough nut to crack. We could see that first shutout.
Taking their time, understandably, now with Kaique Souza. Bolt always an option. He shows for it, Kaique over the top. Easy claim for Eric Freire.
Tap in with Visa from your mobile phone or smartwatch. Don't open your bank apps or internet connection. Fast, safe and easy, like tapping in that comeback goal. And boy, Danny Caladoris need a comeback goal right now.
You certainly need a pick-me-up. Not sure they'll be going out to enjoy any cocktails. The cocktails you and I were talking about earlier on, Thomas.
No, I don't think so. Far from it.
Don't think there'll be too many mojitos served if Annie Caladoris end up on the losing side, but they will be drinking caipirinhas, I'm sure, at the team hotel.
The Brazilians they are all set to start the party early at this rate, Patrick. They are soaring their way to victory almost effortlessly, might I add now.
I have to ask your friend.
No answer. And shootout moment as well, that was key, Patrick, having that saved and thwarted.
Come here.
It's a real blow.
Come here.
Certainly was.
Here. Look at my hand.
Obed Martinez stood over this free kick, and you never know, maybe just a spark from him could really get the juices flowing and maybe spark them back into life. Otherwise, does look like they're going to be going home with a whimper. First flight home to Mexico.
Yeah, and especially even without a goal, that would be a real disappointment.
In comes the shot, over the top. Disappointing.
Yeah, continues to sum everything up, really, for this side. I'm really curious to see secret cards. The longer we go on, it all makes me think it could be something, as we discussed before, like a penalty or a shootout. Unless it's maybe a goals worth double, but should it be that they've got to play it as soon as possible, really, Patrick? So you have 4 minutes to do so, and we do continue to wind closer and closer to that 36-minute mark.
Yeah, you do wonder why, as we've got 25.5 minutes played, a recap then of the two results we've seen so far. So one Italian side losing in the shape of Alpa Kappa, beaten by G3X, but the underdogs getting the better of DR7 by 5 goals to 4. We're currently more than midway through this match between Des Payne and Annie Caladoris. Still one match to come after this, but no sign of the presidential penalties nor secret cards just yet, which is a little surprising for me, Thomas. Personally, if I'm Annie Caladoris, I'm tempted, Juan Guarnizo, to take my presidential penalty.
Yeah, anything to get your foothold in the game, to give you another opportunity to score, Patrick, just to round up what's to come. We're going to have another Italian team in action shortly. The Stallions taking on Ultima Mostoles in our 4th and final game, and that is a matchup between winners of their first game, unlike these two who lost their respective first fixtures. So on the line for those teams later is a spot in the final 8, the quarterfinals of this competition. That's Annie Caladoris is going to be goodbye. I was trying to think of what it is in Spanish. Is that adios, maybe? Or,
adios, exactly.
Yeah, I was trying to think. That's why there was that big pause.
Do you know what it is in Portuguese, adios? Very similar.
Adios.
Adeus. Adeus.
I like it. I like it.
Or adeus, in this case, the Brazilians tend not to go with the shushies, unlike some of our former colleagues.
Here he is.
Obed Martinez deflected, made it a little bit awkward potentially for Kaiki Souza. Not that he showed it. Very accomplished, very relaxed between the sticks. We want from a goalkeeper someone that just, what would we say?
Oozes
emanates
confidence, yeah.
calm, yeah. Oozes confidence, yeah. Just gushing out of every pore.
They're calling for a card here.
Don't do like
Say it was a high challenge on Wellington Shigechi.
Go away. Don't do like this
Forward
to
to the
me.
battle, a potential battle
Don't
of the
worry
two
for the
Wellingtons.
time.
If we do get that in the bracket,
be nice.
it should be Well Andrade against the
Stop
Wellington
the time.
Shigechi.
Giga.
Whether the Admiral was aware
Yeah.
Giga.
give his name to so many young Brazilian bands down the years and the
tell me if you're
generations.
okay or not.
It's impressive.
Okay, it's okay. Don't worry. I whistle, okay? Don't move the ball, please.
It was a Lord, wasn't he, rather than Admiral? I think that was Horatio Nelson.
Yeah, think of
was
Nelson as the Admiral.
Come here.
And the Duke.
Nelson, not to be confused with Nielsen.
No, again, nod to the past. No, he would have enjoyed commentating on the Kings League as well.
And then there's Liam Neeson. Ailton Jose on the turn. Bridget Nielsen, that's a famous Nielsen.
There's another one.
Wasn't she married to Sly Stallone?
Was, yeah, big was. They're not on speaking terms.
In comes the corner. Awkward, they've let it bounce. Hooked away to safety, but Bolt is there. He's given it away to that man, Obed Martinez. Can he find an assist? He's running down the flank. The cutback is intercepted, and now Desimpane wants to counter with Bolt, using his bulk. Obed Martinez.
That man again.
With the trickery.
Do you know what it is, Pat? It's because he's not playing with that green jersey. There's something that when he pulls on that green shirt for Mexico is a different kettle of fish, isn't
El
it?
Tri. With the tricolor, green, white and red. El Tri. Just don't say to him 2-0, which is the American jibe when they chide them with that scoreline.
So a bit of a lull. And this is where the idea for things like secret cards, presidential penalties came into the thinking when Jarpique and company came up with the Kings League, this new game, which has taken over by storm in the past couple of years, grown and grown across the globe to shake things up, keep you glued to your seats, know that there is going to be more to come, whereas in the traditional football it could end this way, lack of chances. There's a player down in the meantime, Patrick.
And Thomas, do you remember yesterday when we had that minute silence ahead of the Stallions game? That was because the captain's mother passed away. There's a lovely banner actually away to our right that says una tifosa in più per sempre con noi Forza Capitano.
Salva, thank you.
One more fan forever.
Yes.
Forever with us. You know. Forza Capitano.
Yeah, another tribute.
We're thinking of you, Captain, essentially, is what it is.
Yeah, and that we will see the Stallions in action shortly. So, again, another source of motivation. So, honour her memory in the best fashion possible. And very much like this, Desimpane are looking to play for their teammate who's sadly injured and out of the tournament. We fear could be a lengthy injury. We hope not. We hope to see him back out on the turf as soon as possible.
Davy Hilario, unfortunately not the only player to succumb to injury. We also saw that niggle for Guillaume Lusec. We're hoping that he'll be available for selection tomorrow for Karasu when they're involved in the losers round. It's not technically the entire losers round. 3/4 of the matches will feature two teams that lost their opening fixtures, but there will be one of the quartet of matches which features two winners tomorrow. As we lay the ground for Tom Holmes-Reid to make his irruzione, to burst onto the scene in the broadcast booth in the
and maybe even
postazione.
MC as well. We'll see. We'll see what if he fancies.
Well, he's certainly got the biceps for it,
and he's certainly got the confidence for it as well.
Axel Quintero only winning a throw. Why on earth have we not seen a presidential penalty just yet? Very surprised. Maybe each team is waiting for the other to use theirs.
Yeah.
And
who's going
might
to
be a
blink
quick
first?
one too. We've often seen that. One presidential penalty triggers another. Bolt with a throw down the line. Alemão now in possession. On for Luizinho, who took that goal beautifully earlier on. Beautifully described as well by Thomas Lawrence.
I can't take all the credit. The lines were pinched, as many of my lines are. Down, try and pinch from the best commentators. Pinch away, though, that was the advice I was given. And pinch I have.
Pinch and a punch for the first day of the month. We're nearly at the last day of the month, 31st of July, very quickly on the horizon. So
On the first day of the
August.
month, we will have, as you know, the final.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Which team will be punching their ticket for that final? Which team will be pinching a result en route? Axel Quintero.
Here he is, man. Here he is, man. Robert Martinez. Well, there it is. You calling for it. You wanted it. You've got it, Patrick.
I've broken the first rule of broadcasting. I've accidentally had a fizzy drink. I thought it was still water, and it's a carbonated drink. Axel Quintero driving through. Unfortunately, the water is frizzante or gasata, as some people insist on calling it, even though I think spelt with 2 S's should be gasata, but that's for another day. And unfortunately, Thomas, a little bit disturbato by it all, shall we say.
Don't you worry, I can take over for a few moments, but only a few moments, because I know the fans want their PK on the mic.
Well, PK, penalty kick, presidential thereof.
Is it penalty kick?
Oh, no, sorry, it's a secret card. I apologise.
No worries.
I heard the music.
And I thought maybe you'd meant to glean something.
Well, it could be.
It's
Let's hope so.
Is it? It's star, oh, it can't be a star player, right?
Star player.
They're looking who they want to take off. Is it a suspension to take a player off?
Could be a suspension.
It is, yeah.
Number
Just
47.
where I
Put all
could
the
see there was
pieces
some,
together, yeah.
the players and the backroom staff.
Excellent sleuthing.
Yeah, we're just...
worthy of Inspector Morse.
Yeah, and Taggart.
Or Hercule Poirot as well.
Wow, now that would be good.
Miss Marple.
That would be nice. Lady in, was it Lady in Yellow? Or was that Signor in Giallo? That was translated from the Italian?
Yes, that was Murder, She Wrote.
Thank you. So, yeah, they've taken off Le Bon, Patrick. So that's the outcome. They've chosen Le Bon off for Aniquiladores, so that's Desimpain using their secret card then, and with this numerical advantage, they have now less than 4 minutes to add another goal.
Well, Denilson, Le Bon, that defensive leader. This is Wellington Giganchi, Luisinho in the channel, trying to win at least a corner, but he's given away possession. There's Canny, not a very canny clearance. I've made that pun once or twice already, and now, Thomas, another secret card on the way.
Here we go. I mean, one has to play these cards now. It's actually
Speed up.
It's going to be their time dilation card, isn't it? Because it's Desimpain playing it. So the fact they've got two means you just know they've been given that time dilation card. We said this is the game in which it's going to be assigned, and Desimpain are playing it now.
Time dilation, slow down.
So do they now slow down time so that actually Denilson Le Bon's suspension lasts even longer, in which case it's very clever.
Or do they speed it up to get closer to the finish line? But seeing that healthy scoreline, why would they want to do that, to be honest? I think they're going to slow it down for that suspension. I think you're right, Patrick.
Let's keep an eye on that clock beneath the scoreline, 31-19.
Let's see how it ticks over.
Yeah, they are slowing down.
It makes much more sense that way. With that healthy lead, why would you really... There's no rush, is there? There's no need to be hasty.
Bolt. Christian. Bolt again. Wellington Giganchi. Well, that's very often their ploy. I do wonder whether, yes, they're good enough to get the better of this sort of opposition. They lost their first match, Desimpain, lest we forget. But you do wonder when they come up against more talented, better equipped sides, whether this policy of just getting the ball to Wellington Giganchi to shoot from range might actually be found out. They might be rumbled.
Yep.
In Giganchi's head a clear meantime. The ball bounces out of play. So Aniquiladores still have their secret card and their presidential penalty.
Yeah.
Kaiki Sosa.
Again, the fact they're just delaying it and delaying means maybe they've just got a penalty or a shootout. But then again, if that is the case, play it now. Get forward in the game.
I wonder whether it's a reverse penalty that doesn't really serve them that well. They're wary at the moment. Wellington Giganchi delaying the pass, in it comes, Canny away, into touch it goes, just not happening for Aniquiladores, who are just minutes away from elimination, the team that have dubbed themselves the Annihilators. Bolt, Alemão with the flick, Luisinho couldn't control. Luisinho, I thought he took the ball, he did.
Okay.
In it goes to Christian in the channel. Christian again.
My initial instinct was a nasty one. After having a look at that shortly.
Wellington Shikanchi. Luisinho went to attack. It was a very brave attempt to reach the ball.
Yeah, this is it here, Patrick. I think you're right, did get the ball. You were spot on.
Often we are influenced by the player's reaction, the player on the receiving end of the challenge. Good, brave goalkeeping from Kaiki Sos. You can understand then why he did pull out of the challenge, Jacob Lobo Morales.
Stop the time, stop the time.
I think he was the player actually sent sprawling moments ago.
Tell me if you are okay.
Time dilation running out.
Tell me just if you are okay or not. Tell me. Okay.
It was caught
Wait
there.
for my whistle.
Obviously, naturally, both competing for that ball. The studs are in at full stretch, trying to get on the end of it. Again, he said, really brave goalkeeper, putting his body on the line for the decent pain the cause, and he had a bit of pain there, but it was worth it, that's for sure.
Here's Wellington Shiganshi. Now Bolt, the skipper. Christian. Ailton Jose. Luisinho. Losing the ball. Now maybe a chance. That could be a card. Wellington Shiganshi's in trouble.
Giga.
And that changes the scenario. In 2 minutes in.
Listen to me, Giga. Okay, this is a big
Now's the time, surely, to either play a card or play a penalty. Call
Imagine
it
if they have
now
a suspension as well. They could then have a two-man advantage because Danielson would then come back on, wouldn't he?
Now the time dilation's over.
Okay.
That's the first thing. That's ending now.
Very big. Okay.
But they are still 6v6 because of Le Bon
Check complete.
waiting
Gigante.
to return.
Come here, please.
Obviously, that was
And wait for
extended.
my whistle.
Danielson,
Okay.
Le Bon, not Simon.
Yes, exactly.
A little bit behind. Okay.
Or Mary. Oh, that's Le Bon, sorry.
He's on a roll. He's on a roll. He's on a winning streak.
Right then, Axel Quintero.
So 6v6.
Morales dawdling in possession. Quintero again. Rolling his Maldi's on the ball. Bolt goes home. Kaiki Sosa takes his time. He's picked out Christian. If he can keep it in play, he can. Ailton Jose back to Christian again. Slamming on the brakes. This is Victor Bueno. Alemão making the run in behind. Just 2 minutes remaining till we hit the 36-minute mark. Alemão, great work from him. Ailton Jose was caught with the elbow. That has to be a penalty. Thomas, I'm calling it now. I think this is going to be a VAR review because I thought Ailton Jose won the header before then being clattered by an elbow, and that's exactly what the Des in Pain bench is saying. We were very close to it, I think as close as the referee was, and surely this needs to be a VAR review. I don't know whether we'll get a finger-licking, rather a wonderful flavoursome one-stop shop for your flavour Wingstop.
Okay, it's a red. Okay.
Listen, Patrick, the referee right away was trying to calm everybody down, so just give it us a second. It is going to be reviewed. Referee didn't see anything untoward, but you had a very good view of it. We both had a very good view of it. He's only just been held back up to his feet at the other end, but we're looking at Alemão as well here.
I mean, that would be curtains for Aniquiladores, trailing as they do already by 3-0, but it did look suspicious to me, live. Then again, your instinct with that slide challenge was that it looked nasty and there was a fair challenge, so maybe my eyes have deceived me just as yours potentially did. We can't get everything on the money.
Of course, Patrick, the teams aren't obliged to play their secret cards of presidential penalty.
Christian flicked by Ailton Jose towards Alemão. Here's Axel Quintero. Good quick release there. How they need a goal with that man on the ball, Junco.
Oh, they are going to call it. I was just getting worried, seeing that we are running out of time.
Obed Martinez with a cross too high for Danielson, headed
back on the pitch.
Out for a throw-in by Alemão.
Yes.
Secret card. What do you think it's going to be? Has to be a penalty or a shootout?
They're probably hoping it's a reverse penalty, I think,
Yeah.
because at least that's going to, you know, give them maybe even one could say more of a chance of actually getting on the score sheet.
The problem with the reverse penalty is it's out of your hands, whereas a traditional penalty, you get to take it.
Joker and
so they can
penalty.
decide what they want. So it looks like they're going to call a penalty, which they are, which is obvious, and it's a classic traditional penalty.
Well, it's the quickest route to goal, the shortest route to goal. Kaique Souza getting a good luck message there. Boa sorte. Boa sorte from Victor Bueno. And it is going to be that man, Denilson Lobon. A reminder, they haven't yet scored, so they won't want to go home with 2 defeats. They certainly won't want to go home failing to score at all. Fairly unprecedented in Kings League matches, happens very rarely, very infrequently. But Denilson Lobon up against Kaique Souza. It's Denilson, it stays out. Kaique Souza celebrates off the underside of the crossbar, but even from here we can tell that it hadn't crossed the line. Denilson took his time, that long, lingering run-up, and it didn't pay off.
It didn't, Patrick, and that is curtains, because had he scored, then they would have the presidential penalty. He could have narrowed it to 3-2, been within touching distance. Now, in some respects, what's even the point of playing that presidential penalty? Of course, they will try and play it.
Axel Quintero across, no one really gambling at the back six. Denilson couldn't get there, they've taken it behind for a goal kick, and everything is falling into place now for Des in Pain. Clearly on top here against Aniquiladores.
Tried to be too clever. It's one of those things, does it, if it works out, it looks spectacular. If not, you end up with egg on your face, Panenka style.
Good ball from Bolt, Wellington Shiganshi. Christian Santos now. Presidential penalty on the way. Victor Bueno with the flick. Costa. Christian. So Des in Pain are going to take it with their president, Renato Vicente.
Bora, Renato! Bora, Renato!
So then, presidential penalty time on the way, and a chance for Des in Pain to make it 4-0. They've already scored 3 goals, 9 seconds remaining. Both teams, incidentally, have called for their presidential penalty, but it looks like a very forlorn scenario for Aniquiladores, unless they can somehow deny Renachinho and then score their own presidential penalty with Juan Guarnizo, who may well delegate to a shootout. That's certainly what they did in the past. Aniquiladores, but it's taking his time, Eric Freire. So some of his players, they're geeing him up. Bora, Renato, come on. Renato. Renachinho! The keeper goes the wrong way. Wild celebrations for Des in Pain. It looks like they're staying on in the competition. It looks like they're bound for the last chance round. Defeated on round 1, but not so round 2. Now a 4-goal cushion courtesy of this perfect presidential penalty from Renato Vicente. Renachinho! He's really pumped up after that. You can understand why as well. Terrifically converted. Great composure shown. And once again, Juan Guarnizo is delegating. So when the president doesn't take the penalty, it means they can ask a player to step in for them. But naturally, that comes with a disadvantage, a slight handicap. Axel Quintero will not take a penalty from 12 yards with a dead ball. He'll instead have a shootout. 5 seconds to score past Kaique Souza. Axel Quintero, a couple of touches out of his feet. Quintero, he's missed the ball. It sums it up for Aniquiladores. The clean sheet is intact for Kaique Souza. And with just 9 seconds remaining, this is going to be a fairly short-lived Fortnite match ball scenario, I would think, unless somehow Aniquiladores are able to score 5 goals without reply. That was poor, quite simply, from Axel Quintero. He completely missed his kick. Bamboozled by Kayki Sosa. Oben Martinez under pressure. Victor Bueno is there as well in Burgundy for Desi Payne. And it does mean we go into the Fortnite match ball scenario with a healthy lead for Desi Payne. 4-0, Henachinho converting his presidential penalty. Axel Quintero missing with the shootout after once again Juan Guarnizo, the president, delegated. And that meant it came with a handicap, and a healthy handicap too. Not a penalty, but a shootout missed by that man, Axel Quintero. And Thomas Lawrence, 36 minutes on the clock. We are going to have that scenario where we start with the 4v4 and we lose a player with every passing minute, but it does look like Aniquiladores, their race is run and they're heading home.
And talking about going home, as soon as you get home tonight, Patrick, make sure you fire up Fortnite. Otherwise, while you're on the Metro home, on the mobile. Well, what do you do if you're in the Aniquiladores camp right now, Patrick? Seen a few of their faces, very dejected, as you'd expect, Patrick, as we go into the Fortnite match ball. Desi Payne, just the one got Aniquiladores. It's impossible, Patrick. I've never seen a comeback like that.
Well, I'm just hoping, Thomas, that they're at least able to score a consolation goal. Il gol della bandiera, the flag goal, quite literally. You know, that would give them some solace, I'm sure, but, you know, it'd be scant consolation, let's be perfectly honest, for what's been a very challenging tournament. You know, these teams come here with so much hope and expectation, and yet that hope has been dashed so quickly. And been really impressed with Desi Payne today. They came in with lots of pressure, both sides under pressure, knowing that if they lose, they're out. But Bolt, in particular, the skipper, has marshaled things majestically. Doesn't get the headlines. He's very understated. Bit of a Rodri figure, really. Or the Brazilian equivalent, if you prefer. Dunga.
Oh, yes. That's going back.
1994.
Back. We saw some of the Brazil 94 shirt earlier, didn't we? As the shot comes in.
Wellington Giganchi over the top.
In the meantime, you can get voting for your MVP. There is no Bolt in there, I'm afraid, Patrick.
Disappointing.
Luisinho.
I think Denilson Lobon's done well to get in there, given that he was simping through no fault of his own, missed the penalty, but Wellington Giganchi, understandably, the standout player. Quintero. Oben Martinez. Is there a flurry from him to come?
I don't think so.
Another player added. Axel Quintero. Is this their goal? Is this their moment? It should be. Kayki Sosa just cannot be beaten. Wellington Giganchi's got Alemão in support. Wellington Giganchi with the reverse pass. Ailton Jose. Is this it? Alemão taking his time. Could have gone himself. Tried to square it. And the chance goes begging. And they reset with Kayki Sosa.
As I said, must be up there, but he's not. It's actually Gigante leading the way, although I think Kayki Sosa does deserve the MVP prize, in my opinion. But you at home think otherwise, and I would never doubt you, the fans, watching on.
Wellington Giganchi, cross is cut out by Denilson Lobon. Ailton Jose was switched off there. Pato's touch was heavy. He was caught by Christian. Free kick to Aniquiladores. I'm glad. You can tell we're 3 days in, because first few times I tried to say Aniquiladores, I was really struggling with it, but I think I found a way.
You've done well. It's a shame that you're going home on that sense. You won't be able to saying it many more times.
Often the way, isn't it? Just when you feel like you're settling into a job and then job comes to an end.
And you have to maybe wait a year or two, or...
But I will be treating myself to a few cocktails in England.
Oh, you must, Patrick.
An old-fashioned or two.
And don't forget to tune in and follow Tom and I.
I don't know whether my cocktails will necessarily feature gin and tonic and small Baileys, though. Ailton Jose, the goal is gaping, and that seals the win. Perfect way to do it from inside his own half. It didn't take long. It's the number 8 who gets his moment up in lights. The shirt there for Davide Ilario is a lovely touch, but what a win that is for Desimpane, a clean sheet, 5 goals without reply. We say goodbye to Andy Quiladores, but it is game over for Juan Guarnizo. His team will head back to Colombia and Mexico, and therefore it is defeat for them. Congratulations to Desimpane, one of our Brazilian sides. Go on, they're in to the last chance.
Indeed, and Quiladores going home, but it is all about Desimpane. What a response after their loss in their opening fixture. Touching tribute, as we were saying there, Patrick, to Davide Ilario, losing your star player, but to bounce back like that and win in that way with a shutout, adding extra gloss to that victory. They march on then to the last chance saloon for them. They have to win another game if they are to progress to the quarterfinals of the Kings World Cup Clubs Italy 2026. Still to come, Stallions against Ultimo Stars. That's actually our final, 4th and final game of the evening, so stick with us. That is coming up shortly, and also coming up shortly is our post-match interview with Agnese, who's just waiting for a lucky man to pick up his prize, and also his wing stop chicken wings as well. As I always say, these players won't be in any rush though to head over. They've been enjoying, savouring these moments. You never know how many Kings League wins or Kings World Cup Club wins you are going to get. So when it does come your way, you really have to make the most of it. These boys doing exactly that, lapping up all the plaudits. And Davide Ilario, wherever you are watching, you must be mightily proud. And now we will hear from the MVP of this fixture. Congratulations to him.
We're here with Wellington Giganti. I don't know if the name is right, but you're the MVP of this match. Second match for your team, but first win. What was the secret for this time?
A gente veio para jogar uma final hoje. A gente sabia que a gente perder esse jogo de hoje estava morto na competição. A gente fez o que a gente é acostumado a fazer. Graças a Deus deu tudo certo e saímos com a vitória.
I didn't really understand much this time, but anyways.
My English is not so good.
That's okay, that's okay. Look for something, guarda qualcosa che ti gusta aquí. And now I'm trying to translate what he just said. So he said that you were tired, estaba cansado for the first match, but this time when everything went well, do you think that the journey of your team will improve from now on?
Eu não entendi o final, mas sobre a parte da comida, vamos escolher o frango aqui, o chicken, pro alemão.
Sim.
O alemão é o cara que mais come no nosso time aí.
Perfecto. Toma el chicken para ti, para você.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And also, we have this. Go celebrate.
Okay, thank you.
Now we're gonna see Stallions against Ultimate Mostoles, and it's gonna be our last game for today. See you later.
With a bang, Stallions taking on Ultimo Stars in our 4th and final fixture. 2 winners from their first fixtures going head-to-head. So on the line is a spot in the quarterfinals of the Kings World Cup Clubs for these 2 teams. In the meantime, you at home can keep on voting who you want to see starting in the 1v1 situation here. Listen to the roar, which has gone up mostly, we have to say, for the Stallions, the home team. The Italian tifosi have turned up in their numbers once again to get behind their favourites and try and help them through. Underdogs went through earlier. We saw the importance of having support on your side. We saw Alpha Kappa, however, beaten, so will it be 2 from 3 for the Italian teams? Already then going through to the quarterfinals. The final A, there is Alex Marti, one of the star players for Ultra Mostoles, who netted a hat-trick previously. Now the drawing of the Exodus secret card was a very special moment. Good luck to both sides in that regard. And Exodus get playing that new action RPG. Wish list it right now. And right now, one last team huddle from Ultra Mostoles, one last team huddle there from the Stallions in blue, just like the national side. And here's how they line up the stand. The national side, Roberto Mancini has returned reappointed, but let's not talk about that right now. Let's remain focused on Italy, yes, but the Kings League, Italy, and the Kings World Cup clubs. Italy 2026 taking on Ultra Mostoles, who have been a side that have been also Rans. They've come close before, but they've never quite got their hands on the big prize. That is their objective, as we see today. And now we'll listen to who's going to be taking on in the 1v1.
Il pubblico ha deciso che i protagonisti dell'1 contro 1 di Stallions Mostoles sono Dennis Stojkovic e Luis Garcia.
There you have it then. Thank you very much to our brilliant Pepe with the announcement, as always. The public announcement system over the loudspeaker for us. And now, the atmosphere is electric. We'll see where we're going to have fireworks and an electric game as well out on the pitch. Players ready to rock and roll, ready to race forward here. Lights, cameras, and action. Here we go. We are underway. And Stojkovic just beaten, but his team in possession through. Guddo has already netted twice. Now Stojkovic for Guddo. Early opportunity. Guddo hits it out of his feet. Got appeared to be stuck. The goal is gaping, and Ultra Mostoles get that opening goal. Luis Garcia. That is the start they wanted and were dreaming of. The Stallions looking to strike back right away. Stojkovic twisting, turning, has Guddo in support, doesn't need him. Stojkovic draws the Stallions immediately level. Check out the replay. 1-1. Now Luis Garcia for his keeper. Back with Luis Garcia. Victor Vidal under a bit of pressure. Now Alex Marti's joined the party. Looking to put Ultra Mostoles back ahead. This is Vidal. Luis Garcia invited back to go to Victor Vidal. Went for that top corner. Wasn't meant to be for him. Blistering start here. As Colombo's on the ball. Stojkovic in support, as is Guddo. Here is Guddo. Stojkovic. Still Stojkovic. Tipped over the bar by Victor Vidal. And Stojkovic to take. Guddo again in support. Out of his penalty area, the keeper. Close ball control. He's got to crash back quickly. Must rush back quickly, Patrick. The goal is gaping, as it was for the equaliser by Luis Garcia, or rather, the opening goal from Garcia.
Yeah, I saw that up close and personal, that goal from Luis Garcia. It was actually pitch side when he struck it, and I was right behind it. Was careful not to walk in front of the cameraman. Some wonderful shots there, and there's a lot of interest in this game pitch side as well. Alish Marti, good save. Very good save, in fact, by Samuele Guddo, whose performances we admired in round one. Stallions showing once again just what a capable force they are, and really excited for this game. Thomas Colombo with the ball across. That was very calm defending there. Could have gone wrong for Eloy Pizarro, and yet he made the correct decision. Victor Vidal finding Alish Marti, meantime, is wearing the captain's armband, which rather frustratingly is green, Thomas. So if he were to become the star player, it might be a little bit ambiguous. Or rather, actually, if someone else were to become the star player, then we might have two green armbands on the same team. So let's almost hope that they don't pull that card as part of their deck.
In that sense, yes, Patrick, please don't confuse us even more. You know, well, more me than Patrick. I even get a little bit confused with the rules and the rule changes, the different things, the different regulations now and again. So please, no more confusion. Marti.
Lofaso doing some defensive efforts there. Colombo bursting forwards. We had him down as Alessandro Colombo on our team sheet on match day 1. Now it's just Colombo, almost like he's a Brazilian.
I like it. Maybe he has dual nationality, who knows?
Would you go for Thomas or Lawrence if you had just one name to pick for as your nom de plume?
If I was that good, I'd say Thomas, but I'm not.
Good effort. And there's the rebound. It's off the post. It wasn't a clean hit, I have to say, from Eloy Pizarro. It nearly found its way in nonetheless. Or rather, sorry, Mikhail Prokopev.
And they're building again, Patrick. They're looking to wind up once more. Alish Marti.
Alish Marti! Magnificent! That is why he is one of the star men at this World Cup of Clubs and the Kings League. Alish Marti, a hat-trick on match day 1, and he now gives Ultimate Mosselis the lead with a trademark finish.
How good is he, Patrick? How good is he indeed? That was a superb strike. Curling it home. I don't think even Diop could have saved that one.
Praise indeed.
For the DR7 shot stopper, who was beaten earlier by the underdogs. And now that Stallions are looking to follow suit. And
lovely touch inside. Stallions with a big opportunity. Lofaso took it away from Stojkovic, who was arguably better placed. And Stojkovic, no doubt, unhappy there with Simone Lofaso.
Well, with that secret card, it's pretty much spoilt the surprise, really, calling it so early, I have to say.
We've seen this before.
Yeah, unless it's a joker that they want to become a star player. Or
who gets it? Lofaso, Stojkovic, Colombo?
Well,
Colombo for me.
They've given it to Lofaso before.
Yeah.
So I think Colombo.
Did it pan out, though?
No. So I think they'll go with someone different this time. Unless it's always said they're going to give it to Lofaso every single occasion.
Always said it.
You did, to be fair, Patrick. You always did.
Ivan Torres.
The towering Torres for mighty Marti.
Is Alex Capi Domingo. The ball across the face of goal, offside is the decision. And now it's time for that secret card, but I think we know it's probably going to be a star player.
So we've got that potential other green armband then incoming, unless they're going to be really bold and play something very early. In the meantime, the best of the action so far, coming off the post and swept away by Stojkovic. And it is, Patrick, we said it, or said it, the green armband in honour of the green of Richard Whittle's beloved Northern Ireland.
Indeed. Gawa, the green and white army, as they're known. Well, Lofaso once again has been trusted with the armband. And reminded, were he to find the net, that goal wouldn't be worth 1, but rather 2. And it would give Stallions actually the lead, where now they trail. But there'll be extra additional attention paid to the already very sought-after Simone Lofaso.
Yeah, experience in Serie A, former Palermo, Fiorentina man amongst others. Injuries sadly curtailed his possibility to have a lengthier top-flight career and professional career, but strutting his stuff at the Kings League, that's for sure.
And Didio there wearing the blue strapping on the ball here on his right hand. It was he who scored that sumptuous volley on match day 1.
Patrick, I don't know if you were listening to me earlier, you were probably down doing the Fortnite challenge, but I compared it to a goal by Nicola Berti in a derby, a brilliant volley in the early 1990s.
Excellent cultural sensibility or sensitivity from you there.
Because we're in Milan.
Yeah.
We're live from Milano.
And your 4 years with Inter TV serving you well there in your cultura nerazzurra.
Absolutely.
Working under Alessandro Villa.
Roberto Scarpini and the rest. We should do a goal.
We should.
Yeah.
We should.
Problem is, once you've heard it once, you heard it before.
Steady. That's what makes a trademark. Well, tiki-taka there.
Talking of trademarks, tiki-taka for the Alta Mostoles.
Just toying with the Stallions. Stallions have got the blinkers on for the moment.
Yeah, been confined to the stables for the minute.
Then again, that can be used as a positive thing. Aleix Martí now out in front with regards to the race to win the Golden Boot.
What's that, the Buta de Oro?
Yeah, not the Golden Crine. He's now got one more than the likes of Matteo Perotti and Kelvin Oliveira. But yeah, actually, the blinkers in Italian football parlance can often be used positively. Max Allegri, who's big into his equestrian sports, often talks about the paraocchi, the blinkers, as if to say, let's focus solely on that goal. And that's what Stallions need to do now. They need to hone in on trying to find a way back into this contest. Denis Stojkovic, who I've got to know during his time with the Fortnite challenge ahead of every day's action as part of a shootout.
Yeah, thoroughly nice bloke.
Absolutely. And Stojkovic taking over from Colombo in day 1. And Italy won, rather unusually, played the Fortnite challenge 2 days running.
That's right, yeah. There was a slight mix-up, wasn't there? The officials had one idea, we had another idea, but all resolved. That's the beauty, that's the great thing. And as Italians would say, from what I've just been told by the regia, la bellezza della diretta. It's been told from the...
the beauty of live coverage.
TV and live coverage, yeah. Here is Javi Espinosa, just trying to dance his way through there, no way through.
Dani Linares, meantime, keeping hold of the ball, giving it away to Lofaso as the danger man with that green armband. Corner kick to Stallions as we tick towards the 10-minute mark.
And Alta Mostoles, if you are just joining us, well, where have you been? You've missed a brilliant day of action, but you are forgiven.
Nicely worked, not the cleanest strike from Niccolò Marino.
You very nearly joined us with an equaliser, thumbs up so far in terms of at least, you know, the positivity, the energy, but not in terms of the scoreline for the Stallions, who are losing at the minute to Alta Mostoles, but we expect plenty of twists and turns along the way. It's going to be a topsy-turvy encounter. I can bet my bottom euro.
Here's Granero, not to be confused with the former Real Madrid man, Esteban Granero. That shot was well struck by Marc Granero, but pushed behind at his near post by Samuel Agudo.
Di Gemaro likes what he sees, watching on. Approves, il presidente.
Linares for Granero.
Good approval ratings. In the polls, anyway.
Dani Linares unable to keep it in play. He thought it should have been a corner. Instead, it's a goal kick. Another look at that save from Gudo, one you'd expect him to make.
Yep, at his near post. She did. There is Didio, looking to combine with Lofaso. Just wanted another play, a bit like Robert Martinez. Lofaso have a defensive, just worked them out, but it's given away. And then having got excited, it came to nothing. So often it is the case, isn't it? Maybe that commentator's curse. You know, they're always going to do something special and they slip up at the last minute.
Yeah, so often we jump the gun. It's an occupational hazard. This is Simone Lofaso. No foul on him. What an opportunity now for Ultimate Mostoles. No foul by Didio meantime. Stojkovic forward. The goalkeeper's come wandering. Victor Vidal. And it was a good decision.
Victor V. Sounds like he could have been in the Spice Girls with a name like that.
V for Victor, V for Vidal, but not Vendetta.
No. Just saw a replay. I think the referee got it right. Well placed as well. Again, another pat on the back to the referees and the officials. They've done a sterling job.
Espinosa nearly gave away possession. They're under pressure here. Excellent work from Stallions. Victor Vidal stepping out of the press, launching it forward. Aleix Martí opening up the angle and finding the corner. That's now 5 for the tournament for the leading marksman here at the Kings World Cup clubs. And there's simply no stopping Aleix Martí.
Vamos, vamos indeed for Aleix Martí. That same corner, that same angle found by Aleix Martí. And he's on course, Patrick, for another hat-trick. And he's still got the rest of this half and a full second one to come.
Oh, Calvito, mi Calvito. Oh, Baldi, my little Baldi.
And it's not disparaging. He likes to be called that.
And now he's putting himself about on Colombo. Just if you missed the cultural reference, I was referring to Goodwill Hunting.
Was that Dead Poets Society? No, no. I apologise.
Oh, no, it was that. Dead Poets Society. You're absolutely right. Remind me of the title of that. Here's Espinosa off the underside of the crossbar. It was offside in any case. You're right, Dead Poets Society with the late, great Robin Williams.
That's it.
I'm getting confused with Goodwill Hunting, which was with Matt Damon and Ben Affleck.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. No, I thought something just went a little awry.
Glad you're there to tidy up my mess.
Correction.
I fouled up the situation, but you're there tidying up behind me.
Tidying up the pieces with a cloth. Say no hair, but plenty of talent, that's for sure. Feet full of talent. Who are you calling Calvito?
Linares. Good skill. That was ambitious. Trying to find just that pocket of space to get the shot away, but he couldn't hit the target.
Just wondering, every time he scored, Martí's gone across as well to that same section. He's clearly got either fans or family.
Yep. I like that.
It's lovely. It's beautiful. Really is good. And obviously, they're not sitting at the Stallions' end of the stadium.
Lofaso crowding out by a couple in black and gold. Wonderful trim again, isn't it, for Ultimate Mostoles.
Yeah, it's a lovely jersey. I said it reminds me of the old rugby league jerseys with the big V on the front. Sport which I don't think Nen would say is a mainstream sport, so maybe shouldn't have brought it in.
That was an ambitious shot from David Griffel. Here's Aleix Martí showing he can cover every blade of artificial turf.
Here, there and everywhere, Patrick. Both ends of the pitch. He's receiving a few instructions as well. Is El Capitano as well. Not to be confused with Javier Zanetti, El Capitano.
El Tractor.
And Poopy as well, as his nickname. What's that? Good looking in Spanish.
Aleix Martí with a nutmeg. Corner kick. Is that what it means, Poopy, good looking?
Yeah, I think it's... that's why it was... It's his name of his foundation as well. Again, referencing the Milanese teams, not because
Restaurateur as well. He's got a couple of locali here in Milan. One very close to me.
Yep.
El Gaucho. Or El Gaucho, rather. And then another one, El Botinero, I believe, is the other one, more central.
I say we're referencing the Milan teams a lot because we are in Milano. That's the only reason. Live from Milano. One of my homes. One of our many homes, in the sense we have family here and everywhere, don't we, Patrick? Final minute before the 17-minute mark. It's flown by.
Can Aleix Martí add another goal? This is not the scoreline. The home hopefuls wanted, trailing by 3-1. We've already seen an Italian defeat right at the top of the programme. Alpha Kappa going down to G3X, but we have had an Italian win with the underdogs.
Yeah,
Perotti.
Italians need to really dig deep, produce something out of the bag. They are to make it 2 for Italy.
Nice close control. Ran out of room, Espinosa. Luis Garcia, who scored that early goal into an unguarded net. You do wonder, with the current plight of the Italian game at international level, how Kingsley Child could really help the movement in this country.
Yeah, I referenced a few moments ago about Mancini, about the Italian national team, and about the Italian game at the moment in terms of the national team level needing a pick-me-up. So it's good to have the Italian teams doing well here, but they're trailing, Patrick, as we have this quick turnaround, full flavour replay, and that was a full hit, really, full contact there as he went down in the box. The Espinosa. Now goals will be worth double in these final 3 minutes, as you know. And I do know everybody at home continues to say, Thomas, we know the rules. Stop going on about it, but it's worth recapping everything. Our Italian casters just to our right, Sabino and Pepe, looking a little bit dejected, but no doubt they're going to pick themselves up soon, because these 3 minutes, well, I was going to say promise fireworks, but seeing the scoreline, I think Automostoles are just going to keep things tight and get to that halfway stage. They are complaining. They're saying the players aren't back out on the pitch. DJ Mario leading the protests. And that is, according to the rules and regulations, as Adri behind the scenes will quite rightly confirm, is actually an infringement. So, Capi. It's interesting how the pace tends to drop down, doesn't it, drastically in these 3 minutes when teams just want to just keep it tight or not concede. We've seen it. It's a feature so far, isn't it, Patrick?
Yeah, we've just seen the 1 goal. And I know that the easiest way for me to keep tally is to keep an eye on the beers I've promised you, Thomas, when we're off the air. So any goal here would upgrade that half pint to a pint. One back by Didio, Lofaso in the channel. Ball has, well, it looked like it was going out of play. Stayed in play. Well, Ultimate Mostoles really felt that referees should have intervened there, or at least kicked off. They would have all kicked off had they been allowed to score in an unguarded net. Kicked off in the Brazilian hotel last night. Good ball that from Lofaso. Alessandro Colombo with the pace, but not enough of it. Very optimistic appeals from behind the goal for a penalty.
Yeah, it was all about that pass, though. That ball from Lofaso. That talent. He really is a talent. And Colombo sent racing through, but the angle was difficult. Good tracking back from the Spaniards. Having another go. It just trickles out here in front of us, Patrick. Here a replay. Would have been very generous had it been given. He got the ball, may have got a bit of the man, but it's a contact sport. And I know Simon Harding, our colleague at Sereno, and also previously with the Kings League a year and a half, he often says that, and I tend to agree with it. It's contact sport. There has to be physicality. There is physicality. Here is Capi.
Capi with a great run, but no end product to the end of it. We've already almost played 2 of this 3-minute window.
It's
once
incredible,
again, no
isn't it?
score.
Yeah.
I've not always said it, but I've consistently said it.
You have, Patrick.
Understandably taking their time. Matt Granero.
Yeah. There's no need for them to force the issue. They're very much in control here, in pole position, going into the halfway stage. We have the roll of the dice as well. Always an exciting one.
It's Capi. Granero across the face of goal. Goalkeeper had to react there. It was a cross which was deflected. It was headed goalwards, but Samuel Gundo pushing it behind. 20 seconds remain of this 3-minute window where goals are worth double. Capi, Granero, and he knew where his post was there. Did Gundo.
Yeah, a little bit flat, shall we say. He's past 3 minutes, but we did expect it. Stallions not wanting to concede. Automostoles happy with the scoreline. And with that, we reach the halfway stage. This is how the game came to a close, Patrick, with very nearly a goal which would have been worth double. But the keeper managing to make the save, and also, I think, for the cameras as well there. Taking on board vital fluids. Thanks to Powerade keeping hydrated, because for those players, we said how cool it is very, very hot indeed. And I think the Stallions present will be feeling very hot under the collar right now with this result. May hear from him and DJ Mario shortly, who will be feeling, well, also hot as well because nervous, and we'll listen in.
Hello? Buonasera. Che devo dire, ragazzi? Cioè, onestamente preferirei giocare meglio ma stare sotto di un gol in più, sinceramente. Se devo vedere sprecate giocatori che possono dare molto più di quello che effettivamente stanno dando, mi piacerebbe di più. Cioè, per me non è accettabile entrare in campo e giocare a sti livelli con queste squadre, e non mi importa che la squadra è forte, perché se gli Alpha ti fanno 20 minuti così con i GX li puoi fare anche tu.
Están acostumbrados a dar. Yo no digo que, pero si podemos en alguna. Bueno, sto imparando italiano, es una partita difficile, ma la squadra è molto forte. La gente in Italia è troppo calurosa, troppo calurosa. Mi piace il calcio grosso, Michael Jackson aura.
Well, terrific there from DJ Mario, making the effort to speak Italian. Very impressive how much he's picked up there. Said, you know, just how fiery this atmosphere is, how warm and welcoming the Italian people have been, and he likes this sort of football. And we're about to see the dice being thrown, Thomas, aren't we? And then I'll recap the message from the Stallions camp.
It's Gaulis, I believe, who's going to be thrown. There he is. It is Gaulis. A trio there representing G3X. Here we go. He knows what I would like to see. Oh, he's kicked it. Is that allowed? Well, there you have it then, Patrick. It's the 2. So that means 3 overall, doesn't it, Patrick?
It does.
Yeah.
2 outfield players plus keepers. And yeah, it was very interesting, the message we had there from the Blur, wasn't it? I think
the president of the Stallions. Yeah.
And he's always got plenty to say for himself as Blur, or Blur if you prefer. And I found it bizarre, Thomas, the message. What he seemed to be saying is it's not acceptable to go out and perform like this. And correct me if I've misunderstood this, but what I think he said was he would have rather seen his team actually trail by a goal more, 4-1, if it meant them playing better. He said it's unacceptable to have this approach against teams of this caliber.
He did.
What a chance for Denis Stojkovic. He's got Alessandro Colombo in support. Stojkovic off the post. Colombo. Keeper did enough. Victor Vidal. Colombo. Stojkovic again. Colombo is onside. He steadies himself. And he finishes. Perfect start to the second half for the Stallions. Courtesy of Alessandro Colombo.
Yeah, just what they needed, Patrick. And from one of their star men there. Took a touch. I thought it was the wrong option, but he did manage to just quickly get it out of his feet in the nick of time. Can hit back and make it 4?
Well, Alish Marti's on a hat-trick. He's on the ball now. He's got Linares in support. Linares should have shot, really, if you ask me, but he might shoot now. Linares, Alish Marti, of course. 2 games, 2 hatties for the leading marksman, Marti.
Oh my days, Alish Marti with another hat-trick. Unbridled joy for him. 2 in 2. Fabulous.
Here's Stojkovic, nice drop of the shoulder. Lofaso blocked incredibly, improbably. Victor Vidal now, he can release his colleague. Ivan Torres, why didn't he shoot? Great work from Lofaso.
Timeout in the meantime. But as you said, Patch, that's great work rate from Lofaso. At one end, maybe you expect him to do better in front of goal, but he did recover with this lung-bursting run back and that challenge. And is that going to be a foul, Patrick? Were the studs up?
Potentially, this is an incredible block. Off the chest as well by Ivan Torres. And that is really what has allowed Ultimate Móstoles to still enjoy this 4-2 cushion. They had a 2-goal lead after 20 minutes. Samuele Guddo inquiring as to whether A, Simone Lofanso is going to be okay to continue, and B, whether that deserves a further sanction. But there's one man who's coming over, Aleix Martí, the man that everyone is keeping a very close eye on.
And with good reason, Patrick, as well. As we continue to weigh, it does not look good for Lofanso. Can't quite hear anything from the Italian side. I heard maybe a speram or something like that, Patrick, but clearly they'll be hoping, won't they? It's, well, more than hoping, almost praying, because he is their key man. He's got that green armband on as well, lest we forget, which will resume after this 1v1 or 2v2, should I say, situation. Really put his body on the line. See, lunging in there to make that block. Were the studs up?
I don't think so. I think he probably played the ball, Torres.
Yeah.
It was just awkward how he landed and the contact between the pair. But that's what they're possibly looking at, the officials. We've not been informed of any official VAR review just yet. And very sporting applause. And DJ Mario there, un applauso, DJ Mario, if you want to learn how to say that in Italian.
No, I really, as you said, admired the fact that he's been trying to speak a bit of Italian. It'd be nice if we saw that from the Italian side, trying to speak maybe a bit of Spanish. Why not? Maybe next time he'll do that. But yeah, this does not look good for Lofanso, one of their star players, hobbling off now.
Well, there is that Italian misnomer, isn't it? I think they're slightly tongue-in-cheek. They say, oh, you just add an S to every Italian word and you're speaking Spanish. Not strictly true, but there you have it. Here's Aleix Martí with Linares in support. They're going without the goalkeeper here. Empty goal, as they call it. Handball, Linares. Is there space to shoot? Aleix Martí in support. Linares goes the other way with a drop of the shoulder. Aleix Martí wants it to feet. Here is Aleix Martí. Perfectly worked from Ultimate Móstoles. That's one they trialled out before. DJ Mario's training ground routines working to perfection for his 4th goal of the night.
A 4-goal salvo for Aleix Martí. That left boot, a magic wand of a left boot indeed. Lovely touch as well to put it into his stride in the build-up.
Can we dub him the Messi of the Kings League? Is that too much? Stojkovic. Colombo 1v1. Still Colombo. Can he finish? Colombo running out of space. He's somehow done really well. That's absolutely superb. Just when it looked like he'd run out of time and pitch and everything else, Colombo kept his poise, kept his balance, and kept his cool.
That was majestic from Colombo. I thought it'd gone out of the ropes, but he managed to keep it in. And Ultimate Móstoles at the other end, denied Patrick. But what a way to close this 3-minute 1v1, 2v2, should I say.
Indeed, David Linares and Aleix Martí combining to good effect. We saw a couple of goals from Colombo, and we saw, I believe, 3 goals, didn't we, from Aleix Martí in total in that particular period. 5-3 now the scoreline, all told.
That was very much Kingsley at its best, Patrick, at both ends of the pitch. I thought Colombo had run out of space, that close ball control, but that belief to never give up either, and then slot it home.
Get ready.
Got to be up there as one of the best goals of the tournament so far for me.
Absolutely.
Individual brilliance.
It's terrific low centre of gravity. So, Ultimate Móstoles in charge, but this game is far from done. Still got a presidential penalty up their sleeve, the Stallions. It's a bit of a tongue twister. Ultimate Móstoles will have their secret card and their presidential penalty.
Just trying to see the situation. Lofanso, if you've spotted him, Patrick, if he doesn't appear to be out on the pitch at the minute, we'll talk about that shortly.
Did go out of play. It was offside prior to that. David Grifel.
Well, there he is. Is he going to try and return? Because he's got that green armband, Patrick.
He does indeed. And they can't hand it on if he's injured, presumably. Flicked on, lovely flick on. Good covering defending from Marc Granero to make sure that Leandro Cosenza didn't get there. Stojkovic, can he keep it in play? He can, but it's an easy claim for Victor Vidal, who very sportingly points out the fact that he's gone clattering into the lead wall there, Denis Stojkovic.
Yeah, so it's a nasty one for players. That momentum takes them into the advertising hoardings. Once upon a time, they were physically there, weren't they? Now they're all LED, as you said, Patrick. Painful one, so temporarily, game has been stopped.
So another player that requires treatment for Stallions. We've already seen Lofato having some treatment administered his way, and he's still moving gingerly and hobbling away. And now there's concern about Stojkovic, two of their big hitters, along with Colombo. This is what they can ill afford when they're already trailing by 5-3. Thomas, a reminder, this is our fourth and final game on this day 3 of the Kings League. We've already had some very exciting results. Just bring you up to speed with some of those whilst we wait for Stojkovic. So that early victory for G3X, 5-2 against Alpa Kappa. 5-4, the margin of victory for the Italian side. Underdogs against DR7. Perotti with the winning penalty there. And Des in Pain sending Aniquiladores home. Now that they've gone home, they've been eliminated. Almost forgetting how to pronounce their specific name. But they're trying to just move his ankle here, I think, Stojkovic, because there's real concern. And Lofas also looks like he's in a lot of pain. And
yeah, Lofas almost in tears because of the pain. He's, as you said, doing his very best, but he was wincing, he was really hobbling and struggling. But the man with that green armband, one of their key players, their go-to guys, you want him out on the pitch, but at the same time, you don't want to make the situation any worse, especially because even if they lose, they've still got one more game. If they win, obviously, they want to have him available. They want him to be there for the quarter-finals. And again, not looking good in terms of those injuries for the Italian outfit as the Spaniards start to steam forward again, Patrick.
So a reminder, G3X already through to the quarterfinals. The same is true of the underdogs. Des in Pain are in the last chance. And here go Ultimate Mostoles. And that also means there's place in the last chance for Alpa Kappa. But not for Aniquiladores. There will be for the team that's beaten here, just as there'll be another slot in the quarterfinals for the team that comes out on top.
Still waiting for that secret card then from Ultimate Mostoles. Of course, the presidential player, DJ Mario, slotting his first one home, and that was also part of that Adidas Challenge as well, so giving one lucky person a chance to watch a Kings League game, Patrick, pitch side. What a prize indeed, to be really up close and personal with the action, seeing them play and perspire as well.
Alex Marti couldn't find Linares. Painful one for Gudo. They're saying it should be a card. Didio clutching at straws, I would suggest.
Wait. Stop the time.
Well, certainly clutching that left boot as if he was hurt there. Badly hurt. I'm not too sure. I think, as you said, they're both competing for the ball. They're both going for the ball. Yeah. May have been painful, but I don't think there's any malicious, nothing vicious.
No maliciousness.
Absolutely not.
Or malice, I suppose we'd say, rather than maliciousness.
There was a clash, that's for sure.
Never looks happy, does he, Blur? He's not the most
sunny
cheerful,
disposition.
Yeah,
yes.
as an ambassador.
Yeah.
Not exactly un ambasciatore allegro.
Yeah, you expect a bit of a sunny disposition, because it is about fun, positivity. Yeah, of course, competitive side, but we talk about that family. Well, he could be exiled from the family if he continues like that.
Prodigal son.
Yeah.
Or Blur, if you prefer. See what I did there? Colombo on the drive. Had that wonderful finish, didn't he, when he danced around the keeper, down by the byline.
Yeah, those silky skills.
Nice close control here. Aleix Lage had to do well, but Victor Vidal, in the truest sense of the Catalan goalkeeping skill, very accomplished with the ball at his feet. Reminds me of Pepe Martinez of Inter we saw yesterday.
Listen, we've had Gerard Piqué,
you're right.
Pepe Martinez, Bastianic, obviously away from the pitch, a different kind of figure, different kind of famous face.
He's the celebrity chef, is that right?
That's right, yeah, very popular.
Joe, is it?
Joe Bastianic.
I know you love your Italian terrestrial TV.
Oh yeah, I have subtitles on.
Sanremo Festival, amongst others.
Although I haven't really watched it in at least 3 years, but once upon a time it was a love.
I'm getting confused with the other Tom.
And in the meantime, Patrick, we've spoken about how much we love these kits. You can actually get them from JD, so get shopping.
Linares. Smashing the ball against Colombo. One number 10 on the other. That looked high. Looked like a foul on Evangelisti to me, if you ask me.
Well placed, though, and deciding not to give the free kick.
That's a good effort. I'm not sure whether he made the save. Good though he did. Marc Granero. DJ Mario thought that was a stunning
given,
goal.
yeah. I think it took a touch of the keeper.
Pushed against the post at full stretch.
The keeper. That was almost a goal. The ball saved.
Marc Granero again. Nearly picked out Aleix Lage. Still don't know whether it's Lage or Lange. Patrick could have gone and researched that.
This is a lovely touch, a cheeky touch there.
Lage.
It's starting to really assert their dominance, I must say. Alton Mostoles now, Patrick. That two-goal cushion as well.
Aleix Lage thought about the shot. Aleix Martí getting a breather whilst they enjoy some possession. Lage, another goal. Offside, it won't count. Just as Javi Espinosa thought he found the net.
It was pure poetry and motion in terms of that precise passing play, nice intricate passing move. Shame for them it was in an offside position.
DJ Mario actually asking for a VAR review with that classic gesture. You know the one I mean?
Yes, I do, Patrick. I was going to say there could be more injury woe and concern for the Stallions.
They make me a block here.
Wobbling off.
The block.
Now their physio, she's had a lot of work to do in this game. Probably dare I say it, more in this game than probably over the course of maybe a season.
Split campaign, yeah. Not to be confused with the Croatian city of Split, Spalato.
Yes, beautiful place.
Have you been?
I've been very fortunate to be, actually,
Wow, was that on work travels or
it was for pleasure.
Unlike when you went to Transnistria.
Yeah, that was work. That was work. Although I'd love to have gone as a tourist as well. Fascinating place, fascinating.
Moldova, a wannabe Russian enclave. We'll leave it there.
Especially after Pirlo the other day, Patrick, yeah.
Indeed. What was the name of the team Inter played there?
Sheriff Tiraspol, yeah.
There you go, Sheriff Tiraspol. Oh, sliced towards me. I almost managed to catch it. The cameraman did. Multitasking, multi-skilled. Very much. Good head of hair as well.
Yep. Reminder, guys, cause chaos, take control. Predator F50, what are you? Take your choice.
Here's Colombo, options left and right. Lofaso! It's the double goal! With the green armband, and that changes the game drastically so. It's now 5 each.
Even when he's not 100% fit, Patrick, he can still produce moments like that. A goal, as you say, that is worth double. The man with the green armband making it 5-5. And and setting up a grandstand finale here at the Kings League Arena. They're bouncing up and down in the stands. Will they be bouncing up and down come the full-time whistle? We'll find out.
Simone Lofaso channeling CR7 as opposed to DR7, and really sticking the landing with the presidential penalty. Do they now try and take advantage, Stallions? They do. They want to take the lead, having just got back on level terms.
Shootout.
It's time for a shootout. So Blur is, oh sorry, secret card. I saw the penalties. So we've got the secret card from Ultimate Monsterless first, and then the Stallions.
You got it.
Presidential, but he got it. The presidential penalty after that. So the shootout is the secret card for Ultimate Monsters. Alish Marti, no surprise to see him stepping up. He's already got 4 goals, plus 3 in his first game, 7 all told, Thomas. He's more than double the output of any other player in this competition.
And you'd fancy him, Patrick, to score, even though this stadium is going to try and make it very intimidating for him. But you fancy him, he's full of confidence.
It's almost like Borja Valero fused with Messi. The left foot of Messi with the look of in Singapore there. Alish Marti, can he convert? Of course he can! 5 goals for him tonight. Nonchalantly with the outside of his wonderful left boot, Alish Marti, who is surely on course to win Player of the Tournament. And maybe we're looking at our next Corona de Oro.
With the outside of the boot, Patrick, that is such a cheeky little finish. Everything he touches right now turns to gold. No, turns to Ultimate Mostoles right now. Boas Martin, and here comes that man there. He's got the fans on his side, we know that. As he makes his way to the pitch. With the baseball cap on, that's another one of his trademarks. Oh, not even a hand, just the fist. Well, puts it down.
Is he wearing the F50s or the Predators?
He's gone for F50, he said. I mean, he's not Beckham, so I don't think he can really wear Predators.
Well, Victor Vidal, can he keep it out? Or are we going to be celebrating a Blur penalty? It's Blur, it's into the top corner. Un calciatore mancato, he thinks he should be playing out there, but either way he's fulfilling his task, fulfilling his role. The Prez produces 6 each.
Yeah, that's when they needed him. He had very stern and harsh words, didn't he, Patrick? You were saying at half-time for his players, but he went out and showed that mettle, that kind of character that he wanted and wants from his players. So he put his money where his mouth is.
Metal, M-E-T-T-L-E, as opposed to M-E-T-A-L, I assume, Thomas?
Absolutely.
Pedal to the, well, that's metal.
That is metal, yeah. Foot to the floor.
Oh, it's kicking off. Didier's getting involved. It's all happening. A reminder, we're just 5 minutes out from the 36-minute mark. And that's when we could potentially at this stage have a shootout. But you keep saying to me, don't get ahead of yourself.
I know, Patrick, but what we can safely say, we are going to have as a presidential penalty very soon.
Colombo! What a mistake from Victor Vidal! It's another goal for Colombo. It's his hat-trick goal, but in unfortunate circumstances, Victor Vidal has let it slip through his grasp, and all of a sudden, the Italian side, Stallions, lead 7-6.
A blunder, a howler, and it's for the man you would never have expected it, Patrick, the experienced Victor Vidal, who's been here before, he's been around the block, he knows what he's doing. Colombo, a hopeful effort, on target.
He tried to catch it, that's the problem. Would have been better served punching it away. Thought he could grasp it, and he completely missed it straight through the hands. And all of a sudden now, DJ Mario needs to score just to make it 7-all. And again, the prospect potentially of a shootout scenario with the two teams being level after 36 minutes becomes a real prospect. But first of all, DJ Mario has to try and get the better of Samuele Gubdo. And once again, he's lacing up a pair of
They look like F50s, don't they, Patrick? I think most have gone for F50s, haven't they? Now, Patrick, we have to say one of the nicest guys, isn't he, DJ Mario in the Kings League universe. We have to thank Pepe and Sabino for the water there. We need fluids right now, Powerade as well, for this pause is power for us as well, before we get going for the final few minutes.
Huge pressure on this, DJ Mario! With the cucchiaio, the panenka, whatever you want to call it. It is composure at its finest from DJ Mario, distilled down to its pure essence. And DJ Mario mixing it up with that wonderful cucchiaio, moje faccia cucchiaio.
The pressure was on, and he had character, a lot of character there, with the coolest of finishes, staying ice cool as the temperature was cranked up there, Patrick. 7-7, and maybe we are going to have finally that shootout.
King of Rome, Francesco Totti, eat your heart out. What a panenka that was. Straight to Pirlo against Joe Hart as well.
Steady on, Patrick.
Wonderful. I mean, it's one thing a player doing that, it's quite another the president. We've seen two very capable technicians. I'm sure they played the game to, well, certainly in the case of DJ Mario in their youth, would have played it to a pretty high level. Don't know about Blur. Have to ask my friend Manuel Pascali for his take on the technical ability of Blur. But DJ Mario looks the part.
Yeah, no, DJ Mario, he's in great shape, plays a lot of football. DJ Mario was pure technique. I think Blur is more just about power and just striking it, looking from here, but we need to
channeling his innate self-confidence.
Yeah, exactly. So two contrasting styles, but got the job done. Got the job done and made it 7-7. As we go down then to these final few minutes, all the cards have been played. Who's going to step up? Who's going to be a hero just for one day?
Alex Lage. Ivan Torres. Here's Alex Marti.
Will be the star man.
Torres! How about that from Ivan Torres? Gundogan moved, unsighted through the crowd, and Ivan Torres bailing out Victor Vidal.
Terrific Torres! Simple as that. Nothing more needs to be said. Terrific Torres, and we'll let that speak for itself.
Shades of the Turkish terror, Cengiz Ünder. That was terrific from Torres. Thought that's what you're going for. Lofaso, Colombo, is there to be another twist? Lofaso on the drive, across the face of goal. Across the face of goal. Alex Martins after this, can he get there first? Gundo's got there. It's broken for Lage, off target. I think every time I've said his name, I've said it in a different way.
Don't you worry, sooner or later, we can always cut one of them and just copy and paste it.
Very good. Shout out to Ben Patton. There's Control-C and Control-V.
Can we just pinch a phrase
just
there?
Just trawling for a correct player ID.
90-95 minutes, bless him, bless him. We feel for him. Pulling his, well, some of his hair out anyway.
Well, a man who spent so much of his career in this part of the world, in Milan, in this particular neighbourhood of Milan, which is fairly central.
Oh, yes. Well, Victor Vidal also will certainly owe, well, something, or whatever it might be, to Torres, because Torres may have spared the blushes of...
panache, maybe, which is a shandy.
Yes. Nice.
Lemonade and lager. Here's Colombo. Nicely done. Lofaso, is it his moment? Lofaso stands it up, no one attacking the back stick. And now anywhere will do for Ultimate Mostoles. They've hit the roof again. That's what my mother used to do when she got angry. She'd hit the roof.
Ah, I thought it meant she'd actually literally get a football and
smash it into it, yeah.
And pure frustration.
Classic Sharon.
The ill discipline and the behaviour. Patrick Kendrick, when he's a wee nipper. So final 30 seconds, Patrick. Well, this game really has ebbed and flowed, and it's been brilliant. It's been a classic.
No one is thinking about getting away and beating the traffic. No one's packing up their stuff early just yet. They're really focused on the closing stages of this pulsating counter.
You wouldn't want to leave it, would you, Patrick? You just sense there's more to come.
They need to score Stallions to avoid what would be a fortnight match ball, but it looks like it's going to be Ultimate Mostoles 1 goal away from victory. Stallions running out of time, and there is no time left. So, after 36 minutes, we have a scoreline of Stallions 7, Ultimate Mostoles 8, and that means if the Spanish side can score again, they will be victorious.
Those are the lucky winners, by the way, of that presidential penalty taken by Blur. We mentioned it, you may remember, as he was walking out onto the pitch. So that was one of the ones of the presidential challenges, that they not only can watch the match up close and personal, Patrick, but they also get some boots. So they'll be very thankful to Blur. Listen, I can't call him Blur. It's got to be Blur for me. It's English, Blur. Blur. What's your real name? Nathan. It's
Remember that Robin Thicke Blurred Lines?
Yes.
It's a big hit of the summer. Launched the career of Emily Ratajkowski as a model.
There you go. So
Fortnite match ball.
Ultimate Mostoles, it's simple as that. 1 goal and they win it. Stallions need to score twice.
So we're just under 10 seconds or thereabouts. In fact, we are now 7 seconds away.
5, 4.
And Patrick, I am maybe not 7 seconds away, but I am minutes away from maybe, say, well, it depends how many minutes, but I'm a few moments away from finally enjoying a bit of Fortnite time when I get out of here, Patrick, over the mobile, maybe on the console.
That would have been the equalising goal, to quote another old friend of ours. David Windsor was a particular favourite of his. Gol del pareggio, quite literally.
Well, Vidal's off his line. Maybe he wants to make amends by scoring.
Dare I say, if there is to be a match winner, surely this has got Aleix Martí's name all over it, but that's what the goalkeeper has shown Victor Vidal, what he was trying to do earlier, gathered the ball. Ivan Torres there, trying to repeat the trick, having already thumped that one into the corner. It was his goal, lest we forget, that prevented the shootout after 36 minutes.
Indeed, yeah. Here is Colombo.
Shooting chance, hammered goalwards, miles off target from Niccolò Marino.
So there is a net behind that, the goal, but you always see the reaction from the fans when the ball comes hurtling towards them. They still duck as if the ball...
Well, it's instinct, isn't it?
Isn't it? It is.
You see an unidentified flying object hurtling towards your face at top speed. You tend to try and duck and dive, twist and turn.
And dodge and dip as well.
Duck and weave. Any more?
I'm out.
Who's going to tap out first? Will it be Stallions? Will it be Ultimate Mostoles? Here's Linares. Aleix Martí lurking on the right-hand corner of the penalty area.
Just trying to peer in.
Luis Garcia now, who has already scored tonight. Aleix Martí has been left exposed. Empty goal. Is it on target? It's not, you know. That's a costly miss from Denis Stojkovic. Just rushed it.
Yeah, time, Patrick.
And Blur's reaction is one of huge disappointment.
Well, you know, it is tough for those players. They have really worked hard. It isn't easy.
Linares, this would seal it. Aleix Martí, can he finish? He can! Back into the near corner, as he did the last time we saw him in action. It is victory for Ultimate Mostoles, and it does mean Aleix Martí has a double hat-trick, half a dozen goals to go along with his hat-trick on match day 1. He's one shy of double figures, and he is surely our Wingstop MVP as we see another Italian defeat. Ultimate Mostoles through to the quarterfinals.
Hoisted onto the shoulders there, lifted up quite rightly. He has been the man in the spotlight, and he deserves to be in the spotlight, and he deserves all the plaudits that have been piled on, and the acclaim and the accolades of his teammates.
Can I just teach you something, Thomas? Gol sbagliato, gol subito. Denis Stojkovic missed the chance to make it 7-all, and the very next passage of play, he was punished. They conceded a goal. Aleš Martí, I had it down as 6 goals, Thomas. There it seems to say 5. Maybe one of those was a double goal, but certainly I have him down as having scored 6. But we will check with the official statisticians, Adri and his team as well. But what a day it's been at the Kings League, at the Kings World Cup Clubs, Italy 2026. We've still got so much more action to come. Tomorrow, day 4, will be the second and final day of round 2, before we then move into the last chance round and then on to the quarterfinals in earnest. But it's Ultimate Móstoles celebrating, and Agnese is just moments away shortly from chatting to Aleš Martí.
It can only be him, the man who's been surrounded there and celebrated, acclaimed by his teammates of the Móstoles. We said, Patrick, they are here to go all the way to the final. They lost last time out, didn't they, a year ago, in the whole Spanish showdown. This time, though, they are not to be beaten and defeated. They are not to be stopped. DJ Mario and his boys, and with Aleš Martí in this kind of red-hot form. Well, this red and black form, should I say, and gold. He really can lead them all the way.
We need to look at the bracket in closer detail, but I would love to see some matchups featuring the likes of Lipão against Aleš Martí, or perhaps Kelvin Oliveira against Aleš Martí. I want to see these superstars go head-to-head in these crunch matches to see whether or not one is able to outscore the other, but certainly no one has got near to rivaling Aleš Martí in terms of his goal output so far. Our sound engineer colleague Ruggero is now escorting him over to where Agnese waits with her microphone and her chicken wings. And the Wingstop MVP, unsurprisingly, is the man who just keeps on scoring. The fabulous number 92 for Ultimate Móstoles. Quite simply, Aleš Martí, live with Agnese.
Today I think all. Sí, Toro. Español? Sí. We're here with Aleš Martí, MVP for the second time, 2 games, 2 times MVP, right?
Sí.
Está muy contento por eso.
Muy contento, muy cansado. Feliz por el equipo, que somos un grupo humano increíble, y ahora ya preparar lo que viene, y muy feliz, la verdad.
They're very happy, they're getting ready for the next game. Very tired, but very happy again. And so, toma lo que quiere. Pero aquí.
Muchas gracias.
Y buena Tora, puede comer. Bravo, perfecto. Gracias. And it was everything for tonight. We will see each other tomorrow for other MVPs. Thank you guys for being with us.
Well, there you have it then. Round 2 then, coming to a close on the 28th of July, which is today, and with a real banger, spectacular showdown, wasn't it, between Stallions and Ultimate Móstoles. And it was that goal from Torres taking it into that shootout, or rather that Fortnite match ball, one should say. And here we can start seeing some of the pairings, Patrick, looking ahead to the next coming days. Anyway, the teams have already gone through to the quarterfinals, and those who are going through to that last chance saloon. And we're going to now look ahead to tomorrow's games. Oh, we had a little spoiler, didn't we, there? Here they are, Patrick.
So, yes, no rules up against Carasu, Germany against France there, and then we have Los Troncos, isn't it? Yeah,
La Capital.
Against La Capital, so an all-Spanish affair. Porcinos, also a team from Spain, up against Fawaz's FWZ. And finally, Furia against Atlético Parceros. So lots to come tomorrow on what is day 4 and the second day of round 2, the 29th of July. We can't wait to be joined by you once again tomorrow. But it's been another fabulous day at the Kings League. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Ciao.
got no time to react. Things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we don't. Now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back. It's time for a comeback.